Worldwide.
Coming to you live.
We're live.
In front of an audience from around the world, where we talk about fighters, fighting, and events. Welcome to Fight World Live, where you can hear about the latest in the world of combat sports. Get ready to gear up and square up, because we are going live. And now,
Broadcasting live.
Super broadcast live.
This is Fight World Live.
The top MMA comedian next to Ariel Buwani, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Hunter.
Hey!
Holy shit, what's going on, bro?
Thank you. I like that order though, because I would assume that being one of the top MMA comedians is hard. It's a lot easier than being the funniest comic ever. Like, how come that was arguably like the top MMA comedian? Be like one of the funniest comics ever, and arguably, like, it seems like it would be the other way. But thank you very much, man. It's great to be here. Honored to be here with you guys. You guys, I've heard a lot about you guys, and you guys do a great job. So thank you.
Awesome. And you have a lot of things going on right now. You're in Dallas right now. I saw you on Fox. You've been featured on Fox a whole bunch of times, and you're just getting around, man. What's been going on in your world? Yeah,
I've been branching out. You know, it's been great for stand-up comics. Like, they've been featuring a lot of comics. Like you wouldn't think, like, you know, hey, a great place for stand-up comedians is going to be Fox News Channel, you know, like, but it seems like the way this is going with, like, you know, where you can tell jokes and where you can't, Fox News is the most open to, like, hearing jokes that, like, are offensive or this or that. It's just been great. That's been great. And then, yeah, I just shot a comedy special in Toronto. I opened for Russell Peters out there. And then next week we're going to South Africa, India, and Egypt. I'm opening for Russell out over there, so it's
that's huge. Good shit, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I got a 5-year-old daughter and a wife at home, so I'm gonna be a month out. I don't know if, like, Gabe can relate, but being a month away from the kid for your job is like, that's the one part I'm just like, I'm like dreading it. You know, it's one thing to be away for a week, but a month is a long time.
I did 2 weeks. I did seminars in New Zealand, and FaceTime only works so well. Like, I have no problem admitting it, because I'm known as a crybaby anyways. I was at the airport in Christchurch just sobbing because I haven't talked to her in like a week, and just like I'm FaceTiming her just sobbing. It sucks. But
that's crazy. That's a funny visual. Like, oh, there's the MMA fighter at the airport crying.
I will say this: when I came back, oh my God, like the best daddy of all time. Daddy, like I was a god, and it felt so good. Like, oh, give it all to me, baby. It was great. Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't been canceled by now, and congratulations on not being canceled. I mean, you have your tweets are the funniest shit I've ever read in my entire life, and every time a tweet comes on, I'm laughing my balls off. Like, my balls detach. I have to sew them back on. I mean, you are the funniest person on Twitter. I mean, congratulations, by the way. I'm not getting, in modern day society, not getting canceled already.
I almost, you know what? I was almost like pre-cancellation, because around 2014 is when they first had Fallon Fox out, who was, people don't know, it's a fighter, a transgender fighter that was fighting women. And I guess in the first couple fights, she didn't disclose that she used to be a man, or she was born a man, and now, you know, whatever the right verbiage is, right? So I was making jokes. I was making all kinds of jokes about it. Like, you know, like, oh, but stupid jokes, but like, hey, you know, her move is, you know, instead of it's a calf slicer, it's the cock slicer, you know, or just like ridiculous. Because it was kind of a funny situation, you know, like, it was like the Ultimate Fighter came out, and she's like, she's gonna be on the men's team and the women's team. It's just stupid, like, and what happened was my Twitter blew up, like, and they tried to get me canceled at Fox News. I was at Fox Sports at the time. First thing of, like, realizing, because people were like, oh, all he does is make trans jokes. Like, that's all. I made like 4 jokes, but like my whole career has been dedicated to making, like, and they just changed it so much. And then I even tried I even was like, hey, you know, I reached out to Fallon. I'm like, hey man, I was sorry, I didn't mean to offend. And it was like she wanted nothing to do with it, but she wanted a lot to do with the getting me fired, you know, or maybe she did, maybe she didn't, you know. That kind of opened my eyes a little bit to like just all of a sudden, like it's not just one, it's like everyone just like rushes to get someone fired and they're not. And luckily I wasn't at that time. And you know, I was hired by Dana White. Dana White actually hired me like in like 2013 to like work for the UFC. For the first 4 years I worked for the UFC. People didn't know this because they told me not to tell anybody. They're like, all the videos that like I made were the UFC made them. And it was so weird because one day they called me in Vegas. They're like, "Who you have a meeting?" So I'm sitting there, and they're like, "Hey, how would you like to work here?" And I'm like, "I already do." And they're like, "No, you don't." I'm like, "No, I'm on the payroll. I've been here before you have." And then they came back like, "You really are working." Like the UFC didn't know that I actually worked there.
You know, that's great.
Yeah, like MMA Roasted was kind of Dana White's idea. He wanted to do like a Tosh.0, but with me, and then where I just roast the events, where I roast.
That's a good roast.
That's a perfect spot to stop right there.
Yeah.
Perfect spot.
There we go. You got me?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So I would write like 10,000 jokes, but I would only get to use like 10 of them. And then you get mad because you're like, fuck, these jokes are so funny. So then I just started an MMA Roasted page on Twitter where all the jokes I didn't use for that. And then that just kind of blew up. And people were like, man, the UFC must hate you. Meanwhile, the UFC is like the one behind the whole thing, you know?
Wow.
So that was sort of how I got my start with that.
Oh, that's really cool.
And I loved your comedic style so much. I mean, you know, it's something new and refreshing because every MMA media guy and every journalist is the same. They ask the same questions. But you were like that first really big person that, like, I remember you were that first original personality to just like come in and make some waves. And yeah, you shook up shit when you first came in.
Yeah, you know, the very beginning, before I got to know everyone, I was just kind of going guns and blazes because I was come from the comedy world, and then I got to know people, and like I started having my own like little ethics of like, okay, don't make fun of anybody after they lose, don't go into anybody's family, anybody's wife. If I like check with people before I make a joke about them, like a really harsh joke, and I'll still do that. Like I probably shouldn't be saying this, but like, you know, with the whole O'Malley, Ian Gary thing. You know, with like their wives, you know, I had a joke. I'm like, you know, the UFC is going to make Ian Gary versus Sean O'Malley. The loser has to put that out.
Well, the build-up is the build-up.
Wait, you froze a second. Wait.
I'm on Hampton Inn Wi-Fi, so. But I said Ian Gary is going to fight Sean O'Malley. The loser has to sleep with their own wife. Like that was like.
That's pretty good.
And I was gonna, and I'm ready to tweet it out. Then I'm like, fuck. Like O'Malley's been to like 5 of my shows. Like it's like part of my thing of like, don't fuck with people. So I DM'd him. I'm like, hey man, you mind if I make this joke? He's like, and I'm making it on the podcast, and maybe I'm not really whatever, but he's like, I'd appreciate it if you didn't, because it's my wife and she didn't sign up for this. So I like did it. I didn't make the joke, you know. But like there are some jokes that I like sit on, you know, even with I'm like telling you them now, which is probably not the best thing to do. It's
just like, wait 5 minutes. It's going out to Twitter.
Yeah. But like don't do that. But like I honestly don't really like the way the MMA culture is going. You know, yeah. I think that like even with me, like I used to make jokes. I wouldn't make memes. I wouldn't make people knocked out memes. It started with like the people getting knocked out memes, people just laying there. And now it's gotten to a point where it's just becoming like, I don't know. It's like this weird, I don't know, Sean Strickland and like, you know, you got molested and, you know, you're this one and I'm going to kill you like your father. And it's just like, even as a comic, I'm just like, I wouldn't go there as a comic. You know, I would definitely not go there as a fighter. And I'm kind of, I wouldn't say turned off by it, but I'm trying to, at least my job is to make jokes that are like more silly based and funny based than those ones where you're like, I can't believe you just fucking, you know, it's just,
You know, it's funny. When I was fighting, people were like the big people that people were trying to emulate was like a GSP. Like everyone was trying to be like super respectful and like honorable. Like that was the. And then I had to give it to Chael. Chael was the one that started the whole ball rolling of like this almost comedic, over the top like villain from fucking WWF. And I'm not saying WWE, I'm saying WWF. And there's this new transition, and I think it's just like, how far can we push before like enough is enough? And I'm sitting here like cringing, like when I hear stuff. Yeah, like you brought up, like people talk about people being molested or beaten by their father or their kids or their wife, like things that to me, like you just don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't.
Even Chael, like me and Chael are good friends, and he was like, "Hey man, I got a thing for Bellator tomorrow, PFL. You got anything for Sean O'Connell, right?" And I was like, because they were supposed to like, and I go tell Sean O'Connell, you wouldn't even be the most, you could walk into any Starbucks in the world right now and no one would know your name, like including the barista you just gave it to, where it's like such a simple like. And then Chael said it, right? So I was like super happy he said it, because it was like silly, like it was, but it wasn't. There was like a silly fun factor of like where it's like now it's like, hey, your mama got murdered at 4, just some fucking crazy shit where you're like, why are we doing this? And I think that they're like, I like Dana White's thing of like, I don't get involved what fighters say, but I really don't like the fact that people are saying it behind accounts that are just completely, it's just meme accounts or like they have a picture of a cartoon or something, or so you can't even like attack the person that said it.
Right.
Like I was telling my wife, I'm like, back in the day, like, yeah, there were bullies, but at least they would bully you to your face. Now people are bullying you online. There was a certain respect of the bully to someone that actually bullied somebody. At least they did it to the person.
The mix of it, yeah.
And I have to agree with you. Like MMA is going to a place darker than Derek Lewis. I mean, it's going to dark. And by the way, I've always loved your Twitter, and you have the balls to say things that nobody else would. And I think because MMA has such a respect factor beyond, it's either going one way or another, where it's going to extremes like, oh, I'm going to kill your parents and everything like that. Like you got molested. Or another where everyone's super respectful because no one wants to rock the boat. Like I remember 2015, I want to make a tweet, like make a joke and say, oh, I guess 2 hookers started in 2015 UFC, Dan Hooker and Angela Managana. Like I want to make a joke. And I just instantly delete because I was like so fucking scared of even making the silliest of jokes. But you were like that first guy to actually have the balls, and you didn't hide behind a veil. You didn't hide behind any account. You said exactly what you felt, and you mixed it into a joke form. So everybody found it funny. Even the fighters had to laugh at themselves with the tweets that you post. Like I seen so many of your tweets where even the person you were fucking joking on actually like retweeted it. Like people were coming to you saying, "Please roast me." Like you got that respect.
It was funny because Magana, especially, she'd always be like, "I love it, keep it up." Like she'd be like, "Call me a whore." Just like this, I was always giving her like. I mean, she had so many dicks in her, just one thing after another about how stretched out her vagina was. And then people would come to her defense and be like, you better leave her alone. Like she was, and then I'm like, she's the one, like, you better not fucking stop. That's where I was like the person I'm making fun of, I kind of know who, like Kelvin Gastelum asked me to roast him, right? So I could always go with him on like a fat joke, So that was kind of cool.
Tacos and weed.
Yeah, tacos. Always something where like I'm like Kelvin. And Kelvin one time, like I saw him at a party. I'm like, hey, this is Kelvin. He asked me to roast him. He's like, one time. He's like, it's been 9,000.
not a lifetime roast.
No, he did ask me one time. But the funny, I had Kevin Randleman one time. Randleman was like, because I didn't know Randleman. And I was giving him nothing but respect. And then he called me up mad. Like, he called me up like, I thought I was going to get roasted, not toasted. This is some bullshit. You better fucking roast me. So then I had a thing where I was giving away something. I was sponsored by somebody. So I was like, whoever comes up with the best Kevin Randleman roast gets this. And everyone just starts going in on like, staph infection, you know, gassing out, him this. You know, you took more shots to the face than Tito Ortiz's wife. Just what? But then he,
That one's exceptional.
That was fantastic.
You know, he put that one in. That one was expressive for me. I appreciate that.
We should have just
Further
queued out
just
just
the
the
right
right
moment.
because this is fantastic.
yeah,
I got you.
yeah. So then he calls me up and he's like, tap. And he tapped into the phone. He's like, tell him to stop. He's like, tell him to stop, please. Yeah, ran him and tapped over the phone, which I thought was pretty epic.
That's
He's
awesome.
like, my wife's yelling at me because I asked for this. So
Is there a fighter, like, I have to imagine maybe Tito Ortiz like gave you a call, like, hey, that's fucking like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, is there any fighter that really got upset at you, like actually like had a like, or still maybe have a beef with you still? Like, is there someone like that you actually roasted that they take themselves way too seriously and they actually came after you?
in the beginning, Bisbin got mad, and then we became like really good friends. Like I helped him write his one-person show. Like Danny Castillo is like, he said, if I ever see this guy, I'm gonna punch you in the face. And then we became like really good friends. Tito, like, he just, you know, he's a little sensitive. So, you know, I try to stick with it with like nothing but like big head jokes with him, you know. And then Kevin Holland got mad because and it was something where it was like, you know, it was something where Kevin Holland, you know, it was something like complimentary. Like it was like he took down a robber. It was like the first takedown he ever got. It's something like that. And then it wasn't even mad. Ronda Rousey got mad.
I can see that.
Yeah, what was your Ronda's?
It was crazy because we were friends. She told me I was like her favorite account. I was like, I had her best friend as my co-host. Like I was getting her cousin tickets to fights. Her mom came and helped me coach wrestling. Like just like I was like in the kind of, she lost. I didn't make a joke when she lost. Like everyone else in the world made jokes about her losing, and I didn't. I think it was when she got married, and it was something where like he was still married or some to the what's his name, Travis Brown, and it was something where like it was like the ex was accusing him or of something, and I said, "What was OJ taken?" Or just something where like it was, and then like they announced that they had anal sex. And then like that was the headline. So I said, yeah, afterwards he can't sit for a week or and then she like completely was like, fuck you. Like she was like, never talk to me again, like blah blah. But then her mom was like, and her sisters are still my friends. Like they still come to my shows, like her mom and her sister. But so I'm like, I don't know, you know what, like nothing but best of luck to Ronda Rousey. I mean, you know, it's probably hard being the first female superstar, and all the pressure. I couldn't imagine the pressure she probably went through, and then losing, and you know the way she grew up. I mean, I probably one of the saddest things I've ever seen in sports was her going through the airport with a pillow over her face because she didn't want people taking pictures of her. I mean, that's so sad because of what she's accomplished and what she did, and she lost a fight, and who gives a fuck? But obviously people care losing a fight, but it's like, what, she's 18-1 now, and then the fact that she had to go through with a pillow over her face was like, oh, to me that's still like, you know.
I told her to wrestling club, and before, when she was still an amateur, and I mean, to see her go from the amateur ranks into the superstar she became, that, I mean, pretty insane. Yeah.
I mean, it's almost, I think it's almost like we're never going to see that again. We're never going to see that, like that kind of a rise of like hot girl fighter, superstar, you know, movie star, losing even faster, going into the WWE. It's just her career trajectory is like insane. It's just like it's an insane thing that happened. You know.
But now we got Conor McGregor, who is coked to the gills and hilarious and awesome. I mean, We got coked out Connor, which is I think, and it's debatable, but I think coked out Connor way superior than any variation of Connor before.
I mean, they're really trying to get him. Like, I'm pretty sure they got rid of USADA for Conor McGregor. Like, it just seems like, somewhere along the line, it looked like WME said, "Okay, how much money did this guy make us? How much money?" All of a sudden, they just get rid of the drug company, not the fighter. I mean, that's kind of insane. But I still don't think he passes the test legitimately.
No.
Hey, Adam, speaking of embarrassing, what is your most embarrassing comedic moment? Do you have one that stands out?
Dude, I have so many. I mean, it could be tonight. I mean, but it I got booed off stage one time following Bill Burr, like my year number 2 in comedy. And I just wouldn't leave.
That's a huge guy to follow. Holy
yeah.
Come on.
God damn.
It was like an all black crowd in New York City, and it just I thought I was way better than I was at the time. I had a menu thrown at my head by an old lady at like the Montreal Comedy Festival, like 4th callback, and it hit me like dead, and my face just kept getting bigger. That was pretty bad. I had a guy attack me at a wedding. If you look up comedian attacked at wedding, it's like got 1 million hits. They hired me to roast a couple and pretend I was marrying them, and then break out and roast the people in the crowd. And then some guy got mad and like pushed me, and then I had to keep doing another 40 minutes after that. Then the grandma started yelling at me.
I'm definitely looking it up.
It just keeps going. I mean, I've gotten so many times where like I would bring dates with me thinking it was a good idea, and then I'd bomb, and then it just was like I didn't want to. You just want to shrink. You just want to. I mean, like the day after I did the Tonight Show, I was working on a cruise ship, and I did a joke, and I was like, hey, just so you know, that joke killed last night on Leno. And then some lady was like, I didn't laugh then either. I mean, it's like,
Jeez.
yeah. I had a rabbi I had a show at a temple, and he told me not to curse, so I kind of cursed, and the rabbi grabbed the microphone from me. I mean, I've had so many shows cut short by owners. It's just a matter of like you do enough shows, and these things are going to happen, But there's still nothing I'd rather do. It's the biggest high in the world, but it's also sometimes like, like you always want to blame. Your first instinct is to blame the crowd. Oh, the crowd sucked, or the host sucked, or they didn't set me up, or the guy before me did too much crowd work, or this happened, or that happened, or it was. But it's always your fault. Almost always your fault. It's 99 out of 100 times it's your fault, and you have to accept that. And sometimes it's like those are the longest drives home, 3-hour drives, or 4-hour drives. So.
And before we let you go, I do have one more question for you. Who is your biggest comedic inspiration? Like my 2 favorite comedians, Dave Chappelle, Gilda Radner. Those are my 2, number 1 and number 1. But who is your favorite comedian? Who are your biggest inspirations? I
mean, I think Chris Rock's Bring the Pain is probably the greatest comedy album. Like and even that one, there's a story behind that of like he went on tour with Martin Lawrence, and Martin would do like an hour and a half before him, and just murder. And this is when Martin was like on Martin show, and he was hosting Def Comedy Jam, and Chris Rock was coming off Saturday Night Live, and he would get bombing every night, and then he went underground for like 6 months and came back with Bring the Pain, which is arguably the best special ever. So that special is great. But as a comic, like Rodney Dangerfield makes me laugh. Like when he does panel on shows, he doesn't even pretend that it's not like a bit, because that's the worst. When a guy goes, hey, so you just came from France, what happened? Oh, funny you ask. And then you're like, okay, this is all. But he just would go right into like his shtick. And it was so funny. It was just joke after joke after joke. And I just love that. I love jokes. Like I don't really tell that many stories on stage. I tell a couple because I'm like, let's get to the fucking punchline. I get bored in my own head. I get bored. So, but when you could just joke, it's the thing of beauty. like DMX or, you know, like Method Man or Wu-Tang, like kind of, it's just like bar. I've never been like one of these, some of these like, you know, slow, long form rappers or even mumble rappers, you know what the hell you're thinking about. But I just like, you know, same with the fighting. I mean, if you look at fighting, it's like, I'll take Diego Sanchez in his prime against anybody. Like, just, you know, it's going to be a fight. Like prime Diego, you know, he was going to just throw a million punches or go for a billion takedowns. It was never going to be a boring fight when Diego Sanchez fought. You know,
and let's not forget the yes cartwheels, which are my favorite on the planet. The yes cartwheel is legendary.
I still feel bad because we were friends, and I started making fun of his coach, and he got mad at me.
No.
What about now?
He got mad. Yeah, but he got mad at me because of that. We never kind of like made up, really, you know. But it was so. I mean, but you're hanging upside down and someone's beating you with a cane. And you're naked.
What was the joke, though? What was the joke?
It wrote itself.
Yeah, like, he can't be mad about that. Even like even now he recognizes the coach was a fraud. If there's any time to be like, you know what? Yeah, you were 100% right. What the hell was I doing? You know?
Yeah, I know.
I got caught up.
But I still feel a little bad. Like Tony Ferguson one time, like he like applied to Harvard, you know, he goes, I'm going to Harvard Business School. He announced it. And I wrote a joke of like, man, I hate to be the one to tell him that you have to apply to get in here, you know, like when he shows up. And like, I thought he would laugh at that. So I said, and he goes, that's not funny. He's like, I'm going to Harvard, motherfucker. Like he got mad. And I'm like, fuck, you know, like.
But you gotta know as a fighter when Ferguson or Diego's doing it, you gotta know. I mean, you're just throwing a softball. You just
God,
dude. He out of curiosity. I mean, how did his first semester at Harvard go?
I don't understand how he got into Harvard. Or I don't even know what happened there. But he says he went to Harvard. You know.
Oh, he actually went.
Maybe it was like an online course or something. I don't know how. I don't know.
Was it Harvard with a B instead of a B?
I have no idea how Ferguson got into Harvard Business School, but you know, it allegedly happened, and he got mad. But then he would send me like jokes and like lyrics. And like that's the thing, because I wrote a lot of the MMA awards. I wrote all the MMA award stuff. You know, like I wrote the All About the Cake with Daniel Cormier, and I wrote the one instead of Wet Ass Pussy, and like I like wrote the one about Ben Askren, like Hello from the Askren side, and then this year I wrote Angela Hill at Carmona. So I was always trying to pitch Tony Ferguson into one of them, you know, and then he would always have his own things that he wanted to do, which sometimes like were songs that like were like 30 years old. And I'm like, no, we're trying to do a new song. And then at like 4 a.m, he would be like sending me his ideas. But they were funny ideas, but it just wasn't really what I was looking to do, you know? But you know, it was, the worst was I had, what's it called again? That was Josh, not Chris Barnett. You know, Chris Barnett, the huge black dude that does like spinning wheel kicks and like.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
So I wanted to have him as like Lizzo, right? And he was on board. But then like some crazy stuff happened in his life, where like somebody passed away, and like he couldn't. But we had the shoot ready, so I called DC and I'm like, hey man, any way that you could be Lizzo? And he just like there was. It was the most uncomfortable conversation I've ever had. Like it was just blank silence for like 2 minutes on the phone, and I was like, oh no, like
you are the funniest motherfucker ever.
I don't know
All
who
right,
would
so
have been Lizzo, DC or Chris Barnett. I mean, jeez.
That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. But please, before we let you go, plug your upcoming dates. Where can we see you? Where can people see you? Where can people buy tickets? Please plug your upcoming dates.
If you go to AdamHunterComedy.com, I'm going to be in February, I'm away. I'm opening for Russell Peters. We're going to South Africa, India. We're going to Cairo, Egypt. We're doing the whole tour. And then if you just go to AdamHunterComedy.com, it has everything. And I have a podcast called MMA Roasted. It's me and Don Fry and Sean McCorkle and Bill Dawes. So it's, I mean, Don Fry is the funniest human being I've ever, like, you talk about like your old like uncle, like MAGA uncle, you know, I'll be like, so what do you think of the fight? First of all, there's a 99% chance he'd not see the fight, right? But if he did see the fight, he'll be like, oh, that guy was sneaky, like the Chinese. I'm like, it has nothing to do with the Chinese.
Hey, you know Don Fry, he's cornered me a bunch of times, and we've been friends for about 25 years. He's never called me Jake once. He always calls me kid. Good job, kid.
Oh,
good job, kid.
Dude, him going off on Henry Cejudo. I had Cejudo on.
Yeah.
And I had Cejudo on after his last fight. It was like the day after he lost to Aljamain. No, I thought you won. It was very close. And Don's like, you wrestle like a fucking pussy. He goes, put your fucking tampon back in. You piece of shit. You let down this country. He fucking just went off. Like, how do you call yourself a fucking Olympian? And that's the way you fucking. Where was your wrestling, dude? And Henry became like I'm like, I thought he was gonna leave, and he was like, no, man. Henry became a little child in Don's eyes, you know, like he became like he listened to everything Don had to say, and it was just like I was like, holy shit, like,
damn. I gotta listen to that episode. That sounds so good. Actually, interesting enough, Jake and I fought on that card where
well, that's right.
Don Fry got into it with
Sonny.
With the guy Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Dog the Bounty Hunter's kid's bodyguard, Sonny.
Yeah.
Oh, Sonny Garcia, right?
Yeah, they fought right out in the middle of the Marriott. It was wild.
Yeah, Don was drunk though. I felt bad. I never bring that up.
Not only was he drunk, we were at the bar, and I go up there. He's about 10 shots of tequila deep, about 5 painkillers. It's like, I mean, he was going at it all day.
Yeah, Don's still mad about that. I mean, Don's one of those things where, like, yesterday, my friend was like, "Hey, my baby mama was in a movie with you. He played your girl." Don, Don, you remember that? I was in a movie. Like he doesn't be right.
You should just start making up different scenes that he's not in.
Just going along with it.
Yeah, like
that's amazing.
Holy shit. Adam, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for sharing your humor. Big show this weekend. Big shows this weekend. Adam, you are the fucking man. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys.
I'll catch you next time you're in LA.
Fucking
God
awesome.
damn, he's funny.
That was
He's so
solid.
I could have literally sat there and just let him rip off jokes for the next, 20, 30 minutes.
Dude, solid.
All right, boys and girls. So we have how the fuck we're gonna follow him? I mean, we have to talk about top 5 topics, and we have to follow fucking Adam Hunter.
Yep. This is gonna be the same thing like when he went after Bill Burr and bombed. Now it's like, shit.
Hey, by the way, he's opened up for Russell Peters and Bill. I mean, those are huge
names.
Yeah.
Huge names. Good for him.
That's awesome.
You ain't fucking kidding, my friend.
I went to a buddy's open mic comedy, and I've watched a lot of comedy shows, but like doing those open mics, it's rough, man. Like there was 10 people in the crowd, and everyone that went up there, they did 15-minute sets, and I had a better appreciation for it. Because it's tough. It is a tough gig.
Before we get started, have you ever seen Kill Tony?
No.
Tony Hinchcliffe does a show, and he brings a bunch of comedians up, and he's got a panel. So it'll be like Rogan and Shane Gillis and all these just killers on and they go up for 1 minute. They go up for 1 minute, and they got to pitch it for 1 minute. They actually give critique and criticism. They try to help, but boy, did they roast the shit out of them.
Dude, how can you even put a show for a minute like that?
You got to be fast, man. You got to just be knocking them out.
I've seen. I didn't know what it was, but every once in a while, I get little YouTube clips, and I've seen where there's the panel, and then there's the guy in front, like that. The one that I saw recently is the guy's like, "I'm not retarded, but I like rocks."
Yeah. Oh, was that Little Hobo?
I don't know who it was. So it was a black kid. He was just like, he's like, I'm not retarded, but you know, I like rocks. And he goes in his pocket and he's like, I found this one in the parking lot. And this was hilarious. I was laughing hysterically.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so on that note, let's go, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm bros and hosts in different area codes. Let's go to top 5 topics of the week. Asked by the fans, by the way, and asked by the fans of the show. We appreciate everybody for submitting their questions. So topic number 1 is as follows. Does anyone care about Conor McGregor fighting anymore? Gabe, what say you, good sir? What do you think?
Are you asking my opinion personally, or are you asking about, do I think people as a whole?
Does anyone care about Conor fighting anymore? I think that was
you all know what my opinion is. I could give 2 flying fucks. I think that there's still, I mean, dude, I hate to say it, but Conor's kept himself relevant in the worst possible ways by just being in the media and the worst, like just doing dumb shit, punching old men, and like attempted rape at a basketball game, and so he's keeping himself relevant, and he's about to be in a major movie. So I think people do. I do think he's still a draw. Do I think he's what he once was? No, I don't. But I still feel that people want to see what he does. And I'll tell you, his next fight is going to be a make or break. If he loses his next fight, you can call his stock like, dude, that like it will plummet. That's my opinion.
Personally, I think coked out Conor McGregor. And by the way, I saw the new trailer for Roadhouse, which I have no fucking idea of why he would remake Roadhouse, which is an absolute classic. But it's Conor McGregor essentially playing Conor McGregor. Like, it just looks like he's coked out of the gills, and he's not really acting. It's just Conor McGregor fucking coked out, just going crazy. It's like Conor McGregor playing Conor McGregor. I mean, it's pretty fucking awesome. Jake, what say you, good sir?
I think, again, I agree with Gabe there. He just enough's enough. And I don't think his love for fighting's there anymore, but I think he loves what fighting brings out of him. So you can have all the money in the world, but you don't have the same respect. We've talked about this before, but you don't have the same respect as when you're a top fighter. People just don't look. You can't buy that respect. You can buy everything else, the Ferrari boats or the Lamborghini boats and everything, but he's made a mockery of the sport. He's playing with guys' livelihoods. You know, he keeps dangling carrots on. It's just old. It's just old, and it's just time for him to either fight or get the fuck out.
All right, so this is the question that was asked. Does PFL and Bellator merge mean more for combat sports and gaining on the UFC? Gabe, what say you? Four-time world champion, Mr. Gabe. What do you say?
Nope.
No.
Gabe, I love you to death. I'm tired of Gabe stealing my fucking answers.
Listen, the 800-pound gorilla is always going to be the 800-pound gorilla. It's like, dude, is Pepsi a legitimate company that makes a shit ton of money? Yes, but they're not Coca-Cola. That's just how it works. When you're the first, when you're the number one, I guarantee you, most people don't even know what MMA is, but you say UFC. Oh, yeah, you train UFC. Dude, it is synonymous with the sport. Once that happens, there's always going to be a number two, and I have no doubts that PFL and that merger is going to make them a stronger package. But the 800-pound gorilla is the 800-pound gorilla. How do you get to that? When you're the number one, when you're the first one there, everything else is going to be secondary, and that's just how it is. That's with life. And I mean, look, do I think it's good? No, I don't. But the reality is the reality. And like UFC is the first one in the U.S. You can talk all you want about pancreas in Japan, but they were the very first one to have a pay-per-view in America. And if you see how it's built and how it's gone, when you were there, you're on top of the. It's going to take a lot to have them to knock that monkey off the perch.
Well, Shudo was the very first MMA promotion to actually do a sanctioned MMA event, good sir. Shudo, then Pancrase, and then UFC. Oh,
check out this
correctly, Mr. Gabe.
Fucking nerd.
No, fuck you guys. But like, The PFL. So I did press for PFL versus Bellator. They did a press event. Chris Shields was on it. It's going to be PFL champions versus Bellator champions. And there was the most amount of press there. It was about 60 heads that were there. John Morgan, of course, got the first question. And like people were hyped and excited for it. Like the energy's there.
The card looks great. I'll be honest. Like I looked at the card. It's a good card. There's no denying that. But once again, it's but look at who's the top tier talent.
But Gabe, it's a good card, but it's not a great card. You know, like you said, I'll watch two fucking hobos fight on the sidewalk. I love fighting, but this card just doesn't even move the needle. And a lot of them are ex-UFC guys. UFC, what they do so well, and Gabe knows this, is they develop talent and actually pay to develop talent. All these other organizations, they just don't. And I mean, I got to be honest with you. If it was free, I'd watch it, but I don't even think I'd pay $9.99. And not to be mean. I mean, I love everybody involved, and I think it's good to have other organizations, but they have no star power to move the needle. None. And you're not just going to do one guy. Francis Ngannou is not going to just completely move the needle and make an organization. When you look at the UFC, I mean, even UFC 300 stacked already, and people are pissed because it's not enough star power. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, and this is where I have to agree with you, Jake, and I guarantee you UFC is already going to have a banging card planned on that night to try to derail any type of momentum. And they'll probably do it for free, too, because they can actually afford it. And they'll find a way to delay or kind of, derail the momentum that PFL and Bellator has. Like,
I don't think they'll need to, because I honestly don't see the momentum. I think the press is there. You know, I think Bellator is much stronger because Coker really did develop talent. That's the one thing he did. PFL just bought every ex-UFC fighter that lost. So we're watching, not that there's not, I mean, Bader, a lot of those guys, I have a ton of respect for them. This is not a knock on any of that, but it just, go ahead, Gabe.
But Corey Anderson was actually on a win streak when he
yeah, no, you're right. Not always. Not always.
There are a couple, but as and like I think Phil Davis is another one. But
yep.
Regardless, they were made talent through the UFC. And I was about to say that the main event is Ryan Bader, who was the Ultimate Fighter alum winner, and it was built through the UFC product, and then now has become the face of Bellator. But he wouldn't be the face of Bellator if he started in Bellator, and that's where he began. He started his career.
All right, so topic number 3 is, with the WWE involved, what fighter would you want to see in wrestling, and which WWE superstar would you want to see in the ring fighting? Gabe, what say you, 4-time world champ?
You're really going to ask me that question?
Probably regretting it already.
I'll be honest, I don't know any of the current wrestlers. I don't know. I would have liked to have seen Hacksaw Jim Duggan, maybe. My frame of reference for wrestlers now, I don't know. And I'll be honest, I don't want to see MMA guys in wrestling. Although I'm sure there are guys that can do it. But
if you just had a dream match, if you just had a crazy dream match, what would it be? Like even funny?
Oh God!
Like Jimmy Snuka versus Brock Lesnar, off the top ropes.
I would like to see Hulk Hogan versus Brock Lesnar in an MMA match. Or no. Brock Lesnar versus Tito Ortiz in an MMA match.
Ooh.
Welcome to season 2 of Gabe making fun of everybody's questions. Welcome to season 2.
It's just it's a question I don't have frame of reference for.
Listen. Coked out Conor McGregor in WWE would be fucking bonkers. Like doing a big rail.
I heard that, but
in the ring, fuck yeah, I'll fucking fight you. Like just fucking knocks out referees, fucking ring announcers, just goes fucking buck wild. I would love to see coked out Conor McGregor, which once again is the superior Conor McGregor out of all versions and variations of Conor McGregor. He's level 99. He is fucking Studio 54 Conor McGregor. And listen, guys. Listen, Conor McGregor, WWE, perfect. Put them together, please.
Ask Jake that question. He would know better than I. Jake's a big WWE fan.
Jake, what say you, good sir?
Brock Lesnar versus Mighty Mouse.
Ooh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He would literally punt him out of the ring.
I don't know. I think Mighty Mouse might be able to get his back in Marcelo Garcia a la Rico Rodriguez.
I don't know if his arms are long enough to get around Brock's big ass neck.
Yeah, it's possible. You're not.
I mean, it would be like a half choke. Right. Just trying to get the hook in somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, number 4. I want to know, since Potter convincingly lost the bet to Gabe and Jake, where is the wiener hat?
Ding dong.
Good question. Very good question.
Dong. I don't know what fan asked that, but you know what?
It's not a fucking good question. No, I didn't lose. And by the way, Jake, you were sharing clips of Power Slap showing an.
Hold on. I shared the same clip with Gabe, and I said this is incredibly uncomfortable to watch, and I actually feel bad. You didn't see the context of what I wrote there. It's Jesus. Hey, where's your wiener hat, Potter?
Exactly.
I'm not gonna wear any fucking wiener hat.
You lost in front of thousands, tens of thousands of people watching.
Yep. Well, guess what? Guess what, motherfucker? Power Slap is on the road now. They're going to have their first show. It's going to sell out. It's one of the highest rated clips.
Well, that has nothing to do with our bet.
Yeah. You were showing a vested interest in Power Slap. The bet was I can get you interested in Power Slap.
I've also showed a dog that couldn't walk that I felt sorry for.
So same shit.
That doesn't mean I like it or I want it to happen.
Yep.
Oh, go to 5, Potter. Put your wiener on.
No, I'm not going to put
a wiener hat, Potter.
I'm not going to get a fucking wiener hat. I'm not getting a wiener hat. Listen.
Get your wiener hat. Wiener.
I won the bet. I won it. You showed an interest, and Gabe, one day you'll show an interest. This is like a reoccurring, a recurring bet. I guarantee it. Fuck you too, bro. I guarantee at one point in time, all of you guys will be on the bandwagon of Power Slap. I guarantee it. I'll bet my right nut on that. Okay, I won't bet a wiener hat. I'll bet my left testicle.
Boy, some fan's gonna document that one. You're fucked.
Please.
Let's go to topic number 5. Everyone ready for topic number 5? All right, we're gonna edit that proportion out. Let's go. Topic number 5. I can't breathe.
That's good.
All right, let's go to topic number 5. Since no main event has been named at UFC 300, what would be our dream main event? Gabe, ready for your sarcastic answer.
I don't know. There's not any real fights that I'm super interested in. I think I'd like to see Islam versus Gaethje. That's actually a fight that I'm pretty interested in. But as far as 300, I can't think of anything that what they would say the fights that would move the needle are I can't think of anything that would really. But I would like to watch Islam versus Gaethje. That's a fun fight for me.
Cool. And Mr. Jake, what say you, good sir?
That one's a tough one. I mean, you'd like to see John Jones compete with maybe John Jones versus Aspinall. Young lion versus and I love the Miocic fight, but Stipe is getting older and he's a little. I mean, that's a legend fight, but John Jones technically he's still.
Didn't I hear that Aspinall is fighting Stipe?
So Stipe apparently agreed. From what I understand, he agreed to it, and then he came back and said no. He didn't want to do it because Aspinall's like, "Fuck, look, I'll fight anybody." I mean,
I like that kid.
I do too, and I don't blame Stipe. I mean, if you're going to go, because if he loses that fight, which it's highly likely you might, the John Jones, probably $30 million payday gone. So I don't think that fight makes any sense.
You know what? If they made Kayla Harrison fighting against Holly Holm the main event, I wouldn't complain whatsoever. I already like the entire card.
Oh, that's a stinker!
Oh, Jesus
Why
Christ!
is this stinker? It's a great fight.
That's a dirty diaper of a main event.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Cabe.
Why?
Why
is it?
Because Holly's 42 and getting older, and Kayla just wrestles. and still very raw. It's just not a
never
very
fought in the UFC.
Yeah, never fought.
So your first fight in the UFC is going to be against an aging veteran, and actually Kayla, isn't she coming off of a loss? Or no, I think she just won her last fight. But
She lost and then she came back and won.
Yeah, then she won. But like no, that fight in my, I hate to say about it. I mean, it would be a main event card, but I don't think it should be a main event. I don't think
maybe last fight on the undercard on live TV, on regular TV to get everybody excited. Yeah.
Yeah, but I like every single fight that's on the card. So far, every single fight that they have announced, I'm pretty psyched for. But
I think the best fight on the card is the Oliveira versus what's the Armenian kid's name? What's his name? Yeah. Dude, you know what? I watched Armin fight Davi Ramos live, and I was like, this kid is a talent. This kid is a talent. It's like, and it's rare that I say that, especially in the lightweight division. But I saw like a special talent in that kid, and I think he could realistically rematch Islam and beat him.
Fuck yeah! Or main event of UFC 300, Kazushi Sakuraba making his long anticipated return. Sakuraba, Royce Gracie 3. Come on. Boner. It just went from 6 to midnight. Like, let's fucking do it. Let's run it back. Like,
just gonna roll them in on their wheelchairs.
Come on, they're not on wheelchairs. They're on those little pushers. You know what I mean? They're not on the wheelchairs yet, but they're little push.
I've been clinging to Sakuraba's nuts since what, 1999, 2000.
He's one of the best of all time.
He's one of the pioneers. Like,
he is one of the best of all time. And
no question there. I think Gabe and I agree. But
iconic in the MMA scope of things, but unfortunately he's old. And like when I watch him grapple now, like dude, when I watched the rematch versus Henzo, it was sad. I didn't feel like Henzo redeemed himself. In my opinion, just like an old man getting tossed around.
So, gentlemen, that will wrap up this first show of season 2 on Amazon Prime. We are number 5, top 100 in Amazon's top 100 sports fan shows, news shows in the world. So, with that being said, final words, final thoughts from the four-time world champion, owner of one of the best gyms on planet Earth in Tarzana, California, Kaiju MMA and Fitness.
Beautiful Kaiju MMA.
Yes. You got to train with the BJJ black belt, a 4-time world champion, and a big fan of all combat sports, Mr. Gabe Rudiger. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. And anyone can come in for a free class. Happy to have you. More than welcome. But last season we got to number 4. I would like to get to 3 or 2 or even 1. So this season, I am going to do everything in my power to make us get as close to that number 1 slot as possible.
Well said, good sir. Well said, you beautiful bald bastard. Now let's go to, at one point in time, considered one of the best fighters in the world, Mr. Thunder Jake Hatton. Jake, final words, final thoughts from the bad motherfucker himself.
Again, man, I agree with Gabe. Let's go after that number 2 or number 1 spot. I'm just glad we're back. I miss talking about fighting. I miss you guys, man. We're a big family, and man, I can't wait for this season.
It's going to be a crazy season. I can't wait. We'll see you next week for Fight World Live on Amazon Prime. This is Dave Potter alongside four-time world champion, Mr. Gabe. And Jake, at one point in time, considered one of the best fighters in the world, and his beautiful puppy. We'll see you next week on Fight World Live. Take it easy. Peace.
I thought it was all over.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people don't know this. You have spent time in jail.
What?
me and you were in a jail cell together and I wanted to, like, I could take that ass.
People mistake me for a celebrity. I break people's faces for money and bounce.
I manifested this. I manifested this. I hate you.
You know, people have like a hard time understanding that gray matter takes up most space, but people don't understand gray matter. So instead, they'd rather pick white or black, and then they would rather go all in on one side because...
You're here to show your tits, not your brain. Calm down.
It's bust what I bust through and bust moves. Stay true to kill it to stay smooth. Handsome brothers stay set in the mood, but they wanted funky rhymes from the brother so cool. Trying to check the vibes and set the conversation. The keenest minds to find this observation. I'm on 10 podcast, so dope, now face it. We'll be the first to declare our greatness. Checking out, check out, I'm checking it twice on the weekly. I'm busting, cause busting is life. If you don't know, now you do though. You should peep game, that'd be cool though. Cause your part is crucial, so get on the movement. If you ain't busting, don't know what you doing. Wasting your time and ignoring the truest. Some of the realest, they greatly influence. Kings in Montana creating a movement. Scrapping or rapping or laughing or acting. It really don't matter, cause this is our passion. We busting and trusting, it really is something. When it comes to our family, you know that we love them. That's how we roll. Montana in the house and we taking control. Podcast kings in the place to be. We taking over, just wait and see.
Slow down and catch the vibe. Weekly buzz, what we on tonight. No bull, stand true and tried. It's bust word, it's ride or die. Slow down and catch the vibe. Weekly buzz, what we on tonight. No bull, stand true and tried. It's bust word, it's ride or die.
Hey everybody, welcome to season 2 of Fight World Live.
He said Fight World live on Amazon Prime.
You are being joined by the Weekly Bust, and we are bringing you a top-notch level of a guest. Levi, why don't you give him the real, proper introduction that this man deserves?
All right, we are live with Jeff, Mr.Live Worldwide Houston. What's up, sir?
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Here we are with Levi, Tylen, and Jake. We got the Weekly Bust, a very impressive opening song. Here comes the question that I have. All that busting that's going on, what exactly is getting busting?
Well, now it means busting bare knuckles, baby.
We're busting on the scene straight out of Montana, baby.
You know, busting beds, backs, whatever we got to do out there, faces.
Cheeks, asses, you know how it goes.
Cracks.
Bare knuckle. Hey, man, that's a t-shirt idea if I ever heard one. Hell yeah.
That's right. That's right. Merch all the way up. So, Jeff, Mr. Houston, how are you doing, my man?
Doing pretty good. Not quite as frozen as the three of you over there in the tundra that is Montana, but at a balmy 55 degrees down here in South Texas, here in Loudmouth Central, I'm doing quite fine. I brought out my winter onesie for the Weekly Bust. I wanted to dress the part.
Hell yeah.
It's so cold outside. It finally made me put pants on. Shit.
You know how
That's
he
another
just
podcast in itself. All right.
how Jeff just described the weather down there. I think we should do like a monthly episode where he comes on and describes how awesome Texas is compared to the weather is compared to up here.
We are in the tundra right now. It's negative like 38 degrees out right now,
It's
man.
wild.
Your breath freezes as soon as it comes out.
Your breath freeze?
It just falls to ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, your breath is
it all freezes at that temperature, brother.
Yeah.
Nothing is safe or sacred.
Anyhow, man, we have a tradition on the show of when we're bringing a guest on, especially a new one and a high caliber one like you, AK-47 Chopper, Jeff Houston. We need to know, and the fans need to know, and the audience has to be engaged in understanding where this man came from and where did he go. Cotton Eye Joe, who is Jeff Houston in the man's word himself?
The man's word himself. Well, Jeff Houston's a complicated man. Complex man, a man of many types, a man of many visions, a man who doesn't really know the taste of quiche. You know, one of those men who just rough, tough, and hard to bluff, man. No, fuck that noise. I'm not any of that. Let's go ahead and let's get real. Just simple man, just Mr. Live Worldwide, ended up becoming Mr. Live Worldwide on accident. I honestly think that I became Mr. Live Worldwide because my mother couldn't afford cable. And I know that makes you scratch your head wondering, well, back in the day when you had a cable black box, but parents weren't exactly chipping in to buy pay-per-views when you're a combat sports fan or wrestling fan. Back in the day, you go to the channel and you can hear it, but you can't see it. Either you get scramble vision, snow, or just all black, but you get to hear everything from moment one to moment done. So might as well be a radio show. The ring announcers throughout all of those, didn't matter what it was, always stood out because you're focusing on what you're listening to, not what you're seeing. So the ring announcers always stood out. One in particular, the man who probably got Mr. Live Worldwide set on his journey, the one and only, the late and great Howard Finkel from WWE. In my opinion, the greatest ring announcer to have ever put on a tuxedo, ever hold a mic, and not a good-looking guy. I mean, you know, he looked like a high school chemistry teacher in a tuxedo. You know, not too much as far as presentation, but when he would belt out introductions, it's like the earth, it stood still. And I remember the first time I got to hear him live at WrestleMania 3, Hulk and Andre. I was actually there.
That's so rad.
I was there at the Pontiac Silverdome. I was fourth row center. I was almost 10 years old. I was 9 years old.
Unforgettable.
When I heard that. And I just remember 93,000 people going crazy when he made an announcement. And he didn't have to throw a single punch. He's standing there in a tuxedo. I'm just saying to myself, what a fucking cool job this is. So that's kind of how I guess I had always appreciated the position. Didn't really do anything with it until I was about 25. And I started off in indie pro wrestling. I assume that a lot of us who make it to the next level start off very similar, the same way. You know, we start off in indie pro wrestling, making no money, getting our asses kicked every day, you know, building up the ring, you know, tearing it down, you know, just, you know, doing grunt work, and as you should be when you start. And it just kind of snowballed from there, man. I just said that, you know, I got a taste for this. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm green as fuck, but got a taste for it. So it kind of built into that. And I'd always been a combat sports fan. Guys, I'm going to be totally honest with you on this. I'm not exactly the biggest team sports fan because I've always been an individual sports fan. That's why I love combat sports so much, because I like watching the one man make the journey.
That's kind of like a funny consensus. Like everyone that's involved in the fight world, you often hear it. I don't watch any other sport but fighting.
It's the grind. It's the journey. And I mean, granted, there's a team behind that. There's family behind that. It's never on your own, but it is just that one person out there. When the bell rings, when you toe the line, when you go to your corner, it doesn't matter. the one man that does that. And I've always just been drawn to that. I've always appreciated that. When I watched
Where were you born at, Jeff?
What's that?
Where were you born? Where were you, like, where'd you come up? Where were you raised, I guess?
Well, I spent the first 12 years of my life in Rockford, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Outside of Chicago. That's where I kind of started falling in love, of course, when I was about 6 or 7 years old. I fell in love with professional wrestling and American kickboxing. My father was very, very good friends of, at that time, the world super heavyweight champion, Bad Brad Hefton, who was the heavyweight world champion back in the day. A lot of people don't know that name. I'm like, that's because you got to reach back way far to know about it. But he was a badass. He was a badass in the ring, and I had just always been drawn to fighting over everything else. So, and that was a good place to actually grow up with fighting. It was a all-American town. Everybody watched the fights. Everybody watched Tyson. Everybody watched, I moved out. I moved before the UFC got there. But as far as boxing, as far as American kickboxing, and anything that came in between, great town to watch fights.
I love that your story, that you can immediately reflect where your changing moment of your life is, that you really wanted to do a career like that. I think of, when I think of announcers, I think of Michael Buffer, and he had all them opportunities and like movies and shit. I think he was in some of the Rockies even. As a ring announcer. Let's get ready to rumble.
Bruce Buffer.
No, that's his brother, isn't it?
Bruce is UFC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dang,
I'm talking about Michael, man. Let's get ready to rumble. You'd hear it all the time, man. That's a saying that you hear all the time throughout the whole.
It's an
world.
iconic saying for sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Like
Songs,
that's just
video games, all of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's such a memorable thing that a lot of people don't think of, as a great American saying, but that are generated from a ring announcement. Yeah, like that's pretty cool that you have a direct reflection of like, shit, I want to do that, and you chased your dream. That's so cool.
Yeah, but at the same time, if we're talking about catchphrases, I can appreciate what Michael Buffer did, but the trend that they set forth for ring announcers, I hate it. I fucking hate it, because ring announcers are now dependent on catchphrases rather than doing a good job from moment one to moment done. I think that's the most important job aspect of a ring announcer, because when I tell people that I'm a ring announcer, if they don't know me, one of the first questions they ask me, what's your catchphrase?
Oh, that's really?
Rather than, oh my God, that's just such a cool job. Everybody expects everybody to have a catchphrase. And unfortunately, it does come with the territory. So I've gone through my plethora of catchphrases. I hated almost every single one because
it felt forced or something.
Well, they always felt forced. It always felt like this is something that I had to do rather than focusing on doing the best job possible when I'm in the ring. And I think that that's vastly more important. Like I have ring announcers or those who want to be ring announcers come up to me all the time, and they ask. They ask advice. But one of the first things they say is, I really want to develop a catchphrase. I'm like, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I said, then you are looking at the job completely the wrong way. Because let's be honest, how many ring announcers in the world have truly monetized and capitalized off of catchphrases? There's only a few.
Right.
There's only a few. There's Let's Get Ready to Rumble from Michael Buffer. There's It's Time from Bruce Buffer. It's Showtime didn't even belong to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Right.
That was property of Showtime, because if you ever watched Jimmy Lennon Jr. outside of Showtime, he never announced It's
Showtime owns the rights to that one, huh?
Well, they did. Showtime Championship Boxing is no more.
Yeah, that's true. As of recently, rest in peace to one of the great companies in boxing.
Yeah. It was a shame. But like, for example, people always think that with BKFC that I've copied Bruce Buffer when I say it's time to knuckle up, and I'm always the first one to say I did not come up with that catchphrase. That is actually BKFC property. So what happened was on BKFC 1, Big Dave came up to me and said, I'd like you to say it's time to knuckle up for like the main event, but I want you to make it your own. I want you to make it your own. And I thought about it for a while because I'm never a big fan of somebody telling me what to do as far as something like that. But this was brand new, and this was a brand new relationship that I was building with Dave. And I said to myself, you know what? I'll take a stab at it. Because, I mean, I'll beta test it for a while. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It doesn't work. We try something else. But over the time, it actually started to work, and I would get so much hate mail, people saying, you're copying. I'm like, you know what it is, guys? I'm sorry if I'm hijacking the entire interview. I'm a talker.
No, you're good.
No, I'm loving it.
Well, I'm loving
Anytime
every
you can get
single
us to listen, that's good.
Yeah, that means we're engaged. Holy fuck, if you can get us to shut up.
Yeah.
Hey, I know we got 3 degenerates over there, but 3 degenerates that I like nonetheless.
Hell yeah.
Fucking right.
Good boy, Joe.
Rock and roll.
It's just interesting because, I would say to them, well, honestly, I really don't care because, that's somebody who doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They've never spent a day in my shoes and a day on the microphone. So not exactly advice that I would take to heart or criticism that I would take to heart. But what's funny about it is that there were different variations that were used at its time way before Bruce Buffer decided to do it. And another reason why everybody knows it is because Bruce Buffer is part of the most popular, the most watched combat sports organization that has ever existed on this planet. Nothing has moved faster, is worth more collectively, and has more diehard fans as of right now in combat sports than the UFC. So with that frequency, people get to know Bruce Buffer so intimately, and they criticize him on even the smallest transgression that he could make on UFC programming. So everybody knows that, but he doesn't corner the market when it comes to catchphrases. He doesn't corner the market when it comes to excitement. And the one thing that I try to do at this stage in my career, stay away from imitation as much as I possibly can. I don't want to do that because I see that in the younger generation. People send me videos all the time. In addition to asking questions, they send me videos all the time because they think that I'm going to help advance their career. I'll tell you, 9 out of 10 out of these videos that are submitted, they're 100% imitating Bruce Buffer.
So
and
speaking
I say to myself,
of,
why would I want to refer you when your outlook on my career, which I love very much, you're just a carbon copy of someone else? No thanks.
Yeah.
No.
So as you're talking about trying to avoid imitation and doing things a little bit differently, I had a chance to have a nice little chat with you when we were down in Salt Lake, and I've let it be known to everyone. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I love your suits and I love the ties. And you had a kind of interesting story about some of your ties and kind of what you like to do and put your own spin on it. So you are avoiding, I don't know, just a little, I don't know if you want to say cookie cutter style of everyone else. You want to kind of, talk about that and what you have going on with all that?
Have the iconic suit and tie mix.
Well, Steve Jobs said one of my favorite sayings that I hold to almost every aspect of my life. I'm not going to look at the competition and do it the same. I'm going to look at the competition. I'm going to do it differently. I am the biggest advocate for different. I love different. I think that's what makes people is the differences that we have from one another. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want to 100% relate to anyone, not even my wife. I want degrees of differences in people because it makes it interesting. Because with those differences, I learn something. There's a never-ending learning process when it comes to dealing with differences of people. And I love those differences. And a big thing that I saw when it came to the cosmetics is I would see so many ring announcers that would look like, they look like maitre d's or pallbearers. Just the atypical black tuxedo, black tie, red bow tie and such. It serves certain people well, but that's not how I look at life. I look at life and I'm saying I want my own spin. I want my own spin on how I'm going to do things. And I did the steel bow ties for a long time. And a lot of people actually really dig the steel bow ties, for a long time. And I did all different kinds of things. Like for BKFC 1, I actually wore a tie that was a 3D custom printed bow tie.
What?
It was actually it was a metal 3D printed tie.
That's wild.
to look as different as I possibly could. That was important to me. And one day I'm just, looking for, I'm thinking it's time for a change. It's time for a signature look. What am I going to look at? I happened to come across this little shop on Etsy, and there was this lady that was from Lithuania that was making these ties, but the bow tie turned the other way. And
That's a bow tie turned the other way.
The regular traditional bow ties always been horizontal. As long as it's been around, it's been horizontal. This one was vertical, turned the other way, and I took a look at it, and with all the extra detailing on the edges and around it, I said to myself, wow, nobody's doing that. So I got in touch with her. I started buying ties religiously for the first couple of years, and then after that, I sat down. I didn't sit down with her. She's in Vilnius, Lithuania. It's pretty far from me. But we communicated through email, and I was talking to her, and I said, you know what? I want this to be my signature look. I want this to be my signature look moving forward. I'd like to work out some kind of sponsorship. And I was able to do that. And she developed the Mr.Live Worldwide collection. And that's through Rudy Design. That's the name of the... That's the name of her store, Rudy Design. She does regular ties, she does formal ties, but the Mr.Live Worldwide collections, those are the ones with a little extra bling, a little extra something special that I now wear 100% for all of the BKFC events. Well, actually for all of my events. Guys, I'm so clued into this style of tie. I've actually thrown out all of my neckties. All of my neckties, everything.
That's sick, man. I like the bow tie look. I wore a few myself when I was working in sales. I used to wear bow ties every now and then. I think it's a cool look. It's a clean look. If you can pull it off, some people like get the nerd vibe, and I'm like, nah, hell no. I rock it, dude. And I liked it.
It's on how you
nerd
present
vibe. It ain't a nerd vibe if you're rocking it the right way, brother.
That's right.
It's a nerd vibe when you're with Mr. Live Worldwide.
Ooh,
I always kind of look at it like
we got
the
people
James
who are
Bond.
quick on the trigger. I like that.
We got three highly creative people here.
You said you started off early on in your early days. When did you, you said 25, like what were you doing ring announcing? Was it MMA? Was it boxing? What were you kind of doing? You said pro wrestling, semi-pro wrestling.
Independent in the indies. I was working on the indies in local San Antonio independent pro wrestling promotions. The first one that I represented was Texas Wrestling Entertainment. The very, very first show I ever did was at a carniceria, which is a meat market in San Antonio, to a house of maybe 20 people, 25 people and such. The first thing that the promoter said to me when he met me, good voice. And I said to myself, yeah, I do. But I didn't know what the fuck I was doing as far as the psychology that goes into what the pro wrestlers do. I didn't know how to properly work a crowd. Like I go to the well with the crowd way too many times. You do that, you wear out your welcome with them really fucking quick. And as the ring announcer, with pro wrestling, every now and then you get included in the storyline somehow. And the idea is that you're always supposed to play down to the professional wrestlers, put them over at all costs. I didn't do that all the time, so I got my ass kicked a lot. Seriously, there were times that I would stand my ground to the heel. That's never a good idea if you're not a professional wrestler and active, because you can get your ass kicked. I have had so many, I've been put through tables. I've been busted open with chairs.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've been stripped down to boxers and ankle socks and whipped in front of 300 people. Oh, it was so bad. That was actually a good time because they told me that they were.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Jeff, if we ever in the Texas area, man, you gotta tell us one of these shows are up so we can pull up to one of them.
Yeah, dude, I want to see.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done pro wrestling, man. I said goodbye to pro wrestling about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago. Unfortunately, financially, if you're looking to monetize on it, it's a dead end. Unfortunately, there's no money in professional wrestling on the independent level. You have to go for the WWE, AEW, Impact Wrestling, and such, or maybe even the NWA. But when I was presented the opportunity, I did get a chance to try out with WWE before. and I did a dark match in San Antonio. And it's just one of those things to where, Jim Ross comes up to you, he says, well, we're going to go ahead and look at the tape and hope to good. Hope to good, hope everything works out for you. Good job out there, young man.
That's awesome.
Nothing else happened from there, because when I came in, it was an era where they were starting to lean towards more of the ring announcer who could also look kind of like a game show host, but more like a host position. And I guess that I wasn't there as of yet. That tryout was 2008, so I was only 5 years into my career at that time. So I was, I only do so much, but it was cool to get the opportunity. It was cool to meet, key people within the WWE. But as you get older, the one thing you realize, do you really want to be on the road 300 days a year? I mean, do you really want that lifestyle? Maybe when I was 25, fuck yeah, man. I mean, at that point, nothing hurts you. You're practically invincible. But now, no good. In fact, I've even had people say, go try out. And I'm like, nope, everybody is where they're supposed to be.
Hell yeah. I got a question for you. If you had $1 for every time someone either mispronounced your name or nickname, how many dollars do you think you'd have?
Oh my goodness! Why do you think that my actual stage name is Houston, and my real name is Jeff Houston, but my last name is spelled like the city. The real spelling of my name is Huston, and I thought I could get away with that at the beginning, but when I was on TV, I just had too many commentators when they were doing the tosses. Let's toss it up to our ring announcer, Jeff Houston.
So he's gonna husk.
And I said, you know what? Fuck it. And I said, fuck it. We'll go with the stage name. We'll throw the O in there, so therefore nobody mispronounces it. When that happened, even when I was working international shows, nobody ever mispronounced it again.
Levi had a fantastic question that you mentioned earlier in your when you were talking about
I got
your
this
come up, yeah.
And you mentioned something about game show hosts, right?
Yeah.
Well, I had a question just randomly when I was sitting here making this slide. I said, name one game show host you'd like to square up with.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob Barker. If he were still alive, fuck yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. He inspired me when I watched Happy Gilmore. He inspired me. I was like, this dude.
I don't know if you want to take that right straight.
He's got
Google it now, dog.
He's got hooks.
He's dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, he passed away.
At 93, right?
Yeah.
Google it though. There's a Mandela effect on him.
I was literally just about to ask if it was because of the Adam Sandler movie.
Oh fuck yeah!
Totally just blanked it.
Fuck yeah! That just completely changed my perspective on him as well. Because I'd always been a Price is Right fan, and I always thought if there's anybody who's like the quintessential game show host announcer, he fit the profile to a T. But after that,
you made it.
And the thing is, he was willing to make himself look that fucking ridiculous and silly on a show. Says a lot about says a lot about Bob Barker. But at that point in his career, what hasn't he done? He didn't give a fuck. Let's go ahead and let's go toe to toe with Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
It just lays him out.
Yeah, it's
The price is wrong, bitch.
No, seriously, he had such good jabs and crosses. I'm like, this dude would actually give a scientific fight, and that's what I'd want if I was fighting a game show host. Somebody who knows the fuck what they're doing. See, if Alex Trebek were still alive and I fought him, he'd be like,
What about now I just blanked. Oh, Steve Harvey. Oh,
okay. I was
thinking current right now. Yeah. Steve Harvey.
Pat Sajak. Yeah, he's real.
Steve Harvey? See, Steve Harvey's a big guy, but then again, I don't know what kind of center of gravity he would have when it comes to a fight.
I got him.
Because you're a big guy doesn't mean that you're gonna have a striking game on point. And you said Pat Sajak. Pat Sajak would probably actually hit me up with his lawyer saying, he's out. He's out.
Hey.
You are live worldwide now. You've traveled across the globe, man. So, where's your favorite place that you've been able to announce at now? You know what I mean? You've been everywhere.
Wow, there's quite a few of them. They all have their special categories with me, as should anything when you talk about favorite and everything.
Sure.
But my favorite place that I consistently went to was definitely South Korea. Was definitely South
Awesome.
Korea. Was definitely South Korea because the people, the culture, the food, and I love the fact that the national sport is Taekwondo.
Okay.
The national sport of South Korea is Taekwondo. So
Where's the
they're
biggest crowd that you've been in
They're
front
natural
of?
strikers. They're natural kickers. I fucking love that.
Where's the
Fuck
largest
yeah.
crowd that you've you have announced in front of?
That would probably be the Canelo Trout fight at the Alamo Dome. It's about 44,000.
Damn, you announced there?
No, I did everything leading up to the Canelo. But by the time that we got to the Canelo, they were already packed in and ready to go. But
That's so sick, though, man.
Jimmy Lennon Jr. Announced the main event. Yeah.
Still, though, that's still dope.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's why I'm so happy to see Austin Trout make his move over to BKFC.
That's gonna be a fun match, huh? That's first BKFC event of the year.
February 2nd.
I mean, first official BKFC, not prospects or anything like that. But that's gonna be awesome. You know, Palomino versus Austin Trout. What do you think of that card and how it's shaped up? There's some bangers on there.
In my opinion, seeing as how that I've been in BKFC since day one, and I have seen how every year gets started, this card is the best card to start off the year. This can be fun. As far as our main numbered events, we are starting off with the prospect series, but if we're talking about our main numbered events, it is the best card we've ever had to start off a year. Easily.
And we got a couple Montana boys repping down there too.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So, I guess we can still talk about the card. Never mind. Go on.
Yeah. No, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
I just had a question for him since he's been all over the place. You know.
Go ahead.
What's the number one nastiest food you ever ate?
Where at? What was the worst food
and
you
where?
had?
Yeah.
It's got to be in South Korea, right?
But it doesn't have to be.
No, but it got to be, right? Logically.
I mean, just because you eat something different doesn't mean it's nasty. I'm thinking more just like food that was just straight.
Believe it or not, you're right.
Yeah, it's got to be, man. It's got to
Believe it or
be.
not, you're right. The nastiest thing that I can remember off the top of my head, there were two things. The first one was the Korean announcer that works with Road FC. That's the promotion that I represented. There would be a Korean counterpart and myself for the English-speaking audience that was watching. His name was Mr. Youngmoon Shin. Very, very, very dear friend of mine. My Korean brother in every sense of the word.
Shout out,
very,
Young.
very fine announcer.
Yeah.
Too. The second show that I was working with them, he said to me, would you like to go try some authentic, traditional Korean sushi? And I'm like, oh, God, I am the biggest sushi snob the world has ever known. So I'm like,
fish, huh?
Yeah, fuck yes, I would. So he takes me to this restaurant that's looks a little sketchy, and then when we go into it, it actually looks like the back area behind an aquarium. You know, there's all these, and I'm saying, what the hell have
That's
I got
hilarious,
myself
man.
into?
They're reeling out the dead fish.
I'm thinking of Jack's pet story.
Dead is not the operative word. Authentic, traditional Korean sushi, everything on the platter that was laid down was still moving.
Oh, shit.
Everything, including the fish head that had just been freshly cut off and was still blinking.
Oh man!
Oh damn!
So that was quite a culture shock. But you know, I just grit my teeth and went through most of it and such and everything because
there's no way.
But you got to say they were fast, right?
I'll tell you what, guys. It's rude not to try.
Yeah,
it's rude not to try when you're a guest of somebody else's country. And the second time, my wife actually went with me on a trip, and we had a heavy night of drinking after the show. And one of the, I believe it was one of the promoters said, we have a surefire way to help you with your hangover. And we're like, anything, this is just fucking killer. This is just killer. So we go to this place and we are served ox knuckle soup.
Damn.
And basically what it is, it's the meat inside the like the knuckle and the hoof of the ox. But it's completely and totally surrounded by this big ball of gelatinous fat. Like really, really gelatinous fat. And you have to eat through the fat to get to the little piece of meat. Eating through the fat, I hate to say it was one of the most disgusting moments of my life. And I'm saying to myself, this is what you eat to combat a hangover. Give me a Bloody Mary any day.
You're a dog,
any
Jeff.
day.
You're a dog for getting through that.
But I love Korean food as far as I like Korean barbecue and other Korean dishes. I friggin' love it. But it's just so funny that some of my favorite dishes and some of the most heinous things I've ever eaten exist within the same country. I just find that humorous.
They just outlawed dog in South Korea.
They did. For a while, though, I've had it. I've actually eaten it before. I have had dog before.
Our boy Jason would be so proud of you right now.
Right.
It's very dry. It's very dry. It was all right. But what happened was when I got to Korea, they were phasing out all the restaurants that were serving dog. But when I got there, they had to advertise on the outside, on the exterior of the restaurant, that they serve dogs. By law, they had to do that for the time being, but now it's been completely phased out of the culture.
Yeah. So I love sushi as well, but we don't get shit up here in Montana, Jeff. So if we're ever available sometime around, I was like, if we can get some sushi together and you can show me the proper way.
Like a floater or something?
Yeah. It'd be fun to get some sushi sometime and listen to you some more stories.
I'm a motherfucking sushi ninja.
All right, dude.
I have had sushi. I have eaten sushi on 6 continents, my friend.
Ooh, well, you gotta peep me a couple of spots.
Hey, that's good.
That's a huge flex. Dude.
That was.
Yeah. Someday, hopefully.
I'm sorry, guys. If you got it, flex it. Bodybuilders know what the fuck I'm talking about. If you got it, flex it. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Jeff's out there flexing tough, baby.
No doubt.
Bucked Up is a company who has made it their sole mission to bring nothing but the best to the table when it comes to supplemental and fitness products. Founded by 2 forward-thinking brothers, they have assembled a team of like-minded people who have blossomed this company into a powerhouse in the fitness world as well as in the health and wellness community. Bucked Up is focused on using only the best ingredients and scientists to create amazing products that will help amplify performance, increase energy, and promote overall wellness. Jumpstart your fitness journey with some amazing Bucked Up products today. Join the weekly busboys and let's get bucked up now. Promo code weekly for 20% off at checkout.
You've been doing your own little adventure too. You got Bones the Domes with Tone, right?
It's a continuing work in process. It's not the well-oiled machine that is the weekly bust.
Yeah,
Tweety. I'm digging the synergy on your side. I really am. I mean, the success that you guys have recently had is definitely well earned. You guys have built one hell of a good product, and I only hope to do even half of that justice with Bones to Domes. I'm the one that's Mr. Live Worldwide, and Tony is very, very lax. But the synergy is starting to connect a little bit, and I truly believe that we're going to have a good product.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, man. I think it's fun.
You guys got the guests coming on, dude. You guys got the people.
Yeah.
It'll work.
Oh yeah. And I love your setup there, what you got going on there. So
yeah, you be rapping or what, Jeff? What's up with that?
I see the mic in back.
You be rapping, Jeff? What's up?
Oh no. The mic back there, that's for voiceovers. That's my little voiceover area. When I have voiceover clients that tag my services, and the poster behind me, Christmas present from Mrs.Live Worldwide.
That's cool, man.
That's
I love
badass
the
right
poster,
there.
Shout out.
So Ty's gonna be starting a cartoon, so he might use you at some point.
Yeah, I literally was just gonna ask if you ever done voiceover for like any cartoon stuff or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I've done for commercials, for cartoons. I've been blessed with I do impressions. I do voices.
Let's hear some famous impressions. Can we get
you do impressions?
So Christopher Walken, maybe. All right, let's hear a couple that you think.
All right, that I like the most, and the one that I've actually done very well is James Earl Jones.
Let's hear it.
James Earl Jones. You guys are familiar, of course, with the original Conan the Barbarian, yes?
Yep, I am.
Jake is. I'm sure he definitely is.
Tulsa Doom. Tulsa Doom was his character in that. All right. Where's the eye of the serpent? Rexall says you gave it to a girl, probably for a mere night's pleasure. What a loss. People have no grasp of what they do. You broke into my house, stole my property, murdered my servants and my pets, and that is what grieves me the most. You killed my snake. Falgrip is beside himself with grief. He raised that snake from the time that it was born. There you go.
Yo, give this man an Oscar! Where's this Oscar? Get this man a goddamn trophy.
Cool, dude.
Give
That
him
was
a
very good,
fucking trophy. What the fuck is that gangster shit, man?
That was awesome, dude.
Yo, he locked in quick too.
He says, "Fuck it, let me run it, dude."
If they ever do any more stuff with Vader, you could
That
definitely
is
you need to hit up Disney and get on
baby.
that.
You just got to get them out there.
I was more of a fan of. I mean, I love Darth Vader, but as far as voices goes, I was a big fan of him on Coming to America. And, King Joffrey Joffer, because he was just so funny. One of my favorite lines when he was walking with Akeem out in the gardens, "Son, I know we've never had a talk about this, but I always assumed that you had sex with your bathers."
Dude, Lion King is so on point. That's all I can hear is Simba. You deliberately.
Yeah. Coming to America is a good one, man, and that's that's a good one.
All I can hear is Mufasa. What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm hearing old homeboy from Field of Dreams,
Kevin Costner.
Well, he's the dude in the yeah. I think he's that's like Kevin Costner.
I also do Morgan Freeman.
All right,
All right.
now you got it.
All right, you can't just say it, not do
From
it.
Unbreakable.
I was thinking Morgan Freeman from Bruce Almighty.
Oh my God, that's Samuel L. Jackson. I'm a fucking
Bruce
idiot,
Almighty, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched
Shawshank
that.
Redemption.
All right.
Get busy living, or get busy dying. That's goddamn right. For the second time in my life, I'm guilty of committing a crime. Parole violation. Of course, I doubt they'll toss up any roadblocks. Not for an old crook like me. I hope I can make it across the border. I hope to see my friend and shake his hand. I hope the Pacific Ocean is as blue as it has been in my dreams.
Dog. I bet you were the best reading in class, dog. I was not one of those.
That was good. That was cool. Man.
God,
I love that.
I think I missed my calling. I think honestly, I should have put more time when I was young into being an actor, because I remember one of the things that I worked out a deal with teachers like in grade school. For good marks, if I got good marks throughout the week, they would set aside 10 to 15 minutes of class time, and I did movie sketches with other kids.
Damn.
What?
And we'd play out like full scenes, like from Ghostbusters, The Terminator.
Dude,
you
could be the best audiobook voice ever.
Stuff like that. So I was always, I'm a huge cinephile.
For real.
Huge movie lover. Huge
me too.
Movie lover.
Dude, you should do audiobook readings and get paid by fucking publishers.
Oh, dude, yeah, you got a great voice.
Your fucking audiobooks would be sick, dude.
I was gonna ask if you did any thespian type work, because you have like the thing from Conan the Barbarian. I mean, that's that wasn't short, which you just recited there. So I was wondering if you did.
Well, it's the curse of the photographic memory. I watch a movie once.
I can. Damn. If I really like a movie, that's kind of my wife laughs. She'd be like, "Damn, dude, we watch that like once, and you like fucking can repeat all of it." And it's if it's good to me, it's weird. Like,
so you boys are saying you love Monty Python then, right?
I haven't watched that since I was like.
Fuck yeah!
I need to watch again, because last time I watched it, I was in high school and I was high as fuck. So shout out to him.
I'm a bigger fan of Faulty Towers, though.
I like Spinal Tap.
If you know Monty Python and the Flying Circus, then you know about John Cleese's show Faulty Towers, which was still to this day is the #1 rated TV show in the history of Great Britain.
That was like
I never knew
SNL.
that, dude.
Was that SNL before SNL, right? They had like a skit.
It really
improv
wasn't
show.
that. What it was is John Cleese always pushed boundaries. He was always one of those just comedians who just didn't give a shit. They gave him an entire show to not give a shit and say whatever the fuck you want. And that's what it was. It was absolutely.
It sounds like the bust.
No, but guys, take a moment throughout your time, watch some Faulty Towers episodes. You will absolutely.
Will do. Faulty
I'm gonna write it
Towers.
down so I
They're
don't forget
fucking
it.
insane. I couldn't
Well,
believe
like, they
had
rip
the
hard
subject
then, huh?
matter that they had back then. This was like in this. It was like in the mid 70s. It was like 75, 76 when that came out. You know, so it was just right after Monty Python really started losing steam. So it went right into this. But John Cleese had no filter, none.
I do want to
someone
make
on television with no filter is fucking fun.
Hey, good on him, dude. That's a different time.
I want to make a cartoon that's non-filtered. It's called,
Kind of like Big Mouth a little bit.
yeah,
No, they
you know,
have
like an
one. It's called
adult, like
South
adult cartoon of the bus, and call it the Bus World. And I want to bring you on at one point as a guest on the show. It'd be fucking dope.
The first episode we should do like we drink some like weird elixir and then start tripping and turn
Like this
into-
weird elixir.
This weird elixir.
Well, I can't have it alcohol based if it's obviously
Well,
if it's acid
it's
or
not weird
I think
at the
absinthe
beginning.
is just absinthe based.
It's not weird at the beginning, but it's weird at the end of the bottle. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know Absinthe? Who's this guy?
Do you know absinthe?
Have I had absinthe? Oh,
Yeah,
hell
yeah, have you had it?
Oh,
hell
yes.
Yeah.
Hell
I've
yes.
never
What's your experience
Absinthe in,
like, man?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
What's
had
your-
it in what was it, Amsterdam?
What was your experience like?
Well, it's one that I can't talk about completely.
Yeah, that's
But
So that's a
that's good enough.
private. We'll have a private
What happens in
I can tell you
Amsterdam
about
stays
was
there?
A lot of greenery.
That's the episode of
A lot
What'd
of
you say?
greenery, when it comes to smokage.
Hell
When it
yeah.
comes to
Yeah.
smokage. A lot of beautiful window dressings, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, they're
dude.
building a tower, like 2 buildings now.
Heck yeah.
They're building a new red light district over there.
Good on
As
him.
they should. They
Hell
should.
yeah.
They should call it the blue
Well,
light.
actually, they've been cracking down on the red light district because they're saying that it's been bringing in like a lot of crime. You know,
Okay.
a lot of crime, a lot of foreigners, get too drunk, get too, liberal and everything, and they just end up screwing up everybody else's good time.
Yeah.
Of course, dude. Sounds like Americans.
I did see that. I did see that over there when I
Americans,
was
they're
in
just-
Amsterdam.
he didn't even
There's
say
that, he
One
just said
club. There's this one club that I went to that I was offered absinthe for the first time, and it was done the right way. It was poured over a serving spoon that had a sugar cube on it. And you pour it
Bam.
over.
I was like, we got all of that.
We got the
You
hook.
pour it over the cube into the glass. You let the sugar trickle down into the glass of the drink. Then you suck on the sugar cube, and then you drink the drink.
Damn.
And they say that there's that little green fairy that you're chasing because it's made with wormwood, so it has hallucinogenic properties. I'll be the first to say that with true Amsterdam absinthe, that is 100% true.
Fuck yeah. I don't drink no more, so I just gotta live
100% true. I
vicariously
saw
to you
some
boys on this one.
very vivid
There
things.
you go. He gets all
I'll get
Teamed out.
He gets all team redeemer.
real quick. Yeah.
So
Just make sure you're having a good day
Oh yeah.
when you
There
drink
you go.
that stuff. Having a bad day with absinthe, oof,
Yeah,
not a
baby.
good combo.
I just gotta say, I love your headphones, Jeff. I noticed them at the beginning, and I haven't had just been able
Oh,
to.
they're
see
just
anything.
covers. They're just the.
Oh,
ATM
okay, I was like,
stickers.
those are
just
pretty
love the
dope,
covers.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm digging that.
I got another question for you. When you're getting or in general, what's your favorite genre of music?
1980s pop, 100%, man.
1980s pop.
1980s
Like some
pop.
Cindy or what? Like some Cindy or how you
Like
feeling about that?
Video killed the radio.
Fuck
star.
yeah,
No, like-
fuck yeah. fuck
Some like
yeah.
Cindy Lauper though, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that she was part of the rock and wrestling connection back in the day, man.
Fucking right.
Love Cindy Lauper. Huge fan of
Yeah, man.
Tears for Fears, Men at Work.
So,
Culture
that
Club.
right-
So many.
Yeah, that's the radio station here, 92.9.
Yeah.
92.9.
Dude, you should look up an artist that the boys especially like. His name's Cobra Man. He's more of
They're Cobra Man. It's a group.
Well, still, baby, he's the king.
It was just fun.
Shout out to the brother Rigo. He showed me that.
Yeah, look up Cobra Man, dude. I bet you'd love it.
Yeah, write that down. Cobra Man. One word.
It's already logged.
Yeah.
It's already logged.
He's like photographic memory. Told you.
You sound like Van Wilder's dad. Write that down. So, so as we're talking about, jot that shit down. He just fucking big brothered his ass.
That's fucking funny, dog.
What as we're talking about favorite like genres and stuff, what you said you're a movie, you love movies. What
Huge movie buff.
what
Huge.
maybe like top 2 movies if you can really pick? That's always tough. I hate when people are like, what's your favorite movie? It's like, fuck, dude. Like it's
Smart,
so many things.
Smart way to approach that question because it's impossible to put it in just one. It's impossible. If you're a true movie fan, you categorize your favorites. You categorize them, and you have your different categories of favorites. But if there's 2 that I can think of that I love, that I would like literally have on a desert isle, these are the last 2 movies. These are the only 2 movies that you'd watch for the rest of your life. It'd be No Country for Old Men and Jaws.
Woo!
Wow.
Look at that.
Different spectrums too.
He watched Jaws on an island.
Yeah. Well, he ain't in the water, so he's like, fuck, I'm feeling good right now. So
think about it. For a while, I'll be scared as shit, but eventually, I'm like, I can get that motherfucker.
Yeah.
I can get that shark. I can, I mean, it worked. So it builds up your confidence the more you watch it. Wouldn't make you afraid for the first couple times, but after a while, you build up that confidence.
okay, so Thailand, 2 movies. Go if you're on a deserted or a desert
American
island.
History X and Fight Club.
Damn, American and both Edward Norton movies.
Both of them.
Woo! Edward Norton's one of my favorites.
That is my dude.
I'm gonna say The Dark Knight.
Oh, that's such a good movie.
And maybe Inception.
Damn.
Oh!
Both Christopher Nolan movies.
Both.
Whoa!
That is also
on a desert island, man.
Be just fucking
that's-
tripping
that's
balls.
a
just
fucking
fucking
amazing.
It depends on what kind of island am I on, dog. If there's foliage, I'm out there. I'm cooling with my slime.
So for me, I would do Legends of the Fall because you got
Good.
action, tearjerker, love story.
Never watched it.
everything.
What?
No. It's about Montana, dog.
Brother gets stuck in the
Hey.
fence. He just wants to cry.
Don't do it. Don't ruin it for him. That and the Big Lebowski because I would want 2 spectrums of the.
And the Lebowski.
Oh,
yeah,
you know I
dude.
love
All right,
Lebowski,
dude.
You
I
know
love Jeff Bridges, dude.
Oh, he's Jeff Bridges. Anything.
I
I'll
don't know,
fuck
man.
with
I
all
just
day.
thought of 2. I just was thinking.
I think you picked very valid choices, but I
those
want
movies are good.
a
Long
strong,
as fuck, dude. You got to watch them twice. The day's over. It's good.
a strong 3rd place and almost crept into 2nd place is 2001: Space Odyssey. You can't go wrong.
I was a huge fan of HAL 9000 growing up. I'm like, man, that's a villain right there.
Yeah,
That's a fucking
My
villain. And I
voice
was
is
always the
cutting
kind of
off.
guy who rooted for the villains. I never rooted for the good guys.
Me too.
I-
That's
I
50
hated
Cent has a
fucking
line.
Good guys, because they took on this responsibility, and I'm saying to myself, I wouldn't take on these responsibility because in the end, all these people that you're trying to save, are they really worth saving?
Who's your greatest villain then?
Yeah,
I always rooted for the bad guys because in popular cinema they always lost.
Yeah.
In popular cinema, every now and then they didn't. And the first time that I came across a movie which I actually saw, how old was I? God, I don't know if I saw it. You know what? I think my parents did take it to me. I was only 3 at the time, but it was Empire Strikes Back.
Woo!
Empire Strikes Back. I was 3 years
Never
old when
seen
it came
it.
out. But what I remember,
I know,
the
dog. I
movie
know.
did not end well for the heroes for the first time.
Hell yeah. My dad showed that to me.
They
That's cool.
survived. They survived and they got away, but they did not win the day.
Is Vader
And
your
I was
favorite
like, that's
villain
more
then?
realistic than anything. I love that.
Yeah.
Is Vader your favorite villain?
No.
Okay.
No.
Who's your favorite
Not
villain?
even
Yeah,
close.
favorite
Dude,
villain.
not even
I got-
fucking close.
I got one.
Not even fucking close. I've got a tie right now for my favorite villains.
This is awesome.
And I hate to say it, but it's a 3-way tie, and that's just because I love them so fucking much. Dennis Hopper played Frank Booth in Blue Velvet.
Oh no, man.
He was just out of his mind fucking crazy. huffing amyl nitrate the whole goddamn time.
Was it called Blue Velvet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a David Lynch movie. Really, 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 really cool. My other one would definitely have to be Javier Bardem, No Country for Old Men, as Anton Chigurh. He was fucking ruthless. He was fucking ruthless, man. My
that
favorite
fucking air
scene
compressed
in that
fucking
movie
cattle
was
prong.
at the gas station. Was at the gas station with the gas station attendant. That gas station attendant had no fucking idea what was going on. That he was looking death in the eye.
Yeah.
And he won that coin toss. And he won that coin toss. And afterwards, he's like, "Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. Where do you want me to put it? Anywhere, just not in your pocket. Otherwise, it'll get mixed in with the others and just be a coin." Which it is.
I love that. I love that you
The
just stopped
imagery behind that. And oh god, I always keep forgetting his name, and I should never forget his name because he was because he's like the most amazing actor. What was the name of the actor again who played Commissioner Gordon in The Dark Knight?
That was Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman when he played Agent Stansfield in The Professional.
I'm not good at actors, actresses.
Have you guys seen that one?
We have a list. My wife and I have a list of like 240 movies, just going through like a bunch of different genres and years and stuff. And that's actually one of the ones that's on there. So now I know
he was an incredible crooked cop.
Professional.
He was just incredible.
My third movie I just wanted to say was my third favorite movie would be Wolf on Wall Street. I just wanted to.
Oh God, I love it. I can watch it any day of the year.
So I gotta ask. My wife got me into musicals a couple years ago. So I got The Sound of Music just blew me away. Just the scenery, cinematography, the singing. Julie Andrews has an insane.
You put that as third place?
No, I said I'm gonna ask him a question.
Oh,
Chill,
I was like, oh my God.
I was just gonna ask if do you watch musicals? Do you have any that you enjoy, like West Side Story?
I've
watched
West
Side Story.
I'm very versatile with my forms of entertainment. I like musicals. I like the opera. I like the symphony. You know, I like it all. I think that there's merit in all of them if you give them a chance.
Exactly.
Not everybody has the patience for musicals or the opera or the symphony.
Like Wonka?
When you give it patience and you actually kind of give yourself over to it, it's amazing.
The Sound of Music was phenomenal. It was the story.
But my favorite is the Book of Mormon.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched that yet. We've been talking about doing that. My sister
Book of Mormon is
one
of my favorite plays. Trey Parker and Matt Stone were absolutely 100% meant to be playwrights as well as South Park creators.
South Park?
They were
what the fuck? They made a musical?
You didn't know that? It's it's been like number one, one of the number one on Broadway's.
Dude, I love
South Park. South Park the movie was. South Park the movie was a musical.
Yeah, it's so good, dude.
Let's see.
They did Cannibal the musical. The music. They did Cannibal the musical.
That was the first thing they did, right? That was like a college project, wasn't it?
Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
I've seen a little bit of it, but yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to ask because my wife really got me into him. I never had really watched him, and we've watched some
West Side Story. Fucks.
It's fucks. Dude.
I only like Grease too.
What about Rent?
Actually, I like Crybaby too. Crybaby and Grease too.
We watched a really funny one. If you're into movies, it's called Theater Camp, and it's just like a funny ass movie about just kids at a theater camp. And Libby, my wife, is pretty big into all that stuff, so she said it was pretty spot on. So if you want to watch a funny movie,
I love the theater. I love the theater, man. I just how actors give themselves to the stage. Treading the pines, as they like to call it. I mean, I was a huge theater fan. I actually did theater when I was in school, and I've just always been a fan of a live audience in front of you. A live audience never intimidated me. It brought out the best in me.
Yeah, opera would be fun. That's one that I'd like to go to. And another good one, fan of the opera. Fucking what's his name? Big old dude from 300. Gerard Butler.
Oh yeah,
he's the main dude in that. He's got fucking beautiful voice. Patrick Stewart, I think, is the other guy.
I wouldn't watch a musical. I don't think, or like it's like a theater or anything. But if I can watch it live, I will.
I was shocked because Gerard Butler's this big tough guy, and he kicked ass.
So Jeff, you're pretty cultured. Do you like black box theater? You ever been to a black box theater?
Remind me.
So like where they act it out and then they change scenes in the dark and then they come back out, it's a whole new scene, but the story
Believe
goes
it or
on.
not, I am not familiar with black box
What the
theater.
fuck,
no.
dude? See, Glacier's special, bro, because that
Hey,
shit.
I told
They don't
you,
have
don't
automotive, but they got black box theater in that motherfucker. I'll tell you what.
So
Yeah,
Jeff,
you
you
can't
can't
premise on the
card it
theater.
in.
I like that idea. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna
Yeah,
look
black
that up.
dude. If you have a black box theater by you, go to a show. It's fucking bad.
So they could switch to a whole nother movie. Is what
No,
you're
they
saying?
just switch like
The
scenes.
scene.
It's like
any scene.
yeah,
Yeah, they're swapping
it's like
quick,
a-
but
it's
it's a
like
whole
a-
different set.
it's like a play set, but they set it up every like 20 minutes. It's
Jeff,
dope.
you're living the fighter fan's dream.
Oh,
not only are you front and center announcing the fights, but you get to watch every fucking major event and you get to see all the fights firsthand. Up and close as not only a spectator but as a man that's involved. Do you have any particular moments where you're just fucking mind blown, like you can't believe you're sitting there watching this shit go down?
All the time, even after all these years, because you have to look at the overall what people do for their respected livings and how many people out there that hate their jobs, but they go to them anyway because they have responsibilities. They have to do this, they have to do that, they have kids, they have a wife, they have family to take care of and such, you know. So not everybody's happy with their jobs. But when I get an opportunity, I start fights, I don't finish them. I get the best seat in the house. I get the third best seat. The second best seat is the referee. The second best seat for a fight is the referee. I always feel
Fair
that
point.
I have the third best seat. I'm right up close. And one of my favorite things in this world is when I have a close decision in my hands. And the only people
Oh
who
my
know
gosh.
about it is the athletic commission and me.
That's awesome. That's a special moment every time.
That
basically.
is a special moment.
Yeah.
So, like, can you recall anything in particular? Like, I got one for you. How about Salt Lake HD versus Kai? When you were
Yo, you
standing,
built the anticipation there good.
You did, dude.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was delighted, and it takes nothing away from Howard Davis.
Yeah.
I was the reason why I was delighted. The reason why I was delighted is because Kai basically created a blueprint for any BKFC fighters moving forward on how to deal with size difference.
Oh,
Weight
yes.
difference. He absolutely saw a plan previous to stepping into the ring, previous even before he even stepped on the scale for the media weigh-ins, previous before he even stepped on the scales for the actual weigh-ins. He had a plan, and he saw it through to perfection. He absolutely saw it. He absolutely saw it through to perfection. And everybody, most people, well, I'm not going to say everybody, but the majority did not have him winning that fight.
Oh,
The
yeah. He
majority
was a heavy,
saw the
heavy
boxing
underdog.
skills, the
He made a lot of
size,
people
and the
money, though.
reach
I bet on
of Howard Davis. And not only that, the toughness. They didn't give Kai credit on his superior wrestling background, the fact that Kai is a natural athlete. And don't you think that Kai thought this through, knowing that he was going to step in there with Howard Davis? Not the opponent that he has wanted. We all know that win is the end result. That's the one that he wants more than anything. And I
Oh,
don't blame him.
yes.
It's a good fight. But I was so pleased when I saw that. I mean, I would have been pleased if Howard Davis had picked up the win, but I was pleased because I saw a fighter play his
Oh, you
part.
played it so well, too, man. The crowd was, we were holding our fucking breaths, man.
No, it was good. Even though I looked at the live scores and it wasn't close, I was still nervous because of the way you were building it.
Yeah.
It's like, holy fuck.
I recall it perfectly. Yeah, dude. Because I was like, dude, like we kind of felt it.
Oh, I was feeling it.
Like,
all right.
yeah, we felt it.
I
in
promise
there,
you, I
man.
felt the energy.
And by the time you built it up, bro, like we were already eclipsed, man. We were fucking there.
That's what
and
I
you
want.
let it go.
When I try not to be,
I want you on the edge of your fucking seat. The way that I look at it, if I actually have somebody literally not only on the edge of their seat, but one person in that arena actually falls over, I've done my job well.
Job executed, man.
when I try not to have fangirl, if you will, too much, or when you come around, but dude, I just love like the whole thing. Like I told you in Salt Lake, the energy you bring, you're super fucking nice guys, super well diverse.
Cultured, yeah.
Cultured as we're finding out now. And I mean, it's not like I didn't think you were before, but You're just a great dude. You're like the full package. You know what I mean? The suit, the tie, the voice. I mean, the energy that you bring to the crowd. Everything about it is so fun. And I love talking to you, man. It's obviously these fighters and shit are cool, but like I said, between you and Brian Sosha, you are the two people that kind of really help
set the
tone, amp it up. You know what I mean?
I am thrilled how Brian Sosha has grown with BKFC. I really am.
Me too.
Brian was very timid at the beginning because Brian didn't know a whole lot about combat sports because Brian was a former professional wrestler. And
what?
That was,
Yeah,
he was a flyer in wrestling, dude.
He was a professional wrestler.
You didn't know that?
Yeah,
I love him even more now. Sick as fuck, right?
You too, like you and Social, like some of my favorite people in BKFC. Anyway, sorry.
But he
I love Brian
at the beginning because of the fact that he didn't know. But as he started adding his own blend, his own brand, he started doing things his way. He started becoming just an amazing hype man. And it's not something that I would want to do myself because I don't believe ring announcers should be hype men. I believe ring announcers are all about controlling the moment and getting the crowd amped up with the right words.
And in those rare times,
right time, you get everybody amped up. A hype man is designed to go out there and literally be an energy drink, a walking, talking energy drink.
Levi does impressions. Levi, give us a Brian Sosha impression.
The Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. That's pretty bad, but I got that one from Ryan. You get the way you gotta roll the words. Fuck, I lost it. I was saying something. Oh, the rare times where you need to stall. Sosha's good at keeping that shit going too.
Hell yeah, he is. He's the man.
You know, like when something kind of goes wicked, say Knucklemania 3, where we had that 20-minute down part with this whole Cito thing going on.
We got some exciting news, actually.
Yeah.
We're coming to that point where we're gonna have to wrap the show up. We could talk with you all day. You are the man. We'd love to have you back on midway through the season or whatever.
I just got 2 questions before he gets out of here, though.
Absolutely. I just want to make some announcements real quick.
All right, so we're announcing some shit. Let's go.
We got some very special announcements.
Zoom in, motherfucker. Come on.
As of today,
right now,
officially,
you heard it.
Inked, signed,
paper deal.
The boys from the bust are ready to bring you guys bucked up energy. Yeah! Shout out to Ryan Gardner and Bucked Up, man. The boys in the bus are ready to get bucked up and ready to bring you the energy, if you feel me.
So if you want to shop for a case of fucking drink, go to buckedup.com and use our code weekly at checkout.
Yo, and Peep Levi, he's doing an 8-week boot camp, so maybe we can do a little bit of updating with that as it goes along, and I'm doing a little bit of fitness stuff.
So. Yeah, fuck myself. I got my toenail took off, so I'll be back tomorrow.
R.I.P. to the toe.
And I want to say a special thank you to our now agent, the man, the myth, the legend out of Denver, Colorado, Taylor Radway out of Best Sports and Talent. He inked us in that deal, got the job done. We are now a talented agent people.
That sounded really talented.
We're talented agents.
We are taken care of by a man that is talented in agencies.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. I'm sorry, I said.
No, I actually like the way you said it. We are a talented agent people.
Yep.
That's who we are. So we're represented for the first time because we are fucking hard to represent ourselves sometimes, and the man took on the job. So let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Taylor.
Also, I want to shout out Dustin Young, Realtor Service. If you guys are in the market for getting some Montana property, of course it's really hard to get because it's so dang beautiful here. You better hit up Dustin Young because they have the best properties for the best prices, and they are now sponsoring the boys from the bus.
I'm already square.
Let's go, Dustin Young. Thank you guys for jumping on board.
Hell yeah,
because I'm already square.
He's a house.
Plugzilla over there.
Yeah, he's got a little house building up.
Plugzilla. I'll show them what that means.
Hell yeah.
And then we got 2 more questions for Jeff here. And just so happened to be he's a movie buff. So here we go. 1. because you're so well cultured and been everywhere, what's the most random event you sporadically ended up at? Rather you were working or just happened to go there?
Random sporadic event.
Yep.
I ended up having to go to. Wow, that's that's a loaded question. Probably sporadic because I wasn't expecting to do it. I was working with a Russian MMA organization called ACA, very, very popular. They're based out of the Chechen Republic in Grozny. It's a closed society. I was always under the impression that they always had their token Russian announcer available there because of the fact that it's a closed society. Very randomly, one day they decided for me to come down there, and they said, not only are you going to be doing a show, but you're going to be doing a show for the head of state, Ramzan Kadyrov, the president of the Chechen Republic.
Damn.
So
nuts.
I was just like, whoa, that's
crazy.
That's pretty deep. Just to give you an idea, I remember when I was in the middle of announcing a fight, they told me that when he gets there, doesn't matter if there's a fight going on, doesn't matter if there's you're in the middle of an announcement, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing right then and there. So I was just about to announce, and then all of a sudden, across the top of the arena lineup, all this from point to point, all these black ops snipers pointed at me, and I'm like, ooh,
holy crap!
No pressure whatsoever, no pressure at all. And the president goes to his VIP seating and such, and I figure, he's I know for a fact way ahead of time that he's a fight fan, but I figure he's going to keep his resolve. Because he's the head of state. He's the biggest fight fan I ever saw. He's standing up, throwing punches, yelling at the fighters, man. He's like Dana White, man. I'm like, he's just going crazy over that. And that was probably, in my opinion, one of the most random events that I've been asked to do because it was just so last minute, and it was also in an area that I thought that I would never be asked to do a show.
That's awesome, man. And Levi, you got your last question, buddy.
And what is your worst movie all time?
Worst movie ending, isn't it?
Oh, worst movie ending. Yeah, what's your
worst movie or just
worst movie ending? You're right. You got it.
No, or movie, whatever.
No, both. How about
I'd
that?
rather go with worst movie if I could. Okay. Worst movie ending that could take a while.
Yeah,
that could certainly take a while. The worst movie I think that I've ever seen was Glenn or Glenda.
That sounds terrible.
Glenn or Glenda was an Ed Wood movie. It was actually Ed Wood's first movie. Ed Wood was a director of horrible B movies back in the 50s.
He's just known and produced.
They did a movie about him, Ed Wood, with Johnny Depp, where he portrayed Ed Wood, and he used Bela Lugosi in a lot of his movies. He did that terrible movie, you may have heard of it, Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Planet 9?
It's an old movie, considered actually one of the worst ever. But it developed a cult following after a while. Glenn or Glenda was supposed to have been a transsexual movie originally. It was supposed to feature somebody after a transsexual surgery. But what happened was when Ed Wood got a hold of the script, he rewrote it for
Glenn or Glenda.
He rewrote it for a what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word that I'm looking for when you dress up in women's clothes?
Drag.
Cross-dresser.
Cross-dressing. Transvestite.
Yeah.
So he did it from the transvestite, but nobody liked it because it wasn't controversial enough. I mean, everybody was expecting the script to be this way, and he ends up making a movie pretty much all about himself and being a transvestite, at home and everything, and everybody hated it. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. Absolutely terrible.
Awesome.
I'm gonna have to go watch it now.
Levi, before we let you go, Jeff, we got to drop with the rest of our sponsors real quick. So Levi, why don't you lead us in, baby?
The Halftime Sports Bar, the best sports bar in town. You want to watch an event, you get down there. You want to eat a taco, you also get down there. You want to you do some other shit, guess what? You want to gamble, get fucking down there. Halftime Sports Bar, baby. Northwest Center, over by the northwest side of town, whatever. Kyle Hudson, trash removal. If you need something taken out, my boy Kyle will take it out, okay? And then if you need it removed, call Kyle because he's got the 2 men to get it done. If you need to help him, Don't ask. No, I'm just kidding.
Hudson,
Kyle
trash
Hudson,
removal.
Hudson Trash Removal. 20 past 4, your one-stop vape and head shop. 5 locations, 2 Great Falls, 1 Helena, 1 Billings, and 1 in Prescott, Arizona currently. You know where to go. Get your water pipes and all types of accessories. Stop on down. You need a vape? You know where to go, baby.
Beards Constant. Just shout out for those guys. Shout out to Unger Sales.
Shout out to our Aunt Jamie St. Mark's.
And exclusive shout out to the new guys that jumped on board, Bucked Up Energy, and also a shout out and a major shout out for the ones that are local for Dustin Young Realtor Service.
Yeah. So if you need it, they got it. You need a house, go get it.
Jeff, you've been a great guest, man. I wish I had more time with you tonight. You're going to be on the show again, assumingly, right?
Of course, but before you guys bid me adieu, I definitely want to go ahead and throw something out there that just recently happened that I'm very excited about. I will be heading to Abu Dhabi on Tuesday. I am going to be working with a brand new promotion in Abu Dhabi. It's called ADXC. And it's a grappling and jiu-jitsu company that does that does live events, but they do grappling events with MMA style rules. They do it in a cage. They do 3-minute rounds, 5 3-minute round styles, 10-point must system, aggressive cage control. Rule set is actually put in for the matches themselves, and they have gi and no gi, which they like to call jiu-jitsu super fights and grappling super fights. And the main event is actually really cool. It features Chase Hooper and Aljamain Sterling.
What? Oh,
sick!
So
I seen him promoting some shit for that on his IG page. I think.
ADXC.
Yeah, I've been on Aljo's shit watching his.
Oh, okay.
I just closed the deal,
no
2 days
strikes,
ago.
what
I'm
it
gonna be
is,
heading
right?
to the Movie
Congratulations,
Arena
man.
Next week. Yep.
If you ever write a memoir, can I just come and smoke hella weed and listen to you tell your amazing stories?
Yeah, dude.
Hang out.
I just as long as you keep 6 feet distance, man. I'll be
Oh yeah. Yeah, all right. Perfect. Yeah. We'll have a special stick made for you. If I'm getting too close, you let me know.
Shout out to Native Grown, the best marijuana dispensary in Montana.
Just to put you in your place, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I'm if anyone needs to be put in this place, I love being constantly reminded.
Native Grown has the best marijuana in all of Montana.
Voted.
Make sure you check out the best dispensary when you guys are out there looking for your marijuana needs. Thank you.
Yes.
Jeff, you've been awesome. Thank you for coming on the Weekly Bust. I can't wait to one of us are a guest on Bones to Domes.
Or
make it happen, Captain.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it, man. Thank you for jumping on and opening season 2 of Fight World Live.
You're the bomb,
Fight World
dude.
Live. Shout out.
Thanks, Jeff. You're the bomb.
in the oven. The oven. Yep, yep, the oven. The oven. The oven. Yep, yep, the oven. The oven. The oven smells good. The oven. Yep, yep, the oven. The oven. The oven. Yep, yep, the oven. The oven. The oven. Keep it oven. Keep it cooking in the oven. The oven. Yep, yep, yep. The oven. The oven. The oven. Yep, yep, yep. The oven. The oven smells good. The oven. Yep, yep, yep. The oven. The oven. The oven. Yep, yep, yep. The oven. The oven. The oven. Keep it cooking.
Cancel all Pisces. Cancel them.
Cancel all
Yeah,
Pisces.
I don't fuck with Pisces either. Pisces is out. Pisces
And I don't even
is out.
like Capricorns, but I'm on
Whoa, whoa.
I don't. I dated this baby dick Capricorn from Arizona.
This
he lived in
baby
that
dick Capricorn.
baby dick. I felt like I was being fucked with a thumb. It was horrible.
Oh my God.
It was the worst sex in the world.
Baby
And he
dick?
really thought he was doing something. It was terrible.
And the worst part is he thought he was doing something.
Yeah, but I'm sapiosexual, so it's like he mentally stimulated me. So I was like, all right, I'll tolerate the baby dick. But it was the babiest of dicks. I've had sex with women with fatter pussies. It was the worst sex of my whole life. The worst. And he really thought he was doing something.
Really?
He tried his best. Absolutely not.
Well, you can't fault him for trying.
It was like throwing a pencil in a hallway.
Wow.
Terrible.
I like that, or a hot dog down.
Yeah,
we used to say
used
hot dog down a hallway.
Yeah, pencil.
So it's so funny. Hot dogs, right? Made in Brooklyn.
Yes.
Like originated in Brooklyn.
Okay.
I was watching The Wire. I brought this up to him the other day.
Uh-huh.
You ever see The Wire?
Yeah.
Bubbles calls hot dogs pimp steaks. I have not called a hot dog anything other than a pimp steak since.
That's it going forward. That's the
Oh
standard.
my God, that's the only term for hot dog
I
from
need you
here
to
on
go
out.
to Nathan's in Coney Island and say, let me get a pip stick.
Hey, I'm eating 90 pimp steaks. I'm
sure they've heard that. Someone's had to say that.
Absolutely. They hire hood boogers. They have never heard that in their lives.
We should go to that and hold a sign up for just say pimp steaks.
Pip sticks.
Let me get a bite of your pip stick.
You hold them. I don't know how that's going to work for me holding them. I might get a lot of propositions.
You might get some side eye.
I might get a little, you know what? Fuck it. It's 2024. Let's do it.
Definitely get the zipper of the hoodie.
I have to zip the hoodie right now?
What I'm saying, if we go there.
If I tie these shits in a bun, there's nothing I could, these shits are there. I can't put them anywhere.
So, can we have some fun?
You can talk about whatever you want, darling.
Yeah? You trust me?
No, but yes.
Do you have your phone in your pocket?
It's in my purse. Do you need it?
Can we take it out?
Are you gonna go through my?
No,
Oh,
I
sweetheart,
won't
you're
do
gonna
anything crazy. I
listen.
want nothing crazy. Nothing crazy.
Oh, sir.
It's just so once your phone's in my hand, I'll let you know. But just pull up Instagram. I'm actually a psychic.
Okay, go crazy.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go hit the explore page on Instagram. Can I have your phone?
Go.
So I was just talking to Franco about how you can really get to know someone just by looking at their explore page on Instagram.
Oh, I'm gonna shit on myself. Go crazy. Go crazy. I'm scared.
So let's see what we got here. Oh, you a bad bitch, not a sad bitch. That's the first one on there. I love it. I'm stealing that for my birthday present, by
I
the way.
really am a bad bitch, not a sad bitch. It should be like sneakers, stuff about sex. Ooh, sneakers.
It's all about attitude.
Yeah.
Fuck off, bad bitch, eat me.
Accurate.
Are you angry lately?
Because I'm not being eaten, clearly. If I was being eaten, then it'd be like, yeah. It'd be like rainbows and kittens.
Franco was just thinking the same thing, actually.
And then you're gonna probably see like random pictures of James Gandolfini, like just. I
Oh,
just,
you're a Sopranos fan?
Oh, I
Love
wanna
the
suck
Sopranos.
the ragu out of that man. Oh, sexiest fat bastard ever. Rest in peace, Poppy. I'm coming for you.
No, you know what was so weird for me? I watched the series for the first time in the same time that he passed. I was halfway through the series and he passed. I was like, whoa.
I was heartbroken in real life. Like everyone hit me up like, bitch.
Make sure you're all right.
Oh, I was emotionally destroyed. I was invested in that man.
I guess-
The episode where he fucks the one-legged Russian bitch. Oh,
What season is that?
I gotta be like three or four.
Might be 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah,
Season
Yeah.
3.
Honestly, that was kind of hot, I think.
It really was. He rocked. And then when he had the guma that worked at the car dealership, there was
Yeah.
one episode he
Oh,
bit
she
her
was a
bottom
psycho.
lip. She was, but psycho sex is the best.
Yeah,
it's like-
toxic sex.
Exactly.
That's traps you.
Fuck
Traps
the
you.
sanity out of them. God damn it. I'm telling you right now, I would have knocked the gabagoo. If James Gandolfini floated in here right now, angelic,
I won't blow up your spot. I don't know who that is.
Oh, some boy that wants to touch my no-no spot. Absolutely.
Oh man.
Absolutely not. It's never gonna happen.
So, Sam Carmona, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi.
Makeup artist. You know her from her big win on season 5 of The Circle on Netflix.
Little piece.
I was just saying it before. I mean, you are exactly how I imagined. You're just
you.
so much personality. I love it.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
They didn't have to get a bleep button for me.
I was telling Mario when we watched it. So Mario's not a reality TV guy.
Okay.
Me, on the other hand, I love reality television.
Okay.
So I was telling you this before too, but I started. My sister Allie was like, "You got to watch The Circle. You got to watch The Circle." I'm like, and she's the icon on The Circle when you come up on Netflix. So I was like, I'm going right to season 5. Fuck that. I figured it's a show you don't need to know 1, 2, 3, 4. And she came on and she was like, what would you say? Like when I love you, you're stuck with me like herpes?
Yes.
I was like, Mario is gonna love this girl.
I almost texted you that actually.
I swear to God, I was like, we have to get her on. We have everything like you said, you're exactly how we thought we were gonna be.
Yeah.
She's very genuine.
Really excited for this dinner.
And I never watched the show before being on it.
Which makes it even better.
Never. They found me through my TikTok.
That's
And
amazing.
they made me audition, and the rest is history. And I almost went to jail when I did my, oh wow, I never told this on any shows.
Here we go. So we got the first.
So remember the Capricorn?
Yeah.
Huh. He thought I was dumb. I had to run down on him, took a flight. You talk crazy to me at 10 p.m. By 8 a.m. I was in Atlanta.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it went crazy. So when my casting agent was interviewing me, she was like, let's see how this goes. I'm like, yeah, but if I end up in jail, just tell one of my cousins. They'll let me know. We'll follow up. Yeah, I was ready to rip. Oh.
What went down?
We had a routine where he would call me when he got home from work, and he tried to call me from his car with a shirt, a fucking Capricorn, with a shirt over him, pretending to be home in bed. Oh, you think I'm a fucking moron? All right. Flight, literally booked. Text my cousins, I'll be in Atlanta. She's like, you're lying. I said, check my location. She's like, bitch, I'm on my way. She gets to his apartment because I had a key. He wasn't there.
Oh my God.
She was like, did you check the garbage cans? I'm like, no. This is the funny part. Makeup wipes, I don't use that cheap shit. Not my brand. Setting spray, cheap shit, not my brand. And Magnum wrappers. That's like me trying to wear one of your socks. Terrible. He fucking tried it.
Yo, that's ridiculous.
Maybe that's what got me on the show. They felt bad for me.
Hey,
No,
listen,
it worked.
It worked.
I don't think anyone felt bad for you. I think you got yourself on that show. Are you kidding me?
I think so.
I watched all 5 seasons.
Okay.
And like some of them, the shows are great. The show is a great show, it really is. Some of them, some seasons are a little bit less memorable than the others, but I'm telling you, when you came on, we didn't even know you won. Really? We were like episode 4.
Episode 1, I knew right away. I was like, Sam's my favorite character, and unbiased. I went in there with like an open mind, and it was just like some of their intros. Like, don't get me wrong, Xanthi,
gorgeous.
She's hot.
No,
but I wanted to put a sock in her mouth. She's this annoying voice.
She's so in person. She's just like that. And I think I gravitated because she's Greek and loud.
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans were loud, so it's like I got a soft spot for her. She reminds me of one of my cousins. But she got a lot of heat. But I'm telling you, Xanthi's a bad bitch.
Yeah, no, I like Xanthi.
Suck a fart out of her ass if she let me.
That's another one of my lines. Why are we the same person?
We are one. We are one.
So before we get into the appetizers,
okay.
Just want to let you know, this is our mini oven.
Okay.
We usually do a question at the end of the episode.
Okay.
But what was happening was people were having such a good time with the questions at the end.
Okay.
That we started to implement them throughout the show.
So one per course?
It's empty right now because the questions are already in our notes.
Okay.
We're just gonna hit people at random going forward. So the reason why I bring this on the table now is because you're here for the funeral of the oven.
Okay.
You're here. This is the mini oven, not the oven podcast. The mini oven.
What are you gonna do with it?
We're putting it to bed.
Put it to bed.
Okay.
It's time.
We appreciate everyone's feedback. We know they really love the oven questions, and we really started to implement them into our mini ovens that we started doing when we got the ball rolling. And the feedback has been great, and we're just gonna implement these questions throughout the show, and you don't have to wait for it at the end anymore. So
Tito,
thank you guys.
Here, like, what did I do? No,
Well, she thought she was at the end of the podcast.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, am I the demise of the show? Like, what the fuck?
It's perfect. We're all in black. Yeah.
Tito, no.
We're all in
Stop. That's
black?
morbid.
No, it's good.
But does it work?
If you want to plug it in, yeah, it works. You want to take it home? No.
I'm kidding. So this we figure we bury the oven here. We bury the oven at one of our favorite restaurants in New York City, American Whiskey.
Okay.
And when a couple years down the road, when we have our own studio, this will be a nice little
Okay,
nice
little
backdrop.
token, a little moment. Okay. Okay.
A little blue mini oven.
Wow.
This is what we do.
You guys know how to treat a girl.
That's exactly why we're 32 and single.
You know what? I know why you're single, Capricorn. We'll get to his issues later.
I got a laundry list for him if you want.
Do you though?
Yeah.
I would love to hear that laundry list. I really would.
Sweetheart, I have souls on my dresser. Ladies, how you doing, baby?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Come on. Are you like consistently bisexual or?
I'm not bisexual, I'm sapiosexual, so I'm stimulated by mental connections. So once you get me here, everything else works.
I believe in that. I believe in that.
Yeah, because like you could be a freaking octopus, and I'll figure out a way to make it work. Like, yeah, let's use those tentacles.
Oh wow. So
some real freaky zeeky weird shit going on over here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of.
I've heard of it. I never sticks in my head exactly what.
No. Honestly, it's just like you're more in tune with like mental connections and not intellect. 'Cause I've dated some dumb bastards, but they made me laugh, so it just worked out. But girls are easier to pull than guys. Guys are dumb. Guys are dumb.
Really?
Guys are dumb. It's a lot easier. My grandmother told me, you keep a man happy, you keep his belly full, his balls empty, and his house clean.
Wow. Where can I find me a woman like that?
Go date my grandmother. She'll be 77 on Tuesday. Go crazy.
Wow. So what'd you guys get here? I got the cheese curds. This is the tater tot poutine.
I went with the
And you got
pretzel
the pretzel bites. Everything's good. You want to try some cheese curds?
Yeah, try some of these. No, just regular pretzel.
It's a regular pretzel.
Yep, beer cheese, honey mustard.
Honey mustard will go for.
So I'll let everyone know right now. I got the Strike Me Dead. It's an old fashioned with pecan bitters and vanilla peppercorn syrup.
Okay.
It is fantastic.
But what is the name of it?
It's Strike Me Dead.
And that's what you.
That's what I ordered.
Let me get some of that.
You saw Strike Me Dead, and you said, "Yep, that's for me."
He told me what it was, and then he told me the name.
Easily influenced.
Oh, yeah. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like old-fashioned.
That's good. That's good. I stuck to my roots. I started off the meal with nice espresso martini. No beans. No beans.
You're a big no bean guy.
I'm a big no bean guy. There's no beans in here.
So they put beans in them.
No, usually there's like 2 or 3 beans.
So, yeah, sometimes they drop like 2 or 3 up top.
You wouldn't eat it? Like chew it up?
No, I've never
Why
eaten them.
not?
I ate it the first time. I didn't really like the way it sat in my teeth weird. I was like, I'm done with that. So now it's just for show. But there's no beans in this one.
You're a man of class, elegance,
Elegance.
grace.
This is
That's
next.
Franco. That's exactly what I
I'm
think
a
of when I think of
JMO
Franco.
girl. Jameson, ginger ale, JMO neat, JMO and tap water. I just like JMO. All right, let's see how this is hitting.
Yeah. So all 3 of these are on the new menu. American Whiskey just dropped a new menu.
Yeah.
Whenever
This
you
is
guys are in
bomb.
the area, we're right next to MSG, right next to Penn Station. This is 30th Street right over here. So anytime you're going to a game, a show, come here before or after.
I got Nick tickets. I'm coming here before the game.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. This is infused.
Yeah, very, very light.
Okay.
Very, very light.
Okay, listen. If I end up in the alleyway with a thumb in my ass, I'm holding you guys responsible.
That's his fault.
Okay.
No, I don't even know what to say to that. I got no words.
I don't want you guys to see me like shoveling it. Somebody better make me look like I'm eating like a lady and I'm not just here.
Wait till you see how I hold my fork and knife.
Really?
My spoon. If I get a spoon, I hold like.
No, just put your pinky up. That just puts a little class on everything. There you go.
It makes
Boom.
it so
Honestly, no, she's right. You look a lot better like
Look
that.
at the pinky up. Wow.
Wow,
so-
just the pinky fixes the whole elbow and left field thing.
I don't know why your elbow is so elevated. That's concerning.
Yeah, he's like eating soup. He's like
this. I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna judge you, but a little judgy.
A little judgy. That's okay.
A little piece of judgy.
Speaking of fingers and assholes, though,
Okay. Wow.
Brett and Xanthi.
Never.
They never did?
Never.
No.
They're literally like siblings. They never did.
Really?
They kind of remind
Everyone
me like.
thought-
I just assumed they'd be clapping all day.
Let me tell you, they did it.
They're in the same room and they were out in the first episode.
You're under 24 hours. There's cameras literally in the bathroom. There's no way to freak off. My grandmother told me, don't, well, I gotta do it in her accent. Don't touch your pussy because they can see you. You're under 24-hour surveillance. There is no way. When you go to the restroom, you have to tell them, like, flip the camera up so they don't record you doing your do.
But what happens, so would they have gotten in trouble if they would have for the camera?
I'm almost sure they would have. They run a tight ship over there.
I don't know. For the podcast, man, I would have risked it. I could be the next Kim K.
No, because you gotta understand. Like, I feel like the Circle is like the Kids Bop show of all the Netflix shows.
No, she's right.
We're not as messy as like the Love Is Blind, the Too Hot to Handle, Love Island, and all the other ones. Like,
I feel
no,
you on that.
like we're supposed to be the good kids. So I doubt they would even.
Okay.
And then you have to think too, like with the power of editing, there's so many conversations that never make the air.
Oh yeah.
They chip and chop the conversations. You see like 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm talking to this person for like an hour.
Yeah.
So it's I doubt it.
Yeah.
No, I know Xanthi very well.
Even after the fact? No.
Nah, they never did. When we went to the finale party in LA, like he came with his girlfriend. Xanthi was there just letting men eat out of her palm. Like they don't.
Can I come the next time?
You could pull up.
I would eat out of her ass.
Yo, Xanthi's a bad. Xanthi, you a bad motherfucker. Love her. And
No,
she's
she was
like
great.
this fucking tiny. Love her down.
I mean, jokes on them, because I was cracking up when I thought about it. They lost twice.
I thought Jennifer was a real person. I genuinely feel like Xanthi couldn't play Jennifer alone, and neither could Brett.
No, they played that perfect. They really did.
I literally thought that I was beefing with the fucking 50, 60-year-old fucking dog walking bitch thing. I wanted to fight in real life.
Well, you called her out on being the
hacker.
Yeah, the hacker.
I'm a New Yorker.
I was like, once you said that, I'm like, she wins. Like,
yeah, I was like, yo, she's lying. You don't know how many she's lying. Yes, she's a fucking liar. Production had to, I don't think I ever spoke about this either. Production had to come to my apartment to calm me down. Like, I wanted to fight. I was pacing in my kitchen. Like, I wanted to fight. I was like, yo, what's her apartment? What's her apartment? So, behind the scenes stuff, production never referred to us by name. So, never like, oh, Sam. They always referred to us by our apartment number. So, I was 8B. So, like, we need assistance in 8B. So the production came up, they were like, Sam, I took off my mic. I'm like, yo, tell me her apartment. I thought she had a dog. I'm like, I'm gonna kick her fucking dog. Like, I was so mad. I had the most private chats with Jennifer. Like, I was the closest. I had more chats with her than Raven, than Chaz. So to know that I was betrayed, I wanted to get it shaken. Like, my Brooklyn was pumping out of my chest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, tell me you're from Brooklyn without telling me you're from
Brooklyn. I wanted
Brooklyn.
to fucking beat. Xanthi was scared to meet me. She was like, I thought you were gonna punch me in the face. I was like, no. Like, once I saw them, like, once they walked through the door, that shit went out the window. I love Xanthi down.
So, this is the one thing I gotta talk to you about. Like, you really can't hear each other in those rooms?
At all. Completely soundproof.
Because I'm telling you, no joke, like, I'd be watching it, like, in my upstairs, like in the bedroom upstairs, and I would have to, like, turn it down sometimes, like, because I'm, like, my neighbor's probably like, yo, is he having a party on a fucking Wednesday night?
The apartments are completely soundproof. Like, you can't hear anything at all. And mind you, I'm a loud bastard. Now seeing Xanthi. Who else was a loud heifer? Tamara. Chaz is loud.
Chaz was just like, oh. I'm
Chaz
like,
was loud. Like, you can't hear anything. And it's coming from New York, and you have, like, I like to call it New York white noise, sirens, and these random people. Right. It's silence. There is no, even the alert is silent. Like, there's no sounds in your apartment.
Oh, wow.
There's no, the alert is, there's no sound to it at all. Like, it'll startle you. Like, if you're reading a book, you see some shit flying at you, like, you're like, oh, shit. But
you don't hear the noise?
There's no sound.
Because I was going to say, if I'm in that room by myself, all for like a month, right?
Yeah, no.
That would drive me nuts.
Yeah, a month in the game, 2 months in total, yeah.
You were in there for a month and your grandma was telling you not to touch your pussy?
Yeah. And mind you, I'm a bean flicker. Like, it was rough. As soon as I got home, I was like, yeah, like candles. Hey Siri, play some R&B. Let's do this. I had to really like tend to myself.
As soon as she got home, it was a Tiesto concert.
Exactly. I had to go wax. I had a firm burger. I had to handle it first. It was good though. It was good.
So what are some of the other rules on that?
In the game?
Yes, so like all the viewers get like, you know, I have so many different questions. Like, you know,
can't leave the apartment.
You probably can't go on the balcony either, right?
The balcony the door doesn't even open.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, the door doesn't even open. No, you can't go outside at all.
Yeah,
I think I would have a panic attack.
No, you can't. It's like fancy jail.
Yeah, it literally is fancy jail. Like, can you go outside whenever you want?
No.
Like, can you like schedule? Hey, I need to get the fuck out of this apartment.
So you can talk to the VOGs. The voice of God is the production. Okay. You can say, hey, I want some fresh air, and they'll say, okay, we can take you upstairs to that like rooftop garden thing. They'll take you to the yoga room. I didn't go there. They'll take you to the gym. I didn't go there. Fuck that. They would put headphones on you. And they were like, we're taking 8B up. Security has to clear the hallways first before they take you up. Like, I'm telling you, Secret Service, fancy jail.
Wow.
Yeah, so if I wasn't filming, like if other people were doing their scenes, I could go and sit on the roof. But it was like muggy. The UK is a muggy place. A rainy, humid, muggy place.
I also didn't realize that there's a UK version of it too as well, right? So do they come here?
No, no. Studio Lambert has money. The building with the giant circle on it, has an identical twin directly across.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we have our filming rooms, and then across the street is like production, people who actually
Wow.
live there that have to sign NDAs.
I was gonna ask because you guys have the camera that goes right through like your windows.
They can see us.
Like I'm like they have to be right next door.
Yeah, right directly across, like identical buildings.
Wow.
They got money.
And
Y'all want another exclusive?
yeah. Oh yeah.
My apartment wasn't supposed to be my apartment. It was supposed to be Raven's, and Raven's apartment was supposed to be mine.
Because you had the blue apartment.
She's a Pisces, and my apartment was blue with a bunch of fish.
Yeah.
I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. If you ever look back at the episode, there's like a huge city portrait at her front door. Like I was like, and it's red. Red's my favorite color. I'm like,
how'd that happen? Why?
they had to do a test run for her and her interpreters, and instead of putting her in a random apartment, they put her in what would have potentially been her apartment. So
Okay.
it took away the shock factor. And my dumb ass walks in like, oh, they must know I'm Crip. Like, I'm a dumbass. I'm a fucking moron. I'm not Crip. No gang affiliation. I'm a manager. No gang signs. Only peace.
You really didn't think you were gonna win?
Absolutely not. If you look at that last episode, my head is down and I'm talking. I am congratulating Chaz.
You know Chaz winning.
I was like, Gubby, I'm so fucking proud of you, bitch. You better buy me sneakers. I love you, I love you, I love you. He had to tap my leg to tell me that Michelle said my name. Like,
No way.
I literally was rooting for my husband. I was happy. I didn't give
Wow.
a, like, they didn't have to give me $1. My husband won. Go ahead, baby, go off. Like, I love you. Go crazy. I'm not a hater. And he was like, bitch. I'm like, bitch. And then I fell so hard to the floor, I had rug burn on my knees. Like, literally, I couldn't believe it. I was a fucking crying mess.
No, I'm sure it's the first time you had rug burn.
I can't even back this up after talking about rug burn. I was just saying, it was beautiful to see, like after you won, like you talking to your mom and your grandma.
The Hallmark Channel to Pornhub. This is just that quick.
This is the dynamic. That's the dynamic.
And you know what? It always has been.
It's a mess.
No, I'm telling you, like, I was just waiting for like that day, and I'm like, I can't wait, like, because it really was beautiful, like when you won, because you almost had, it felt like you had no idea where you even were,
I had no clue. I was just happy to be there.
and then they bring the iPad.
No, that felt so authentic.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
I was like so happy to be there. I'm like, I'm going to the final 5. Like, what? It's crazy because in the last episode where they were like, you're in the final 5, they don't tell you who's coming to your apartment if they're coming. Like, you don't know.
Oh, when you guys went to that room,
That last
right?
episode, yeah. So I'm just like, and I was the first person to go in.
Which is awesome.
And they don't tell you that no one's in there. They go, we can't tell you if somebody's in there. We can't tell you if you're the first one. So you have no idea what you're walking into. They edit it out, but I'm sitting here with the butter knife, like, all right, whoever fucking walks in, because I'm a New Yorker, like I'm naturally defensive. And then it was Chaz, and I was just I didn't give a fuck about Jennifer. No offense, I didn't give a fuck about Tamara. I just needed Chaz and Raven to be real, and they were real, so I was happy.
It is such a crazy, like I had no idea what to expect when like Ali was like, you gotta watch Circle.
Yeah.
And when I started, I'm like, they can just come in as a catfish. Like, for me, I guess it's part of the show, but like,
Would you play yourself?
I would, yes.
Would you play yourself? You would play
100%.
yourself?
I'm a really bad liar.
I can believe that. You're a Capricorn.
Yeah, so like it actually like it almost feels sometimes like it's impossible for me to lie. Like I'm like so I would never be able to be a catfish.
And you?
I wouldn't be able to be a catfish. I think I could lie my way through it a little bit if I had to, for the $1 million, for the $100,000. But I don't think I would want to play like an authentic game. You know?
I just wanted to be authentic. I didn't care if I won or not. I really didn't. They tried to pack me up day 1. That shit pissed me off. But after that, I was good.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you about that. So you placed 8th, right? Day 1.
Those bastards.
I was like, no way.
Yo, I felt like I got kicked in the twat.
You were visibly upset, and my thought was, okay, your mindset in a situation like that. Let's go away from the circle, right? Let's go to your coworker, your teammate, your friend or a family member. When you know that you're the one that everyone kind of wanted gone, how do you come back from that and win them over?
It's a huge blow to the ego, especially when like people meet me and they're like, oh my God, you're so cool. You're so laid back. You're so chill. So I'm like, you bastards don't fucking know me. And you want to send me home? I hope all of your pet fish die. Like, I don't know. I didn't want to wish harm on them, but something that would really inconvenience them. And it's like, I never had to brown nose a day in my life. I never had to kiss anybody's ass. Like, if you like me, you don't fuck with me, all right? I don't got to talk to you.
That's how it should be.
So, but the fact that I'm in a competition where I have to have these people like me, I'm like, fucking bastards. It was a adjustment to my ego. And it definitely humbled me a lot.
For sure.
It definitely humbled me
Especially
a
the
lot.
beginning.
Yeah, because it's like, I can't joke my way out of this shit.
It was a reality check right off the bat.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, bitch. And then like it's hard to climb from the bottom. It's not easy. Like everybody's like, oh no, when you're at the bottom, there's only one way to go up. No, bitch. Like I had a lot to do.
Yep, for sure.
And I'm telling you, a lot of people saw through it. Like if you look at the comment, the show, The comments are, oh, Sam's brown knows it. Yes, bitch. Don't make it obvious. Shut the fuck up. Just let me do what I do.
That's part of the game. That's part of the game.
Yeah, listen, it works for me.
Not for no. Sometimes, like, you know, coming from New York, like they hear New York City, they hear Long Island, immediately you get casted like in a different light. You know, for me, like, you know, I played baseball my whole life, and I used to play on so many different teams. I never had a problem making friends with the guys on the team. I go to the Cape Cod League. He knows the story, and I'm a junior going to my senior year, summer. So I'm playing with 27 random kids from all different colleges, and my coach names me the captain. I've never done that.
Okay.
Rest in peace, Jim Altobelli. He was actually in the helicopter with Kobe.
Okay. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
yeah, it was my coach.
Ah.
Got right. He was the man. Him and his daughter. He was such a good guy. Great family.
Okay, that.
But yeah, drink to that. We can drink to that.
I think I still got some old fashioned here.
Sheesh.
But he names me captain. He's like, no, first day of practice, like whoever's here. Some guys are still playing the College World Series. He's like, I want you guys. He's like, I hate like breaking the ice. He's like, I want you guys to stand up, say your name, where you're from, what position you play, and an interesting fact about yourself. Calls on me first. So I'm like, Franco Van Der, a starting pitcher from Long Island, New York. I go to Stony Brook, and I'm a virgin. I only wanted just to break the ice for these guys because everyone hates like the interesting fact. I got fucking crickets. I'm like looking around, like, all right, fucking, who's next?
Were you an actual virgin?
No,
You said
no.
Like, I needed to know.
I knew that's all she cared about in that moment. I knew.
I'm like, cause whoa.
She was like, wait, are you still a virgin?
But you were everyone else in that, like, on that team sitting on the bleacher. I'm like, oh my god! It's like no one wanted to throw with me, like
bad joke.
So bad. But
And he was from New York.
And I was from
I
New York.
think it's because when I hear virgin, I just think aggressive masturbator. So maybe they just didn't want to like, because they just thought you were like a fucking serial jerker.
Well, for me, like I was playing with some kids that were.
Shut up. Shut up.
I was playing with some kids that were probably virgins. Like they're from down south. They're very Christian, very Catholic.
Okay.
Me, like I don't.
So did you like leak your own sex tape to like kill that rumor?
So I didn't get invited fishing that day. We come back the next morning for practice.
They didn't invite fishing. Continue.
No, we come back next morning for practice, and one of my buddies, my best friend on the team, this kid Evan Rudder from Rice, he's like, we're in left field shagging fly balls. He's like, hey, you really a virgin? I'm like, bro. I was just trying to break the ice for all you guys, man. I'm like, no. I'm the oldest kid on this team. Like, best friends after that. We went out that night. I wound up flipping a canoe. I'm not a big water guy, and I fucking lost my shit. But like, we were best friends after that. Okay. But I went home, and I lived with this host mom. My host mom, Sue, 90 years old. Just me and her in like a wood cabin in the woods. It was crazy.
Don't tell me you slept with Sue.
No, hell no.
Jesus
hell
Christ.
no.
Listen, don't worry about it. One time at the Jersey Shore, he slept with a 90-year-old, so we're all right.
No, I didn't. All right, let's talk about this food a little bit, huh? This is actually my first time having the braised short rib sandwich here.
Okay, we get jiggy with
I
some
took one
ribs.
bite. I took one quick bite. I had to try it.
How is it?
It's fantastic.
Okay,
It
it looks
really-
cute.
It's really, really good.
And what do you have?
I got the chicken BLT. I'll take a bite right now. You want me to?
Yeah, I would like that.
You ever see Big Daddy?
Yes, I love Big Daddy.
Whatever you do, stay away from the BLT.
That's a good BLT.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sam, you went with the lamb
I'm a
chop
savage.
lollipops,
What do I
right?
do? Just pick it up and eat like a
Yeah,
caveman?
come on.
That's it.
All right, I mean,
You could cut it with the knife if you want.
never. Oh, that is pleasant.
Yeah, good stuff.
What is this gravy? What is this?
Yeah, what is the sauce? I'm not too sure what the sauce is,
Let me
but
take a
it's
look real quick.
I've had their lamb lollipops before. Very good.
This is busting.
It's a Dijon Saba glaze.
You want a piece? I'm gonna save you some, Jay. No, sis.
Are you guys not eating over there?
They ate before they got here without me. Childish.
Wow.
Childish.
Selfish.
Calling ACS. What kind of parents are you?
I went with a second. What is this, Mario?
Espresso martini.
Espresso martini. Thank you.
Wow.
Saving that.
Oh, it's on my face?
Oh, by the way.
Literally on your face.
By the way, this is Mario is having the wettest dry January I've ever seen in my life.
Please elaborate.
No, like in more ways than one.
Hell
I
yeah.
hope. But it was like on our last mini, he's like, "I'm doing a dry January." I'm like, "How are you gonna do that? You just started like Martini Mondays."
I started doing martini reviews.
I went completely left with the dry part. We're talking about beverages.
Yeah, we're talking about dry.
Okay, now I'm here.
I would keel over if it was working.
I literally was like, okay, dry but wet. Wait, how is that even?
Didn't you give a porn for one Easter? What is it when you do
Lent?
the thing? Lent? Yeah.
I gave up porn one time, yeah.
For Lent?
There was one summer where I only watched porn like twice.
Was you like in like some extra curriculum? Like you were like collecting stamps? Like what were you doing with
I
your
got
free
a lot of
time?
blowjobs that summer.
You know what?
A lot of blowjobs.
Jelly. Jelly. You know what? I'm proud of you. That was a good summer.
Did you take a sip of that yet?
Oh,
I might have.
I copy and paste the espresso martini.
That's it.
Salud, salud, salud.
Chendan.
Wait, what are you guys saying?
Chendan.
What's that?
What is it? What is it, Frank? So it's Italian.
Close.
It's Italian for cheers.
Oh, well, so Chendan?
Yeah, Chendan.
It's like cheers to 100 years.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. All right, okay.
I knew. I just let you go with that.
You know what? Did he make that up? Don't have me.
No.
Don't make me embarrass myself. Because I'm like Chendan.
It's like 100 years. 100 years.
Okay.
Chendan.
All right, let's see. Let me see. I hope you didn't steer me wrong.
Hey, but before we get to the other, I want to just wrap up the circle real quick. How do you like that?
This is good.
Yeah.
Because I'm a coffee drinker.
What kind of coffee you like?
Coffee. Bustelo. I'm a true Puerto Rican.
Oh, Cafe Bustelo?
Yeah, the little yellow tin with the red letters. Ooh, I commit sins for that shit. Yeah.
It's like, he always makes fun of me for like, he says I don't like coffee. I just like milk with a little bit of coffee.
Oh, you one of those?
I don't have an addictive personality, but if you can get me an iced caramel macchiato from the French workshop.
That's it, top tier. That's espresso. That's like the strongest.
Yeah, it's espresso with like steamed milk.
Yeah.
I get the medium now. I've been getting the largest, and I'm like,
Are you a pumpkin spice guy?
no.
He's
No,
better.
no,
He
no.
better. He could pass for one.
No,
You know
no,
what? You give me pumpkin vibes.
What?
Like when you're alone, you're like a little
That
pumpkin.
actually really upsets me because I can't stand people who do the pumpkin spice. Like I've never. So I think it's like more like when people do stuff like against with the norm.
Yes.
Pumpkin spice.
Oh, so you're
watch The Office. Like
You don't like The Office?
nah, I won't even watch it.
Wow, you know what? I liked you until then.
Wow, you're gonna hate me even more. I'm not a big fan of The Sopranos.
He
either.
just feels like he's got to prove a point. No.
Not even top 5.
You see how he is? He just got to like prove a point.
What is your top 5 though?
So in no particular order, it would be Breaking Bad, the
Okay.
Power Universe,
Okay.
Peaky Blinders.
Okay. Your last 2 better be good if you're talking shit about The Sopranos. I just
Boardwalk Empire,
okay. I can get jiggy with that.
and Entourage.
I can get jiggy with that.
You go.
Me? Oh,
Top
The
5.
Sopranos, Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad. And we're talking about series, not sitcoms, because you know I like the Golden
Series,
Girls.
yeah.
Okay, so series, fuck. Shit.
It's tough.
The Wire.
Wow, The Wire is.
I love The Wire. And is there any other show that like really had me obsessed? Well, I just go with my 4 because I'll just keep rewatching. I could watch Sons of Anarchy 50 fucking times. I love Sons of Anarchy.
You know what's so funny about Sons? I watched, what is it, 8 seasons, right?
I think 7.
7
maybe.
Might be
So,
7.
so I watched up to the last season.
Mhm.
I'm weird with shows. Sometimes like they just lose me.
Uh-huh.
If I had to hear Jack say "For My Family" one more time,
Oh,
I
you
was
go over him.
I was gonna lose my mind.
I was for Opie. Once Opie died, I was for
yeah,
Oh, that
no,
wrecked
I
me.
cried real life
That
tears
ruined me.
for that. And I still cry.
Gary Bertier is one of the best characters ever.
Oh
when
my
they
God.
took him out like that, oh my god.
He's like, I got this. Fucking Opie.
So on the topic, would you sign up for any other shows?
I wouldn't do any dating shows. Ever, ever, ever. I just don't feel like it's genuine.
I hear you.
And I'm violent. You're not gonna play with me in front of people and on camera because I'm gonna tap your temple. So,
Like I could never be on The Bachelorette.
yeah, never.
There's 20 other guys over the same girl. Take her.
No, and then it's like
Take her.
you want to pick her? Like, I live with her. She doesn't bathe, you bitch. Like, you're going to give her a fucking rose? She smells like yesterday. Like, what are we doing right now? Like, what are we doing? I would do competition-based shows like Survivor, The Challenge,
Yep.
The Mold, Squid Games, anything that's competitive. 'Cause I'm a smart bastard, not very athletic. I'm going to be out of breath if I try to run, but
I don't know if you saw, but we had Hoboken Mike Turner on.
shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
since Survivor.
How is he?
He's a
He's
man.
great. Awesome guy.
Is he like camera, same person in person?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Good.
Like to the T.
I've met a lot of fake people.
Yeah, so not nothing so far. Every person we've had on, I gotta say, not just because they're on camera, they've all been genuine ass motherfuckers that come
But
on
I
the
think
show.
it's like the dynamic of this whole thing. Like you guys are really chill, the environment, the atmosphere, the food, the drinks. Like I feel like you almost create this space where it's like, yeah, I could like relax and unwind. I've
you
been
for
in
that.
some shows and I'm like, okay, what do you want to do? Who am I looking at? But like right now, I feel like I'm just hanging out with like 2 of my distant cousins from Long Island.
Come on.
I appreciate you saying that
No,
because
for real.
that's what we're going for. Chill dinner vibe, you know? Like
I
this
like that.
dinner. We want to bring the audience to the dinner table with us.
I like that. And y'all fed me. I never got fed before.
Anytime. Anytime.
Don't say that because I'll be here next week. Just sitting in the corner like, I'll take the chops.
No, actually, before I forget, I want to thank V Henny over here for making this possible.
Boss lady.
Boss lady over
They
here.
shouting you out.
We
They
got
said thank you to V Henny.
We got V Henny behind the
Now you gotta
behind
say
the cameras.
salud.
Thank you. Salud.
Salud, salud.
I'm gonna hit you with a random question.
I'm fucking terrified. Go.
So I saw this clip on Instagram. It was this podcast. I forgot. It was like some sort. I think it was like the OnlyFans podcast or something like that.
Oh, here we go.
And this girl was talking about how she occasionally gets butthole horny. Like, is that a thing? Like, where girls wake up and they're like, "Yeah, I want in the ass today."
I feel like like she want to eat ass.
No, like she wants to get fucked in the ass.
So now
Like
to
she,
me,
she says it's a different horny than like.
So I feel like that's a hybrid woman. Anybody who's like doing the booty hole thing, shout out to y'all. But I feel like
really, you're anti booty hole?
Let me explain. You have the wettest, most amazing place in the world. You want to go to a little dried out asshole? Absolutely not. Like
That's the point.
Like no. And
My mom watches the show. Otherwise, I would say something, but I don't know.
Like your mom hasn't heard what you're about to say.
Should I tell them the Ferrero Rocher story?
She
wants you to tell it.
I'll summarize it. Gentleman that I was dating, he had a goodie bag. He's like, yo, I got some stuff we're gonna try out tonight. And I'm like, yeah, let's do this freaky shit.
Wait, before I have a goodie bag for you right now.
I hope
I'm
it doesn't
nervous.
have
I'm
what he
nervous.
had.
I'm nervous.
So
It doesn't come with anal.
First thing he pulls out is a ball gag. I'm like, okay. I'm older than you guys.
Not by much.
Yeah, not by much.
So this is around the time that the KY His and Hers just dropped.
Gotcha.
Little pink and blue duo.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. He pulls that out. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know what we need that for because, again, splish splash.
Oh my God, I know where this is going.
Then he pulls out these 2 silver eggs that were attached to cords that was attached to a remote. And I'm like, what the fuck is that for? He's like, your ass. I'm like, all right. Again, I'm like, okay, I've never been pussy a day in my life.
You're rolling.
I'm like, yeah. Oh, shit, that's not true.
Oh, that's a knife.
Come on.
I'm Puerto Rican.
Look at that catch, though. Are you
Wow.
serious?
Yeah. So one goes in the back door. He coats it with the KY. Don't ever, every camera, don't ever purchase that's like icy hot for the ass. So it started off freezing cold and then it was lava. Then he's like, put the other one in. I'm like, okay.
Wait, in your ass?
Stop chewing, the back. Stop chewing. You're not gonna wanna chew for this part.
And clean your face.
And again, they're in there. I'm feeling like a goddess. So I'm like, yeah, I got these in my ass. He's doing the control. I felt like a fucking Build-A-Bear. It was great. He's like, take it out. I was like, okay. It looked like a fucking Ferrero Rocher. So I panic. I run to the bathroom. The little fucking remote was click-clacking behind me as I'm peeling to the bathroom.
Take my hat off for this one.
We're in a hotel. All the towels are fucking white. Why are all the towels white in this moment? And it took me, I was like, go to fucking Walgreens, get paper towel, get baby wipes, get everything, get Huggies at this point. It took me like 45 minutes to clean myself up. You know, we finished and then I went home. But yeah, it was a rough night. It was a rough night.
I was gonna say, he doesn't finish.
Yeah, no, he knocked on the door. He's like, are we gonna finish? I'm like, hell yeah, I've never been a quitter a day in my life.
Oh my God.
I've been a quitter a day in my life. Ferrero Rocher.
You're never gonna eat that candy again.
Never.
It was disgusting.
No.
It was like a fucking pendulum. It was like slow motion. I was like, ran, bolted, fucking click, clack, and remote out of my, because the other one was still in my ass.
No, that's killing me. I love that.
I hate this for us, but I love it for me.
I love it. I'm all about it. I love this.
This is my kind of humor. This is my kind of humor.
No joke. I'm telling you, like you said before, when you entered the circle that way, I was like, Mario is gonna eat this up.
Yeah, I try my best. I do what I can. Am I high?
Maybe a very little bit.
I don't- listen,
this
I'm
is
here for it.
You're a lightweight.
I really am.
But you're not though. You said before.
I should have brought the bag and let you see it, because
Yeah,
I
let me
don't
check it
know.
Yeah, I got a bunch of treats over there for you.
The little Arabic guy knows me. He loves me. He's like, Habibi, here, you're regular. I don't fucking know.
So you're taking a flight to Aruba tomorrow, right?
Yes.
How long you going for?
Just like 5 days.
Are you a heavy packer?
See, it's
I know
weird.
you got your shoes. You got a lot of shoes.
I'm a sneakerhead, but for Aruba, I'm not gonna destroy my kicks in the sand, so I have to pack sandals. The ghetto, like I hate it.
You're not gonna get shoey in the sand.
Exactly. So I'm packing sandals. That is so
Yeah, yeah.
un-me. Like if I were to get married, bury me in my sneakers. The
That's what I'm
first thing I
saying.
ask, if you invite me out, can I wear sneakers? Like that's the first
What's
thing
the first thing I ask?
Is your, well, yeah, well,
What's the first thing I ask?
can I wear a hoodie?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm good. I'm good. Hoodies are great for a girl. You don't gotta wear a bra. You can just be comfortable.
Is your third toe bigger than your second toe?
No, they're like symmetrical. They're like like a phone signal. They just.
You got Roman feet. I think
Yeah.
Why did you ask that? What does that have to do with
What does that have to do with
A girl with a
anything?
third toe is bigger than the second toe? I can't do it.
That's fucking weird. They can pick up fish out of the fucking water like a pelican. Just.
The third one, it goes the like. Say this is the big toe. This is the second toe and the third one,
Yeah,
but like this one would be swapped.
They have to be symmetrical. I have cute feet. You want to see a picture?
Why not?
I got cute feet.
Franco's
Don't look,
gonna
because
take
I'm gonna end up
feet.
on World Star.
I got bad feet.
You do?
Well, no,
Like
I
Bonnie
think my
Rubble?
I think my feet are so bad that they're cute, and I would probably make some. I'd probably make some sense.
Franco has what they call hammer toes. His pinky toe is like this.
I'm so concerned. Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Yeah, my toes are like that.
Your feet are throwing gang signs.
But it's weird.
I think Lori, his mom, I think she smoked cigarettes and drank diet soda when she was pregnant with him.
You know what? And she was just like eating spoonful of Ajax. Just fuck it. Fuck it.
And the worst part is I didn't like when I came out, like my toes weren't like that. It was like I just grew like that. I became like 5 years old and I'm like, Mom,
So
why
I
are my
told
toes
him,
so
get
weird?
on Feet Finder.
You do have cute feet.
Thank you.
You got good nails too.
Thank you. I have
So
cute feet.
serious question.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have the toe thing you. Do I? Wait, do
let
I?
me see, let me see.
I'm fucking wait.
Zoom in.
No. They're like in raw.
Your third toe is
Fuck both
Let me
of you guys.
see. Let me see.
I'm gonna flip the table. I'm scared. Pat, rescue me. Pat, save me.
No. Your third toe is bigger than your second toe. Yo, when you're in Aruba, see if they have a circus, you could join.
Wow. So wait, can I get like the little plaque for the parking? Like, am I disabled now?
I think you might be able to get a handicap sticker.
Wow.
Yeah, listen, if I don't have one, you're not getting one. I've only had 8 toes on the ground for 20
I posted
years.
this. I thought I was doing something. Now I'm like, wow. Way to humble me.
I'm joking.
You know what? Come mierda. You know what that means? Eat shit. He passed Spanish 1.
That's fucking
So
good.
mad at myself.
Man, yeah, delete that picture.
You know what? I don't need this type of energy. We're leaving.
So I'm gonna give you guys a little pop quiz before we
shit.
finish our entrees and go
To dessert. Okay.
Pop quiz. You call yourself a New Yorker, right? You're
Big
from
New York.
Brooklyn. You
Let's
got that
go.
New York accent and everything.
Thick New York
So
accent.
I want you to verse Franco right now. We'll see who can get the most New York questions right.
Let's go.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. It's really 3 with the piggyback off of 2 of them.
Okay. But do whoever blurts it out first, or do I have to wait his turn?
So I'm gonna say the question.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say go. When I say go, you both blurt it out.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So I want to know who the previous governor of New York was. Go.
I don't even know who the
I don't
governor of
even
New
know
York
who
is
the fuck
now.
the governor is now.
Oh my.
That's how New
you
York
don't
we
know
are. Wait, Governor.
Pataki? 3. Pataki? That's a ridiculous statement out
Oh
of you.
shit, he's way better than me. I was gonna be like Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Jesus.
Governor.
That's bad. Nope. That's it.
We lost?
I don't want to hear it. So
Who is it?
I'm telling you the previous when I ask you who the current governor is.
Well, I don't know that one either.
Schumer? Chuck Schumer?
No, he's not a governor.
What is that? Ooh, you were feeling it. You were feeling it. He was.
No, you guys
He's
are
a congressman. He's a congressman.
He's
He could be the butler. I don't fucking know at this
matter.
point.
He's a senator, isn't he?
Might be.
He's a senator.
You don't even. He squints.
Listen, that
He
wasn't
doesn't
a
know.
question on here. I didn't fucking know, okay? You guys don't ask me the questions. I asked you the questions.
He got aggressive. I'm gonna
No,
drink
he
to
does.
that.
See
Wow,
that?
he's a
See how that
verbally
works?
abusive.
This is why we're like this close to being able to go live, but he has outbursts.
You know what?
I do. We do a lot of cutting. You know how like the producers had to cut a lot of stuff.
They
you
cut a
did?
lot of the shit outside of
I'm you on the oven.
We are one. Bam.
All right. So the governor, previous governor,
Okay.
Andrew Cuomo,
Oh, I knew that.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, that guy.
and the current governor is Kathy Hochul.
Never knew that bitch. It's a bitch.
She's a bitch. Yeah.
It's a bitch.
I got another one for you.
All right, go.
Again, I'm going to start with the previous first. Who was the previous mayor of New York?
Oh, not Bloomberg. What the fuck? Bloomberg is before the guy.
Come on, bro. You don't know.
He had the
anything?
black wife, and he lived in Park Slope, Brooklyn.
Mayor.
Fuck me. Who is the guy?
Mayor.
This is painful.
Stop.
Mayor.
Dito, he was mad tall. He
3,
was Big Bird.
2, 1. 0. Done. I'll tell you after. Who's the current mayor?
Oh,
of New York?
Eric Adams, the fucking
Okay.
bar promoter.
Yeah, Eric Adams. There you go. The previous is Bill de Blasio.
Shit, I knew that.
What kind of New Yorker are you?
I'm not a real one,
At
clearly.
least we can say we're from Long Island. We can fake it.
Okay, so who's the president of Long Island?
There should be a president of Long Island. Last one.
What?
What was the original name of New York City? Go.
New Amsterdam.
Wow, that's big out of you. There you go,
I was
kid.
just gonna say that.
That one I know. Don't ask me no political.
New
He used to flirt with all the teachers in the social studies
Where the
department.
fuck was Old Amsterdam? What do you mean New Amsterdam? Where's the old one?
I don't know. We don't even need it.
Well, New York just slaps
Is it really
better.
bad that we didn't know? I mean, I'm not very
That's
political.
bad,
I'm not
man.
very political, dude. Like,
You know what it is with Franco? So I was asking him, elections were coming up. I was like, so who do you affiliate with, the Democrats or Republican? He goes, oh, I didn't know we had RSVP.
vote for whoever the hell I
What
want.
the hell? I'm like, what shoes are they wearing? Me, I'm like, what sneakers do they wear? I'm down with the Nike party.
No, while we're on the topic of sneakers, how many pairs you got? I know you're a big sneakerhead.
In my cases or in general?
In general.
Probably like a good one. I didn't do inventory recently. Last time I counted like 120.
120 pairs?
Yeah.
When you were posting after we secured this, and I'm looking at your stories, I'm like, I have those shoes on right now. And the next day I
No,
have
we've been having sneaker sex.
literally.
Low key.
If I had feet like him, I'd have sex with my shoes on too.
Wow. But clearly we both have fucked up feet.
Yeah, no, we're both bad.
You know what? Gang signs.
That's it.
Oh wait, let me not, because my manager will yell at me. No gang affiliation here.
That's our sneakerhead over there.
Pat.
Hey, shout out Barbara behind the sticks tonight, by the way.
Pat Barbara helping us out.
Pat, don't get me excited, Pat. Pat, I already love you. Don't tickle my fancy.
Are we splitting?
I want to taste yours. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh.
Oh.
So we got the New York cheesecake and the chocolate mud cake. How's that? That's pretty good.
It's rich. Ooh.
You can take
No, because I want to do this.
You sure?
Yes, but it's really good. It's really rich. I like that.
I'm not even a big chocolate guy, but every time I come here,
It's weird because like the center's like creamy and then the top is like really like decadent. I like that. I'm gonna lick my spoon. You mind your business.
I didn't know I like
I'll close
cheesecake
my
like
eyes.
this. This is really good.
You might be a real golden girl. That was their go-to snack.
Really?
Cheesecake. Yep.
This is so good.
So you know what part killed me? I gotta call you out on it.
Oh, here we fucking go.
But when the periodic table come up, and she's sitting there, she's like,
Earth, Wind, and
okay,
Fire.
Earth, Water, Fire.
So-
I'm like, are you serious with that?
First of all, I cheated in science. So what the fuck?
Earth, Water, Fire.
Yo, because what are the elements? I'm thinking fucking Earth, Wind, and Fire, the R&B group. I'm like, okay, Earth, Wind.
Immediately, yeah. She is close, but she's picking a Pokemon. She's like, all right.
Exactly. Fucking Pikachu. I had it right. Let me tell you something right now.
Yeah, remember when we were doing interviews at the 420 Fest? And we were interviewing this guy, and he was asked, what's your sign? And he goes, Venus.
Saturn, I think.
I'm Saturn, Venus.
Absolutely not. Honestly, I feel like I would do some shit like that. I'm embarrassed for him. But honestly, I really thought I was onto something. You couldn't tell me I wasn't correct. In that moment, I had all the answers.
Oh, you look very confident.
I was like,
that was the scary part.
wow, it scares you? Judgment. Listen, I'm gonna stay on this side of the table. This is the happy place.
This is the happy place.
First is the toe shaming.
I'm your safety net over here.
Exactly, you really are.
I'm your safety net.
You're my bodyguard. Attack
That's it.
him.
See? Oh, dude, I've been waiting for that.
Franco's been waiting for a reason for the last 19 years.
And here it is. I got a couple quick ones for you.
Let's go.
Biggest pet peeve.
In what? Like in general?
Life, in general.
Cigarette smokers. I hate cigarettes.
Okay.
Hate cigarettes with all my heart and soul. You could be the sexiest man, woman, whatever. If I smell like cigarettes on you, if you're, I'm good.
Smell the darts on them, no bueno?
No, thank you.
Favorite quote?
Favorite quote?
Your own quote, famous quote, whatever it may be.
Ooh, from 300. Give them everything and take, wait, was it? Give them everything and take from them nothing? Was it, that's the quote, right? That's it, right?
No, I think
it's, what is it? It's from
give
300.
them nothing
And take from them everything.
Them everything.
Yes, that.
So funny part about that, my friends wouldn't watch 300 with me for a little bit because I used to quote
Everything.
Literally every single
Let's give
line.
them something to drink. I love that. Leonidas
hypes you up.
Someone else. I'll suck the fucking skirt off of him.
Oh,
if
you're
you
like
let
a Gerard Butler.
No,
Muscular
just
Gerard Butler.
no. King Leonidas, not the actor himself, the character he played.
I love his wife.
Oh, that
Like
was
I was talking to
bad
some
bitch.
girl, I was like, that's the kind of
That
girl I
was
need in my life.
that
Like I
was a-
need Leonidas' wife.
That was a-
someone who will kill for you,
Mm-hmm.
fuck you like an animal, talk you out of your own head. Like she had the whole package.
And it never broke a sweat. Bad
Right,
bitch.
yeah, didn't never broke his sweat for real.
Rat bad bitch.
I thought
yeah,
you-
but
I
like
thought you were gonna
300
say
is a
no-
good fucking movie.
I thought you were gonna say know your worth and add tax. I remember I heard you say that. And I
Yeah,
was
but that's
like,
just regular New York shit.
Yeah,
though.
I know.
You know what? The fact that you know that, I love you for that. Again, he's winning.
See,
Yelling.
always. Your go-to. So we heard you hosted a party with V over here
Yes.
last week,
Yes.
and I saw a bunch of video of you singing karaoke.
Okay.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
Look at me now, but specifically the Busta Rhymes verse, the fast. Yeah, I have a slick tongue.
Mario only sings sad songs during karaoke.
For some reason, my range is only for sad songs.
Like Michael Bolton, How Am I Supposed to Live Without You? Like that type of sad.
Well, I mean, Mr. Brightside is a sad but happy song.
But I love that
That's
for you.
that's a great character song.
It is a
But
good
then
song.
like the rest is all like Jason Aldean and like.
Oh no, I'm like DMX, Busta Rhymes.
Oh,
I'm like,
no.
I'm such a boy.
John makes you a great guy.
Oh,
I try.
And you choke. Wow.
It's awful.
It's terrible.
So bad.
You know
I
what?
sound just like her though.
I'm gonna trust your judgment. Macy Gray doesn't sound like Macy Gray. So I'm gonna
Oh!
No way, Mr. Brightside.
Wow! Guys, Mr. Brightside just came on here.
It really did.
Gotta be down because I want it all.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine.
You're behind the verse.
No, I can't hear shit. Oh shit, bitch, shit.
That's cool. Good
But I
try.
know the words.
How weird is that? That's
I know
crazy.
the
that's actually
words.
crazy.
No, they were
Listen,
listening. They just put it on.
The government
That's
heard
actually
us.
crazy.
Speaking of government, I'm gonna cut Franco off.
Yeah, come
if
on.
you were running for president in 2024 and you were elected come November, what would the first thing you'd do in office? What would the first thing you would do in office? What would that be?
I can't wait for this answer.
I feel like I would eliminate men being able to decide what women could do with their bodies.
My body, my choice.
Fair.
Exactly. Like,
Fair.
who are you to tell me? Who are you to tell me what I can do and can't do? Like, no, women's choice, women's bodies. Like, fuck you. Like, stick a fucking tube up your dick and you get men's birth control too. Like, come on now. Like, do something with your willy other than a condom. All you gotta do is put on a fucking raincoat and I gotta stick all types of foreign objects inside of me. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, you could just take a pill.
Yeah, but those like this long-term damage can't be popping them things like Tic Tacs.
Mario, yeah, just take the pill.
Yeah.
Foreign substances, just take the pill.
Just take the pill. You're good. Wow.
No, she was saying stick it inside me. She
Did
was
you
like, stick it
ever have
inside
to
me.
go buy a Plan B for someone?
Yeah, a couple of them.
No, there's no drinking when you guys are talking going forward. Absolutely not. He's like, yeah, I got an easy pass.
And I think Franco probably got a Snapchat every time.
I'm judging so bad.
Listen, Mario's birthday's tomorrow. I'm about to bury him.
Tomorrow's your
It's
birthday.
gonna be bad. Yeah, my birthday. Capricorn, baby. You know us.
That's right, disgusting.
I'm about to bury him tomorrow. But usually on my birthday, it's like who can put the worst picture up of me on their story. It's been like that for years. This year, very, very special year for him.
You know what? I love that for us. Because send it to me.
I'm
please.
going to.
Tag me.
I'm going to.
Tag me in it. It's like, be like, hey guys, my little following. Hey guys. Let me show you my boy Mario.
What's your secret to growing your following on social media?
So my biggest platform is TikTok. I have almost 900,000 followers on TikTok. I would say being your true authentic self. I realized that people enjoyed me just talking shit and just being me.
Being you.
Yeah, and it worked out. And like 89% of my demographic is women, so it's like a relatable, clearly.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Snapchat, on the other hand, disgusting. Never go on Snapchat. Men on Snapchat, disgusting.
I have Snapchat, but I don't really use Snapchat.
Men are disgusting. Snapchat is the scariest app, more than Twitter. And you know how bad Twitter or X.
Yeah, Twitter's bad.
Twitter's horrible. You open it, you see a chick plugging herself with a P5 controller. It's so random.
Oh wow.
So fucking random.
I haven't had Twitter since 2013.
Mario's going home and downloading X tonight.
Yeah, no. So Twitter's freaky zeeky,
Really?
but Snapchat is. So I posted literally a picture of my breakfast and my hand. So it's like breakfast, hand. And someone commented, I would love to see your hand wrapped around my dick. Like, sir, this Eggs Benedict.
Well, you...
Like, what are we doing right now?
Well, you had them at Dick.
Like, literally, it's bacon and eggs. What are we talking about right now? Yeah. Yeah. So that's weird. Snapchat. I love you and I hate you at the same time.
So you're from Brooklyn?
Big Brooklyn Bed-Stuy. I have it tatted on me 4 times.
4 times?
3 times.
3 times?
I have Queen of Kings County, Brooklyn across my stomach, and then Bedford-Stuyvesant, a.k.a. Bed-Stuy.
AKA.
Mhm.
What's the best? So if it's your choice for dinner,
Okay.
and you're leaving your house, you're leaving your apartment.
Okay.
What's the go-to spot?
Bed-Stuy fish fry.
Yeah.
Bed-Stuy fish fry.
That wasn't even a thought given that.
Bed-Stuy fish fry. Bomb-ass jerk salmon, some baked mac and cheese, sweet potato or collard green. Oh, if you want to be a fat bastard, especially off of an edible, Bed-Stuy fucking fish fry.
My last one for you.
I'll go.
One person that you could sit down and dinner with, ask any questions to, dead or alive, who would it be?
Dead or alive, you got me there. Fuck. A lot of people died. Hold on, wait a second now.
Think about it for a second. I'm going to introduce, so I mixed it up for dessert. I
This is
got
different.
the AW Toddy. It is a hot drink.
Can I touch it? Oh, it's hot. He's not lying.
Oh, it's hot?
It's hot, hot, hot.
I don't want warm.
Touch it.
You want to touch mine? Come
on.
Right here,
Touch it.
don't just touch it, touch it.
All right, give me that. Ooh, it is hot.
Yeah,
It's
it's hot. It's got
I feel
lemon.
like that looks cold.
I think it has ginger in it.
You lost me.
It's got a little bourbon, I believe, or some sort of whiskey. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I forgot the mixer. I don't know what the mixer is. I think it's like a...
Is it good?
Very good. You want to try it?
No, thank you.
I don't really like
You
hot
lost
stuff
me at
like
ginger. I don't like ginger.
I'm not a big ginger guy. I don't really taste it.
Well, what is ginger good for? Ginger is good for like
Inflammation, I
Your,
think.
yeah. We gotta go back to your one person you'd have dinner with.
All right, here we go. Oh, fuck, this is really good.
She wasn't thinking at all.
I wasn't. In a non, like, I want to touch their no-no spot kind of way, right? Because I don't know why Patrick Swayze is, like, bumping right now in
She
my
goes
head.
from Bernie Williams to Tony Soprano to Patrick Swayze. You're all over the place.
Sapio, I'm telling you. Fuck.
Bro, we've had someone say Jesus Christ in here. She's gonna say Patrick Swayze.
I mean, that's a legit one. That's legit. I like that.
Yeah, because, damn it,
Gone
yes.
too soon. Gone too soon.
Way too soon. And again, dead or alive, fuck. Hove. Jay-Z.
Okay.
Hove. Big Hove. He's one of my favorite rappers. He's in my top 5 easily. Yeah, Hove. Just because he's just but honestly, he even said it himself. Like when people ask him, like, would you rather $1 million or dinner with Hove? He's like, I gave you everything you need in my lyrics. Like, listen to my songs. Take the money.
Yeah, take the money.
Take the money. But I just want to, in my mind, he's my dad.
Wait, so who would be your other 4 on there?
In my top 5?
So
DMX, Eminem, Jay-Z, Busta Rhymes, and Jadakiss.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jada.
Hell yeah.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Because usually everyone says I think the usual top 3 is like Nas, Eminem.
Nas is
Jay-Z.
my 6.
And
Nas
it's
is my
like-
6. But I feel like he's trying to teach me too much. I'm not trying to be educated. I don't want to learn about pyramids and shit. Like, stop trying to teach me. I'm trying to be ignorant. I'm trying to pop bottles and do dumb shit.
See, Kid Cudi's my number 1.
Really?
Kid Cudi just dropped Insano.
I would have never expected Kid Cudi from you.
Number 1.
What?
Numero
And
uno.
you?
Joey Badass number 2.
For me, I'm a Future, Moneybag Yo, Uncle
Ignorant.
Murder
You like
guy.
that
Yeah, I
ignorant
love
shit.
just
You know
sex,
why?
money, drugs,
Yes, you're
violence.
standing on
That's
sofas
it.
popping bottles.
That's
He's
me.
like reading poetry, being emo in a corner somewhere.
But Kid Cudi's not even good poetry.
Oh,
That's
get the fuck out of here.
I didn't
bro.
want to tell him, but thank you. sir.
Get the fuck
Thank
out.
you. Kid Cudi wears.
Kid Cudi transformed the game in 2008. Okay. He
What game?
He
What
changed the
game?
course of rap. He made it okay. He made it cool to talk about your feelings.
Oh,
Instead of-
you're
instead of-
emo
instead of
for
sex, drugs, and
real.
money.
I'm just waiting for you to whip out your black eyeliner.
No, Kid Cudi, Flatbush Zombies.
Oh, he's gonna keep going, trying to
Yeah,
convince
you
us.
gotta change the subject.
Okay, so how about them Yankees?
favorite Swayze movie?
Ghost.
Oh, that gets me bad. That
Ghost.
shakes me up bad.
Every time he's like, ditto. I cry every time
Oh.
like a pussy. I love it.
When that song comes on.
Oh,
And
That's Dirty Dick.
No, that song.
It sounds like you were just singing Amazing Grace.
Yeah, it does. It does.
That was giving amazing fucking grace.
No, what's that? Yes, he comes
Whoa,
back as
my love. He
That
sang
one.
Amazing fucking
Yeah, he
grace.
was. He was. You knew what I meant, though.
You took it to church. I was like, Amazing Grace. What movie? What?
Tu Wong Fu.
Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. And that's when I wanted to bone him the most, when he was dressed like a woman.
That movie is
That
so
says
good.
a lot about me as a person.
So good.
You know what? I don't need your judgment. Tu Wong Fu was bomb. I would have in that movie. John Leguizamo could have got this work.
Really?
In that
He was
movie,
very fit in that movie. He was
if
very fit.
John Leguizamo could have got this
Wesley Snipes was very funny in that movie too.
hilarious. I did not want to sleep with him.
No.
No, he was too muscular in those dresses. They were
Oh,
the fabric was screaming
Yeah.
for dear life.
Yeah, but that movie kills me every time.
Did you ever see Tu Wong Fu? No. On your list of movies to watch.
Yeah, I will watch it. They're cross-dressers.
Drag
Oh
queens.
yeah, drag queens.
Drag queins, yeah.
Oh,
Drag
am I
queens.
do I have to cut cross-dressers? Can I
No,
say
no,
that
no.
on
You can
camera?
say cross.
Oh,
no, you can't. But they were drag queens.
No, that's one
They
thing
were
you can
drag
say on
queens.
camera. There's something we don't have to cut from you.
He was like 1993. Like, I can't. Is that allowed? No, it's allowed.
I never know what I can say and I can't say.
No,
and I don't know.
honestly, we can't say anything. They were just lovely people. That's it.
Lovely
We can't say
people.
anything.
That's it. And we leave it at that. Movie. Great movie.
If you watched the movie and you enjoyed it, then you're okay.
That's it.
He didn't see it. He's not okay.
No, you know what I watched the other night? Saltburn. Never seen it.
Never seen it. Don't
on
even know what you're
Netflix?
talking about.
On Netflix?
Never.
Everyone was saying to watch it. It's actually. It
Don't
was,
even know that streaming network.
He's like, yeah, Saltburn changed the game forever. Just delete that.
Along with Kid Cudi in 2008.
Yeah. Kid Cudi 2008.
Okay, okay.
Well, cheers to a good time. Yeah.
Listen.
And hey, what's next for Sam Carmona? What can we expect next out of you?
Honestly, right now in my life, I'm looking forward to getting more into the comedy field.
Ooh. Okay. Well, you're a natural.
I heard people say I'm a funny bastard, so I'm working on that. I want to get into more of like the reality, like just follow me. I don't feel like I'm more of a like put a spotlight on me and I'll be funny. I'm just naturally like follow me. See the shit that I do. People are intrigued with my day to day. You want to see what I'm doing? You want to see me shave my legs? I always miss a patch. My calf is hairy as fuck. Like.
Well, you're saying you were like a girl that like that, like picks like the four like hairs out of her big toe.
Yes, that's me. Me. I'm the type of girl, I'll take a shower, I'll shave one armpit, get out and put on, I'm like, fuck, I forgot this one. And I'll just leave it. I don't care. I'm a girl's girl. I truly don't care. So let's see. I mean, would I do reality TV again? Yes. Maybe sooner than later, but yeah. Let's see.
She's hitting that something.
Let's see.
Does that sound like a season 6 coming to Atlanta, Georgia? Of the Circle?
Season 6 is already filmed.
Does that sound like a season 7 coming to
Let-
Atlanta,
I
Georgia?
mean, I don't know.
She's
Let's
gonna go
see.
check out the Capricorn and then head to the.
I wouldn't fucking wear pussy from Rent a Center. And that's.
Well, honestly, we're really excited to follow your journey.
Thank you.
See
Thank you
where
so
it
much for
takes you.
having me. This is
Thank you for
actually
being
like
here.
top 3 easily, and it's not number 3. So I appreciate
Top 3
you
easy,
guys.
not number 3. I love
like
that.
I like that a lot. I
Seriously.
definitely enjoy. I felt like I was hanging out with my cousins.
Thank you
Oh,
so
you're
much for
hugging me.
coming.
Oh, okay,
Thank
we're
you so
doing
much.
this.
Thank you so much for
darling.
coming. This was fantastic.
Thank you, baby.
Before we let you go, though,
What we doing?
let everyone know where they can find you.
Oh, BK as in Brooklyn, not Burger King. BK She Devil on all platforms. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all of them. You'll find me. I'm talking shit.
Keep up.
Keep up. Fall off. Maybe. I don't know. I'm
You want
drunk.
to take us out? I mean, I always say it as Franco says, but now I guess
You
I'll
do.
just say it. And don't forget, there's always an open seat for you at the oven.
Oh, that's
And if you
cute.
haven't yet, subscribe. We don't ask much, okay?
Exactly. It's
Cheese
free.
and rice.
Click the fucking button. What's
Just
wrong with you?
subscribe.
Grow
And
up.
if you're my grandma, just hit it once. You never have to hit it again. I feel like I'm watching the subscriber up one, down one, up one, down one. She's hitting subscribe, she's hitting unsubscribe, back and forth.
She thinks she's being supportive. Don't you dare grandma shame.
Yo,
Thank you, Grandma.
Yeah, thanks, Grandma. I love you, Grandma. I walked in on my dad today. My dad's like, my phone is. It's talking to me. I'm like, Dad, you've been on the phone with Aunt Vicky for 45 minutes. He couldn't hang it up. I'm not kidding.
My grandmother made me watch porn for the first time with her.
What?
So time out. Wait, hold on. Context. She was watching porn, and I came in the room, and there was a chick plugging herself with a banana. This is based on a true story. I was like 12 years old.
That's what she's into, huh?
No, wait. So it was like I don't know what the fuck. This is like
Demands.
when the cable box just had 2 numbers. Like we're going back. And she's like, Samantha. I'm like, what? She's like, come here. And she's like, sit down. So I sit down. Chick is going to town with the fucking banana, a real banana. And she's like, who's gonna eat that banana now? That was her concern, not the bitch fucking herself. Who's gonna eat the banana? And that was my introduction to porn. And thanks, Grandma, because now I love bananas.
I gotta tell a story. This just jogged my mind. So when I went to Australia, I was playing baseball down there. So I was playing with 27 Australian kids, and the president of my team, I'm living with him. It's like our second day there, maybe my first day. He takes me into the city, and he's like, I gotta take you to an authentic, Australian show. So we walk in like this sketchy little basement, and like the $1 and $2 are coins in Australia. So I have no money. He gives me like a couple dollar coins, and it looks like I'm looking out into like
like the Empire State Building from like like
Big telescope?
yeah,
Kinda
big
like
telescope.
binocular things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I put the dollar coin in. Thing opens up, and it's this pregnant woman plugging herself with a banana, and I'm like
in the ass or
no, right in her vagina.
Oh.
And now Ben's sitting to my
Yeah.
right, and he's
Oh,
like,
Ben.
oh my god, and you see her just look right at us. I almost fell out of the fucking booth. I'm like, this is Brittany's like, I swear it's never like this, like, bro.
Like she was like super pregnant, like on the verge of birth.
I'm talking like her tits were blue.
She had White Castle nipples, like
her
big,
tits
obnoxious.
were like,
Oh.
it's a sight I'll never ever forget.
I can imagine.
No, I swear to Christ, I almost fell out of the booth when Ben yelled like that, and she turned and looked at us. I almost
Like she made eye contact with you?
through the fucking telescope.
Jesus Christ.
I was beside myself.
Have you been with a pregnant woman?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know.
No?
My tongue is massive. I feel like I'm gonna lick the baby's forehead. I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to lick the baby. Like legit, my tongue is like a mess.
Oh man.
And that's another thing too on the show. Like I did my tongue trick on the show. You don't know how many disgusting DMs I got, or the fact that I said I was into dad bods. You know how many dad bods? Like, is this what you like? My DMs is a scary place.
Really?
Disgusting. Disgusting.
You slightly encourage it.
I do though. I like a man with insecurities. Like, oh, I'm gonna leave you. I'll flick his tits. Shut the fuck up. I'll make you a sandwich. We're going to bed.
She's like.
You had me at make me a sandwich.
I love it here.
Keep it cooking in the oven. The oven. Yep. The oven. The oven. The oven. Yep. The oven. The oven smells good. The oven.
there's a lot of people that I need to thank tonight, but first and foremost, the gentleman that I really want to thank, and I don't know if he's up here, I can't see him, but he's become a good friend of not only the Ultimate Fighting Championship, but of this sport. Joe Rogan from Fear Factor.
Joe, baby!
Where's Joe? Is Joe here? See him out there anywhere? Give him a hand, because let me tell you something. This guy exceeds anything that we could ever ask him to do, or anything you could ever hope for somebody to do. He's one of the best people. He's really helped putting the sport on the map. He's done incredible amounts of promotion for us. Joe, he's just a terrific guy, and we appreciate everything that he's done, not only for us, but for the sport. Cell phone's ringing, I apologize. Another gentleman I have to thank is USA Today's Danny Sheridan. Danny has come out and become a big fan of the UFC. The odds were actually in the paper on this fight. For the USA Today, we got tons of media that I know many of you out there, and Lorenzo, myself, and Frank, never thought would happen. I mean, we thought it would happen or we wouldn't be here right now. But we knew it was going to take a lot of hard work.
All right, I just want to thank Joe Gold. He's one of my sponsors, Full Contact Fighter, International Sportswear. My team, Matt Hughes, James Pulver, Tony, Pat, bringing me up. I felt good tonight. He was kicking me a few times. I wasn't too worried about what he had to say about me on the internet. My team was a little bit more pissed off than I was. I love it in Las Vegas. I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks everyone that came out, supported me tonight. I'd like to thank Zuffa for putting on this show, MGM. I must say, to the bottom of my heart, I was very proud to be a fighter tonight. All you guys, all you fighters out there, you guys did a terrific job. Not one fight went the distance. We all went down in flames, or we held our heads high. That's the best. Yeah, my next fight, I'd like to fight Mock Sakurai. So if any of you guys are around or anyone can speak Japanese, could you let me know? And yeah, I'd like to thank my coach, Terry Riggs, and Everton McEwen. You guys are the best, and I love you guys. Thanks.
All right.
Just want to say thanks for everybody coming out and watching the fight. Thanks to International Sportswear, one of my sponsors, Fairtex, and most of all, Joel Gold. Full Contact Fighter has been with me since the beginning. Champions aren't born, they're made. I was made a champion in my gym. I've trained with 3 or 4 other world champions, and I've got the team everybody dreams to have. Miletich Fighting System, give yourself a hand, man. Thank you guys.
About MMA, Babalu is a very, very tough fighter. Very good at submissions, stand up. He's a good wrestler. He's a very dangerous guy. Chuck was right. I was wrong. I admit it. Chuck came once again. Chuck is unbelievable. He's when you think of what a fighter should be, when you think about a real fighter, Chuck is a real fighter. It's all he cares about is fighting and fighting the best. And he's definitely knocked off the top fighters in the world in the last 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iceman, Chuck Liddell.
John Hackney, who's not here. I don't even think John Lewis is here. I think they had to go do some stuff. But thank those guys. They trained me for years. John's been with me for 11 years. Trained me in my kickboxing. But anyway, yeah, Tito did great tonight, man. He looked good. His striking's got come a long way, man. He looked great. But I don't know about being unstoppable. We'll see what happens when I step in the ring with him. So it'll be a good fight.
They took, Ken went to the hospital, he's okay. Just went there to get checked out, but he's fine. Ken fought like a true warrior tonight. I was very impressed with his performance. These guys really didn't like each other. I've never seen two guys that wanted to fight each other worse than these two did. They both came out, they both brought it, they both laid it on the line. They stood up, they went down, it was everything we expected it to be. And I think Ken fought like a true champion. He fought like a warrior. Tito, he's been up in Big Bear for a while. He really took this fight seriously. He even grew a beard and everything. I don't know if he was up there watching Rocky movies or what, but he took this fight very serious. And he came out and he proved why he is the man right now. He is the best light heavyweight in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Tito Ortiz.
Hey, Tito. Hey. Yeah.
First and foremost, I want to thank my team, Team Punishment, Rico Rodriguez, and of course Colin Yama. Colin took a drive each and every day. It's an hour-and-a-half drive. Him and Rampage and all the other guys, Zach Light and all the guys, they came up every single day. Hour-and-a-half drive up, hour-and-a-half drive back down. Every single day they came up and helped me. I want to thank my team, man. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't think I'd be standing right here. I'd probably be in the hospital like Ken. This is a dream right now for myself. I mean, I was a kid who in and out of hotels and motels. My parents kind of had problems. Weren't ready to grow up, I guess. I'm a father now. I want to thank my wife Kristen for bringing probably one of the best sons in the world right now. My son Jacob. This last year has been big leaps and bounds for myself. I never imagined everything that I've been doing, but. I went up to Big Bear for 6 weeks. My wife, she supported me in and out. Brought my son up a couple times, got me a chance to see him. Every day, talking to her on the phone, just telling him everything's gonna be over once this fight's over with. And it was really a real emotional fight for me. Of course, everywhere I came from. And Ken Shamrock brought everything to me tonight. Hit me with a good shot in the first round, and everything went all right, I've been in this position before, let's fight out of it. I dominated Ken. Like everybody didn't think I was. I grabbed a hold of Ken and everyone says how strong Ken was. He ain't that strong. He was not that strong. It amazed me. I grabbed a hold of him and it felt like a rag doll almost. I was like, wow, this feels like Evan Tanner again. I hit him with some really good shots. I mean, I don't want to take nothing away from Ken. He fought like a warrior. He gave me a chance of becoming a legend, but I ain't done yet. Chuck Liddell, he's a really good friend. Zuffa, hope you guys come up with some good stuff because we're gonna be doing some new stuff over again. Because what me and Chuck are gonna fight for, it's gonna be worth our while. That's for sure. Because we're gonna give you guys probably one of the best fights in the history of Ultra Fighting Championship.
Yeah.
Of course, once again, I thank Dave Thomas, my manager, for doing everything, making my clothing, doing negotiations, getting my sponsors. All my sponsors goes to JLC, Glutamine. My Power 106, of course. Joe Grande, big boy in the house. My boys right there. Those guys in Orange County, they support me, get me all through this stuff, man. Let me tell you, I get to go back home now. Everybody's gonna be on my side. Of course, Pro Sport, Joe and Paul, those guys. Pro Sport, if it wasn't for those guys, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. They had me coming in 3 or 4 times a week, working on my knee, get my knee 100%. I'm scary, man. I'm scary. When I fight, I don't know, for some reason it's like that. When I was a kid, I always watched cartoons and always watched WWF, watch Hulk Hogan, all those guys fight and do their wrestling or whatever. But when I perform, it's not me. You guys are looking at the person that's not in the octagon because right now I'm a normal person, but when I fight in that octagon, I'm somebody else. Like Joe Rogan said, he's an animal. And that's what I am once I get locked in that cage. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like cruise control. And it's time to compete, and it's time to fight, and kind of show you guys what us Ultimate Fighters do. All the guys who fought tonight won, Chuck, Newton, Hughes, Lawler. Man, we're gonna make this sport huge. You think boxing good? You think WWF's good? Ultimate Fighting Championship, we're for real, partner.
Yes, sir.
Busty.
Fight World Live, slap fighting, power slap. Let's go for the first time. Let's get into it. Big Jeeves, what an exciting time it is to be alive in the world of slap fighting.
Hell yeah, man. You know, you didn't think it could get more exciting in combat sports, and then boom, curveball. Here comes power slap, main stage 2023. And now rolling into 2024, we can just expect banger after banger for this year.
Absolutely. I mean, just around a year now, Power Slap's been created, a $450 million company. Social numbers that are outdoing the MLB, the NFL, the NHL. I mean, it just keeps on going viral, hit after hit, knockout after knockout. Sheena Bathory putting up numbers that are greater than Taylor Swift. What is it with these, you know, these consumers that love seeing women slap each other?
Man, so this was, I said this a lot last year, but it was one of the questions I got every time in my real world life when people talk to me about power slap, talk to me about slap fighting. The number one question always was, when are we going to see a women's fight? And the numbers reflected it. And boy, the fans, they want more.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, my man. I mean, you know, we got invited on here. Like I said, I still can't believe Dave gave us the call. But, you know, we're some of the most crazy motherfuckers that keep on coming back to this week after week. We love it. We're falling in love with the connections that we have with all of these fighters. We're getting to know them personally on an intimate level. And we keep, you know, we think we're putting out good work, and we're just trying to grind hard for the small market that it is. And we hope, you know, by branching out and reaching new audiences that we can continue to build, you know, the sport of slap fighting. You know, there's a lot of haters out there, and I'm sure a lot of people are hating our two faces right now, but you know, we're going to keep on going with it and see where it comes out on the other side. I know we talked about it. We're getting to the end here. Road to the Title season 2, for people that don't know, the reality show for Power Slap wrapping up. You know, they started out 28 guys, 2 rounds, in a reality TV show style format, just like Tough. Yeah. Like, how exciting has it been to get a new influx of talent into the sport?
Man, so for people that don't know, Road to the Title, it, like Corey, you said, it is the Tough. It's the Ultimate Fighter. It's where we get to make our connections with these fighters. And with them doing it within the first year, they started filming another season. This sport's growth is on a trajectory that we're going to be blown away by the end of 2024. And what this means for the sport, having these guys come in, is that we're going to have more matches. We're going to see more up and down of the ranks, like what we like to see in other combat sports, maybe some more title fights. We've had one almost every card last year, but maybe we could have more challengers, more fights, more everything this year.
I mean, you know, when it started out, the rosters were quite thin. You know, they may have 30, 40 athletes, you know, for Power Slap #1 under contract. That is now blowing up, you know, upwards of 120 to 140 strikers on their roster. And I mean, for people that don't believe it, like, this is a legitimate business. The sponsorship that this sport has is incredible. They've now moved to the Durango, coming up on February 9th for Power Slap #6. Tickets are available, you know, VIP packages for all. And you know what? I'm telling you right now, the celebrities that are going to be there, that are going to be in attendance as part of Super Bowl weekend, I really love what Dana White is doing in marrying up these events. And some of the biggest sporting events that are taking place in Las Vegas, International Fight Week had Power Slap at it. Now we've got the Super Bowl. We're going to have Power Slap. I mean, I think it's an incredible way to get this sport out there to the masses as it continues to grow time after time. So let's get into it. I want to talk Power Slap #6. Start off at the top. We got to get into it. All right. We've got KO Chris Thomas and Emmanuel No Love Muniz going down in a welterweight championship match. These guys, Chris Thomas has been off for a little bit with a record of 5-0, taking on the challenger Emmanuel Muniz, who is coming down from middleweight to be able to fight KO Chris. Obviously, right now, Jeeves, KO Chris has been on a destruction, 5-0, knocking people out. You know, Manny coming down to that welterweight division makes things a lot more interesting. Paint the picture, paint the case why Emmanuel Muniz is deserving of this title shot. and how he can have his keys to success and victory at Power Slap number 6.
Totally, man. Let's just take a look at the kid's resume. He comes from street beefs background, born and raised mean streets of California. He's made for this adversity type thing. Like when you go back, I implore you guys, watch his street beef stuff. He's got no quit in him. And the true OGs of this sport that are like have been here since day one, you got the likes of Dorian Perez, you got the likes of Ryan Phillips. They all hail this kid. And if the guys at the top of this sport are seeing something in a guy, you know, I can't argue with their opinions sometimes. And like I said, when you go back and look at this kid's resume, he's here to bang, and this is his opportunity. He's done well all last year. Every time he came on stage, I always said, love seeing Manny, puts on a show, does what he has to do, takes care of business, and now he's earned that title shot.
Yeah, so he's going up against the champion, KO Chris Thomas. Power Slap number 1 takes home that victory. We haven't seen him for a little bit. He's been away trying to get himself together. This opportunity here coming up is definitely going to be the biggest test, you know, going up against Jesus Gaspar, who we haven't seen, you know, after his match with KO Chris. He's kind of gone off the face of this earth, you know, to be honest with you. We're going to see. I mean, is there going to be some rust? We do know that the rules have evolved since KO Chris has last been up there on stage. How is that going to, you know, impact his performance? We do know through the road to the title, you know, season 2, the Athletic Commission already did the coin toss. We know Emmanuel Muniz is going to be striking first. I personally don't think the coin toss is going to matter as much in round 1 of this fight. Could it play an impact into the accumulation of damage? Potentially. But, you know, the chins on both these guys, you know, Emmanuel Muniz can take it. KO Chris, we haven't really seen. KO did come down from heavyweight when he started in Power Slap. So we know he's dropping weight as well. We haven't really seen him tested. We've seen him, you know, take a strike from Waylon Frost. But at this point, there's nothing that shows me that we should be concerned about KO Chris's chin at this time. I think that this match gets out of round 1, which was a really cool prop bet that they used to have early on in Power Slap.
Yeah.
You used to be able to bet, would the match get out of round 1 or not?
Yeah.
We haven't seen it the last couple times, but man, I hope they bring back those props, because I'll tell you, you and I love those prop bets like you can't believe.
Totally.
You know,
and
so
this is a 5-round fight. So it's not like you said, if it makes it out of the first, they got plenty of opportunity to go back and forth. And like you always say, Corey, it's the game of attrition. Like you keep pounding on that damage, and eventually that one's going to knock the guy down.
Yeah. And I mean, KO Chris has, you know, a strike that is replicatable, that does damage. He doesn't miss. He's got a very heavy hand. We've seen it time and time again. Yes, he's had some luck, you know, with winning the coin toss, however many times that he has. But it is certainly entertaining. I'm excited. And, you know, and speaking to him, he's actually glad that he doesn't get the strike first, because he wants to actually have his, you know, his chin tested. And he wants to prove to all the naysayers and the haters out there that KO Chris can take it. So it's going to be electrifying. You know, we've seen these guys for the last, you know, 11 weeks so far. You know, we know that they got into a tussle, you know, at the UFC, you know, Performance Institute. These guys got
Speaking
into
of being able to take it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris threw him a little right, you know, the jostling that was kind of going on there. I mean, these guys, and Dana talks about all the time, these guys hate each other. Like, I don't know. I mean, Turpin and Wolverine, I think, also hate each other. But Manny and Chris are almost at that level where they hate each other equally. So I think it's going to be fireworks for everybody involved. You know, it's going to be definitely a match you're not going to want to blink. And, you know, that one there could be extremely exciting. Like I say, on the betting line of what's going to happen at this, we do know, and I think it would be fair to say that the champion should open up as the favorite on that money line. I think you will see it. However, you will see it sway, because KO Chris is an incredibly polarizing figure. You either love him or you hate him. Yeah. And I think you're going to see over time, especially if you're in KO Chris's camp and you think that he is going to retain that title, I would suggest putting money early on KO Chris if you believe so, because that line is going to shrink closer it comes to the event on February 9th. Manny, the California kid, especially when some of those celebrities like Steve will do it and stuff like them, get to Vegas, put money on it. I think you're going to see that line definitely change, because, Steve oftentimes puts money on the challenger. We've seen it with the Bell, in his title match. And, there's still not a ton of money being put on this. And so if someone's going in and throwing 10K down, it can sway these lines quite a bit, with, not that big of, nominal amount. But, it's great to see. I mean, we know Rubats is obviously coming on board. Steak as well is coming on board. There's a number of different outlets that depending on your jurisdiction, that you could also bet on Power Slap. And, for everyone who's got ADD, why would you not want to put down even just a micro bet on a match that lasts no more than 3 minutes? And
you'll know real quick.
100%. Let's talk about it, Jeeves. I'll let you lead this combo, but let's talk about the co-main event.
Let's do it, man. The short wait, we didn't have to wait too long to see Sheena step back up again. This time, they're bringing her somebody from another very popular MMA promotion, PFL, and she's a champ in her own right. Once this fight was announced by Frank a couple weeks ago, I had a chance to go watch back some of her content, and this chick's an animal, bro. So I think Sheena, this is a great match for Sheena. Frank confirmed during our live last week that they will be fighting at 155. And I think this benefits someone like Sheena, who just naturally holds a little bit more muscle mass. She's played around with wellness competitions and stuff. So she's gone out of her way to put that mass on. And we saw at the last Power Slap, it is hard to come down for someone who naturally carries that. So at 155, I think we see a beast of a Sheena. And to see Jackie step up to someone like Sheena and be willing to take that after the last show, hats off to her. I can't wait to see this match.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, a former PFL fighter, it's going to be the biggest test, truly, for Sheena Bathory to date. Sheena Bathory, for people that don't know, coming from, Eastern European roots, from a family of judo champions, a judo champion in her own right, coming here, seemingly destroying everything and everybody in her path as she gets together here in Power Slap. And, a true superstar in the making. She's, she's played around with everything from, powerlifting to bodybuilding to pro wrestling. She's got a personality that is, as big as the stadium that she's in. The fans love to see her, and she's got a great personality to go with it. This could steal the show. In a lot of ways, as much as, KO Chris and Manny, has a 20 or 30% chance that it could be a dud. But I think that this matchup is almost a guarantee that it's going to be fireworks. And we're going to see it go the distance. I mean, Sheena's been destroying everybody throughout this entire time. And I think we're going to see this go a couple rounds. We're going to see her, really get pushed, with this. And so hopefully this is the start, of the growth of the women's division. Hopefully we start seeing more women's matches as well coming up on, subsequential cards. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't every single women's match involved Sheena Bathory up until this point?
Yeah. Sheena was so hungry at one point, Fight World Live, that she was ready to fight anybody on the men's roster. She just wanted competitors so bad. So if there's women out there that are seeing Sheena, watching her blow up on social media, sign up, man. The Power Slap women's, the fans are just rabid for this. So I'm all for it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two events are going to be fireworks. We do know some of the other events. I mean, as crazy as this will sound to some of the people from the MMA world, Frank Lemicelli joins in on the chats on Rumble when it is taking part as part of the preview. You've got the president of Power Slap in the comment section talking to the fans, taking shit, taking heat. I mean, like nobody else
really
that I've seen.
Too.
It is actually really him. And we've been able to verify that. And it's actually him in there and, dropping some of these fights for us week after week. So real excited to do it. Let's talk about what is going to be another banger. We have
Big
Ryan
dogs.
Phillips, the King of Kings, going up against the Buffalo Soldier, Nate Bernard. Number 1 contender going up against number 4, Ryan Phillips. I'm going to talk about this one from Ryan Phillips' standpoint. Okay, Ryan Phillips, OG, potentially, him and the Wolf could be one of the most historic fights ever in Power Slap history that went down on the road to the title. First episode of the first series, still a legendary matchup until this day. Tore his bicep during the show, had to, take some time off, became a coach, became an advocate. You want to see anyone who studied, the sport of slap fighting any more than Ryan Phillips, and you're not going to find it. He is a true technician when it comes to it. He comes back and takes on the legend that is Darius the Destroyer, and is able to pull out that victory this past fall, setting him up to go up against the number 1 contender, Nate Bernard. Let's look at it. Ryan Phillips, on the surface, doesn't have the same genetic makeup, doesn't have the muscle mass, doesn't have the overall structure and length that Nate Bernard has. Ryan Phillips' key to victory in this match is he is going to have to outgame Nate Bernard. And some of you guys be like, what? There's gamesmanship in slap fighting? What do you mean? Ryan Phillips is going to have to psychologically get into Nate Bernard's head. Yep. He is going to have to do something different to make up for that genetic deficit that he has. And you know what? The King of Kings, awesome guy. I think, I would say this to his face, and I think he would agree with me. He is going to have to outsmart Nate. Nate is still that young dog. He's coming in, doesn't have as much experience. Ryan Phillips has the experience. So we're going to see how this match unfolds. And Ryan Phillips has a chin. We know he's not going to sleep, so he's going to have to out-tactic, his way, whether it be on the defense or the offense, whether he's changing up his timing, changing up, the speed of the slap that he's doing. And on the defensive side, can he position his chin? Can he get that rollout? Because we know Nate hits incredibly hard. Can he bait Nate into clubbing or into stepping? That emotional side. We know Ryan, when he's up there, he is animated. Can he get under the skin? Because, it's easy to have a game plan until you get hit in the face. Ryan talks a lot of trash between rounds. Can he get under Nate's skin in order to be able to pull out a victory? That's what I think he has to do to happen. I want you to give me the case of what Nate Bernard needs to do on the flip side to win this.
Man, let's be real with Nate. I don't think we can call him the new guy anymore. Every match he's had on a numbered card that's been on air, he's gone up against some real OGs, man. Like, we saw his fight with Dwayne. We saw him take Dwayne swaps, and Dwayne is arguably one of the best heavyweights this sport has ever seen when it comes to fight IQ, technique, strength, just the total package. So getting hit by Dwayne, we saw that Nate could actually take slaps from these bigger guys. Now, that end of that match, a little bit controversial in some fans' opinions and stuff like that. And so I think this match means a lot for Nate. And if, Corey, you're saying this about Ryan having to get into Nate's head a little bit, that could be dangerous, because I think Nate knows how much this means. Being the number 1 contender, being put up against number 4, and another great heavyweight in the sport, like you said, one of the most electrifying matches we've ever seen with him and One-Eyed Wolf. I think this means a lot for Nate. I hope he's training for it in that sense, because if he can make it through to the end and actually give us a definitive end to this match, it's going to mean so much for his stock and his future going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Nate Bernard coming off a loss against Damien DeBell, going up against Ryan Phillips is really going to be that turning point. I think it's going to be, this is really something that the fans can look forward to. This matchup here, has fight of the night potential all over it. From an entertainment standpoint, from an athleticism standpoint, I think this one could be right up there, through and through. I don't know where these guys are at. I mean, I think there's some animosity between them. I personally don't think they like each other. Just whether it's new school versus old school, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely going to be one that I am personally going to stay away from on the betting line. I don't want to get in on this one at all, to be honest with you. And what we've kind of seen through the first 5 events of Power Slap, doesn't make a lot of sense to try and spray the entire card and try and hit, because we are seeing a ton of upsets and uncertainty. And so I think you're better off to pick
every match he's had on a numbered card that's been on air, he's gone up against some real OGs, man. Like, we saw his fight with Dwayne. We saw him take Dwayne swaps, and Dwayne is arguably one of the best heavyweights this sport has ever seen when it comes to fight IQ, technique, strength, just the total package. So getting hit by Dwayne, we saw that Nate could actually take slaps from these bigger guys. Now, that end of that match, a little bit controversial in some fans' opinions and stuff like that. And so I think this match means a lot for Nate. And if, Corey, you're saying this about Ryan having to get into Nate's head a little bit, that could be dangerous, because I think Nate knows how much this means. Being the number one contender, being put up against number 4, and another great heavyweight in the sport, like you said, one of the most electrifying matches we've ever seen with him and One-Eyed Wolf. I think this means a lot for Nate. I hope he's training for it in that sense, because if he can make it through to the end and actually give us a definitive end to this match, it's going to mean so much for his stock and his future going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Nate Bernard coming off a loss against Damien DeBell, going up against Ryan Phillips is really going to be that turning point. I think it's going to be, this is really something that the fans can look forward to. This matchup here, has fight of the night potential all over it. From an entertainment standpoint, from an athleticism standpoint, I think this one could be right up there, through and through. I don't know where these guys are at. I mean, I think there's some animosity between them. I personally don't think they like each other. Just whether it's new school versus old school, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely going to be one that I am personally going to stay away from on the betting line. I don't want to get in on this one at all, to be honest with you. And what we've kind of seen through the first 5 events of Power Slap, doesn't make a lot of sense to try and spray the entire card and try and hit, because we are seeing a ton of upsets and uncertainty. And so I think you're better off to pick the situations where you feel most comfortable with. If you can get some, a little bit of juice on the line, put all your money down. Me personally, staying away from this one. King Ryan Phillips versus Nate Bernard. Not going to touch it on the betting line, but you're certainly going to want to tune in and watch it. Let's keep on rolling. We've got one other match that's been confirmed for sure. Let's go, Big Jeeves.
Hey, we got our lightweight matchup, the return of Robert Trujillo. We've seen him come and go. He's had some matches here and there. Not too many guys in his weight division, but we did get Dallas Moran. We saw him, I believe it was at Power Slap 4. He was supposed to compete, didn't get a chance to. I'm glad he's able to come back on a card like this with Robert. What can we say about Robert Trujillo, man? He's taking care of business every single time. And I know, like, I don't know how much Fight World Live has followed along, but after the last showing at Power Slap, I know Robert was rearing to come back and actually have a real match against a competitor that's willing to go the distance with him. And El Tigre, this is a big look for you, my boy. They're giving you the guy who has never lost. So I'm excited for this one, man. I'm glad it's on the card. Shout out Frank, shout out Erica for making this one happen, because not only do we get to see Robert again, but we get to see what Dallas is made of.
Yeah, I mean, Robert Trujillo, honestly, at 155, has destroyed everybody in his path. Short, tall, he shows up. He's able to, ball out. I still remember right back to when he fought Jewel Scott, the first time around, Power Slap #1. First time I've ever seen. First match of the night. First time I've ever seen someone get slapped.
Yeah.
And hearing that strike by Robert Trujillo, it was like a gunshot going off, because it was dead silent in the arena, and it was electrifying. Robert Trujillo is an MMA fighter, professional MMA fighter that has been making his way through. He has aspirations of one day getting into the UFC, but right now what is at hand for him is Power Slap, and he's doing it incredibly well. Could this be an opportunity for him to get in the UFC? Potentially. Dana White and Frank have kind of shut that down for now. But if there was a 155 title introduced into Power Slap, we know that Robert Trujillo would be in it. Robert Trujillo, is a very strong, formative competitor. Dallas Moran, we've seen one match from him, 0-1. We know he's got a DJ career going on. He's got some love from Shaq. We haven't seen too much from him in Power Slap. We know that he's been working. We know that he's been at this for at least 6+ months. The first time we were supposed to see him was actually up against Zach Zane. However, he wasn't able to make weight in that match. So he got into the system, and I know he's been focused in training. This one here for Dallas is going to be incredibly tough. He's going to have to take that strike by Robert Trujillo. We haven't seen too much from Dallas yet. It's hard to say. But, if in the betting world, if you can get pretty close to being a guarantee lock, I think Robert Trujillo is the one.
Yeah, that's a good call. I didn't think you were going to go that far, but hell yeah, I would go.
Hey, man, we got Fight World Live. We got to go that far. We got to go that far. Fight World Live, the lock, guarantee. Robert Trujillo, put your money on it. You will not be disappointed.
100%. 100%. That's a great call.
Yeah. All right, man. So right now, in this point in time, as the show took place, the athletes that continue to go through, round 1, round 2, punch their ticket to Power Slap #6, taking place February 9th, if we haven't talked about it already, at the Durango. The first time we're going to have a live audience for Power Slap. Let's go through it, man. Let's see who has punched their cards. Let's talk about them a little bit and what we can expect from them. The fights haven't been announced, so we don't know who they're going up against, but we do know what they are, planning to do from what they've released already is they are going to take some guys from the first, reality series and peg them up against the new guys from the second series to really see where they go. And honestly, they're getting top 5 matchups. This is going to be a make it or break it card for these guys. They're not giving them fluffer, opponents to start. This is going to be real business. So let's start. Zach Zane this past weekend, we just seen him take care of Chris Debo. Moving on in the welterweight division at the live event, let's talk about Zach Zane.
Yeah, man. Zach Zane, been around for a long time, finally worked his way onto a numbered card. There's a few competitors that he could go for. Like you said, Corey, the thought process seems to be the OGs versus the new guys. And this is interesting because I've always said this, man, there's levels to this. So putting them, like, it's a great test for some of these new guys. And someone like Zach Zane, Alan Klingbeil would be a great fight for him coming in. Alan Klingbeil.
No. I said it before. I think Cole Young is a great matchup
sorry about
for
that.
Zach Zane. That's
Yeah.
who I think is there. Anthony Blackburn, tough competitor as well. And, maybe even a Waylon Frost kind of in that 3 through 5 is where I think his skill set will kind of set in. Zach Zane potentially going to go down 155. We know he's got a great career. He's had a, past career fighting MMA over in Japan and stuff like that. So the guy's been battle tested, over 30 fights in his career. So
he can take a hit, that's for sure.
His grit and determination for sure. So, so Zach kind of came out of the welterweights from the show. So let's move on to middleweight. We got Garrett Grimes coming out of the show at middle. And then we also have Brandon Bordeaux.
Yeah.
Could they peg these guys together, or do we think they're going in different directions?
These were two of the savages from the show. So if they did put them against each other, bro, I think, that fight would be unreal to see. Garrett Grimes, tons of energy, tons of strength. And then Brandon Bordeaux, just a technician when it comes to this shit. He's dedicated everything he has to that. I don't even want to think about like the outcome of that one, because dude, that match would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys seemingly, I think, could fit into the top 5, top 6 in the rankings.
Yes.
In the middleweight division. I think right now, there's a bit of a lackluster in the middleweight division. John Davis has held that reign at the top, all the way back to Power Slap #1. And they're certainly starving for a new contender to come up there. And Garrett Grimes, Brandon Bordeaux, could be one of these guys that we see get a title shot here in relatively short order. Maybe even as soon as Power Slap #7 potentially, because I think John should be back there pretty soon. So
yeah,
super exciting. Light heavyweight. Who do we got at light heavy? Who do we know at light heavy? Garrett Blakesley,
Greenhall. Greenhall's heavy.
And Greenhall. We have those two competitors.
Yeah.
Greenhall was the heavy though.
Greenhall's heavy. Yeah, sorry, I corrected myself.
Greenhall's the heavy. So that's who. Yeah. So we've got one right now, and that's Garrett Blakesley, a kid from Ohio. Not a ton of fight experience, but he was able to come in and take care of business. At light heavyweight, probably has more of a middleweight frame to him, but he kind of has that farm boy strength. Football player from Ohio. Good opportunity. Got really good length to him. So wherever he kind of goes in that light heavyweight division, it's just so deep. Like, in all honesty, that light heavyweight division is filled with killers.
There's so many guys that could potentially go against Garrett that we haven't seen as much. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we got the top 4, the Statics, the Rons, the Terps, but under 5, like even guys like on the rankings still, like Isaiah, that. There's a lot of guys that we could see Garrett go against and get a really, really good match for Power Slap 6.
Yeah. We know Delvin Helmut, who competed at heavyweight for the show. We know he has aspirations to drop down the light heavy. I'd actually love to see that Garrett and Delvin go against each other. That would be an electrifying match, to be honest with you. And then we'll be able to see who the real 205er is coming out of that show for sure. So could be some great fireworks there. But the heavyweight side, I mean, we had a couple guys there who we liked in the heavyweights. Obviously, Logan Greenhall is being that superstar that keeps on coming out time and time again, just delivering, coming out of Gorilla Smack Systems, headed up by TJ Thomas. Let's talk about him a little bit, man, and his makeup and his demeanor.
Yeah, man. I see Logan taking a similar ride as sort of like Nate did, because the guys in the heavyweight division, they are so established. So any match that Logan gets, it's going to be a big one for him. And I'm going to say it again, there's levels to this. So whoever he gets, like whether it be a Dorian Perez, we know Ryan's already up. So like a Dorian Perez or a Dwayne Crespo, I don't think he gets the title yet, but like, okay, let's look at that. Dorian and Dwayne, those are both OGs in this game that have some big, heavy hands and know this sport really, really well after having competed all last year. So if it's one of those two, best of luck to Logan. He has tape to watch with the other competitors of the heavyweights to see what he's in for. And it'll be a banger either way, because Logan's a great competitor himself.
100%. The other guy coming out of that, though, is Brian Ellis. Yes. Brian Ellis was a heavy. He went up to super heavy. Yeah, I mean, just amazing. Brian Ellis, like I say, if he can go back down to heavyweight, we'll definitely do some damage for sure. Other than that, the super heavyweights, which I know you guys in UFC don't have the supers, but we're loving it here in Power Slap. We still have two guys. We got McKinney Manu, and we got Danny Van Heerden from South Africa. They pin these two guys together against each other.
It would be quite the mismatch. McKinney is on the more compact side of super heavyweight. I don't know how that's going to affect him moving forward. We saw it in his first match. The reach was a thing for him. These guys are bigger gentlemen, so they're a little bit further away from the table. But on the flip side of that coin, Danny Van Heerden, man, what a bear. Like, that dude's made for super heavyweight slapping, man. Just power, technique, and intensity, energy. It's exactly what we want to see at the table, especially in super heavyweight. We want to see those big hands. Let's be real, Corey. When we heard super heavy was coming, we were excited because we wanted to see some big hands, and Danny and McKinney are both bringing those. So I can't wait to see these dudes in the league, man.
Totally. I think it makes perfect sense. Pair up McKinney versus Van Heerden.
Yeah.
I actually think the winner of it actually could get the crazy Hawaiian for a title match. I actually think the skill set of both these guys could potentially be up there. I think they're both, they're both top 5 guys at this moment. Yeah. I think there's no reason for, the victor of that to come out. If they want to fast track some of these guys, I think we'll see the first title potential come out of the super heavy. I think that's probably the cleanest. I don't want to say the easiest, but I think it's the cleanest path to a title shot. And, we know the crazy Hawaiian has been doing this, as long as anybody. The injuries are racking up, the shoulder, the elbow. He's getting up there in age. He's not getting any younger. So we don't know how much longer he's going to be doing this. We've seen him switch hands multiple times mid-match because he hurts his wrist, on the right, has to go to the left. So we'll see these young bucks coming in that don't have as many miles on them, that are still fresher. Can they push them? Can they push him for that limit one day for a chance at his title? I think it definitely could happen. But all in all, man, let's talk about it. Let's lay down that framework, okay? You and I, both degenerates in our own rights. We love Power Slap. We love gambling. How much better could it get?
Yeah.
February 9th is going to come around. Super Bowl weekend. UFC doing an incredible job. Power Slap the Friday. Come back, watch us on the Saturday for the UFC. Then you can watch the Super Bowl on Sunday. No problem. Just a casual weekend in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You and I are going to be there. We're going to be live in center of it all. We're going to be taking in all the festivities. Luckily for you and I, we don't drink, so we're going to have our head on straight and be able to, make sure we're doing good quality work. But Power Slap, coming on February 9th, like we said, the Friday.
Yeah.
This card is, sneaking up on us to be one of the most solid cards, top to bottom, I think.
Yeah.
That could almost rival Power Slap number 1. It's always going to hold something unique and special, I think, in our hearts, Power Slap number 1, because it was the first.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, the talent on this card is going to be incredible. Could be top to bottom, the best card that they put out yet, I think, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It's like you said, Super Bowl weekend. There's UFC that weekend as well. I know me, I'm parlaying the whole weekend. We're going to have a little bit of action for every event through the weekend. So, but yeah, this Power Slap is exciting, bro. It's everyone, we always go into that with that energy. Like, this is super exciting. This is super exciting. But like you said, the talent, the adversity, the new guys versus old guys, this whole thing that they have going into Power Slap, it almost feels like, how else would you start the year? How else would you start the season for 2024 other than this massive card right here?
Absolutely. We know, speaking of Frank Lemeselli, there's going to be 6 events minimum this year. They're started off fresh. They're started off strong. I tell you, we're super excited, my man. All right, let's sign off. Let's get going. Keep on watching Fight World Live, bringing you a mashup of all the sports you know and love. And even if you don't know some of them, tune in because you might just become a fan. We're out.
que melt de nono.
Finish him.
Fuck you.
Conor McGregor wins. Brutality. Oh, come here! Get over here! Come on! All right, chill, be cool, Bobby. Chill.
No.
Time out, Bobby. Time out. Ah! 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 Come here! Chill! Oh, God damn it!
Can't see me.
That was a warm up, you little shit. Where you little shit? I'm coming for you.
Some people do.
Did you see that? Oh my goodness!
I guess not.
That's right! Nothing! You're arguing nothing! What a loser! Are you Yes! I have tied O.J. Simpson! 2 white people killed! Oh my goodness, and you have no weapon! Oh shit, you do have a weapon! Wait, Bobby, chill! Time out! Come here, little shit. Oh yeah! Get strong! 3! Oh baby! Wait, what are you doing? What the fuck's wrong with this woman?
Why
What are
can't
you doing? With a 5-finger say in the face. Smack! Smack that ass. Come here. That's right. Oh yeah, you like that? Oh, get some of this. No! God damn it! Shut up! Dude, how you have a shotgun?
What?
You have a shotgun. I have nothing. Bobby, chill, Bobby. Bobby, lay off. Now, please, come on. Time out. Oh, I'm just kidding. Oh, God damn it! Come here, you little fuck. Stop running. Where are you? Chill, Bobby, chill. Let me just find you. Let me find that little. Oh, yeah! That's 4, Bobby. 1 more. It is game. Over.
Be in Farmway one day.
Oh, poor Bobby! That's 5! Victory! Oh no! I'm gonna put my chicken on camera!
Rematch.
Hey, welcome to welcome to Bitches and Brawlers.
This is our #1 episode.
I'm Brittany.
And I'm Allie. We'll introduce ourselves. I'll let Brittany go first.
Well, I'm a ring announcer here in Denver, Colorado, you guys. I've been in and around combat sports for many years now and have just recently myself taken up some training in some boxing. I'm not active or anything like that. I don't compete, but I've always had a love for combat sports and especially women in combat sports. I have worked with several podcasts over the years and have even given a go at my own Brawlin' Babes with Brittany. And when David Potter and the crew from Fight World Live came to me and was like, yo, you need to meet Allie. You guys need to collab. I was like, this is perfect. This is perfect. It's sort of a spin-off of Brawlin' Babes, but we're going to talk to all the brawlers, not just the girls. I mean, yeah, I'd love to be female focused as much as possible. I think you feel the same way there, Allie, but we want to talk to everybody over here. We're the bitches and you guys are the brawlers, and we can chalk it up. We can talk about everything and anything, you know. It doesn't have to just be fighting over here. But that's a little bit about me. I'm here in Denver, Colorado. I'm in my mid-30s, and again, I'm a ring announcer for Airtight Boxing and a commentator for AMA Championships. And I'm honored to now be part of the Fight World Live team.
Great. So it's great to meet you, and I'm so glad to have you on the show now. I've been kind of all over the place, I guess. My history with fighting started when I was 18. I was a senior in high school. I seen on MySpace there was an ad for a gym that was in an old schoolhouse that they were just running out of room. And the coach there had 2 fights, so he had more experience than the rest of us, and that's all you needed back then. When I started, it was just you were kind of in the trenches of MMA. One of the girls that was my first fight, she just came off a pro fight. Like that was allowed. So you could fight anybody. You could fight someone that just signed up that night. You could fight an old UFC vet. Like they weren't very transparent with you on anything. It was just, if you want to do it, like here's your outlet, but it wasn't very safe and it wasn't very regulated. So I stayed at a very short amount of time. I took an 8-year break. I came back just because one of my good buddies stayed in it the whole time, and he just kept bugging me and kept bugging me. He's like, you need to come back. You need to come back. Like, when you try this again, like, it's so different now. So I came back for a little bit. I fought for about 2 years. And then, like, after COVID, I did like 1 kickboxing match and kind of called it good for retirement. I was honestly not in it to become pro or to get famous with fighting. I got in it because I grew up poor in a very not safe area, so I was used to getting picked on or singled out for street fights. I had like a lot of history like some of the women fighters do. I did have domestic abuse in my history, and I feel like it's a really big therapy, especially for like a lot of women, to kind of go in there and you're putting yourself in a situation where you're controlling the violence that's happening. So I feel like that does aid for like a lot of people. I have seen fighting help people with a lot of mental illness or personality issue. Like, it's just a good outlet. If therapy isn't for you, I do recommend, if you do want to do therapy, that is for you, try it out. There's no shame in that. Everyone should always try and better themselves, but fighting is therapy, I believe, for some people, and it does help people get through a lot. And like I said, I didn't really want to use it as an outlet to get famous or like to go pro. It was just something I enjoyed doing as a hobby, and then it brought me into working for the events, getting videos for fighters, kind of trying to help them out, because I didn't have that stuff when I was an amateur, and that was big, like not having videos, or the only videos you have is somebody in the crowd waving their phone around screaming into it and you can't see it. So I wanted to help them out and get like good quality videos for them, for their training, for their family that couldn't make it. And then one of my old opponents reached out to me and told me about this podcast that she got approached to about, and it was a matter of just knowing the right people at the right time, because they didn't even approach me technically. I was just a side person that got approached after her, and then I ended up on all these shows, and here I am.
That's so awesome. And I couldn't agree with you more. I think combat sports is a huge outlet for a lot of people. myself included. Like, I've always been a fan, you know. I never thought I'd ever put on a pair of gloves, but after realizing that what I'm doing by myself in the gym isn't working, I decided to try something new. Red Hot Rob Frankel is a local here. He has recently come out of retirement, but he's got something like close to 60 professional boxing fights. He's a former world champion, and him and my trainer, Adrian Flores, they put together this class, and it's phenomenal. It's got everybody in it, from, you know, the green newbies like me. I had never thrown a proper punch, didn't know the proper stance, anything like that. I mean, other than knowing it here, but not knowing it in my body. Like, I can see, you know, watch the UFC and see, you know, they're in Southpaw, they're in Orthodox, whatever. But knowing it and my body doing it, I didn't know anything. You know what I mean? I'm a little baby. And it has changed my life, not just my body. Like, I've lost 35 pounds. I've gained a ton of muscle and skill, but it's changed my mind. It's changed my mindset. It's the dopamine dumps are like days, you know?
I always encourage women to just like take a jujitsu class, because it does so much for your self-esteem. Like, there's something about with women that we get so focused on what we look like. Thank you, Kardashians. But when we could actually like take a jujitsu class and we know we can defend ourselves and we can know we can be dangerous. Like, we don't care if we have to wear shapewear or not to be on camera.
Right. Absolutely. Because you know what? 99.9% of the world doesn't look like a freaking Kardashian. And quite honestly, I don't want to. I'm proud of these damn wrinkles. You know what I mean? Like, I've got wisdom in there. So yeah, you know, me personally, I'm not much of a wrestler. I don't like being pinned and dominated like that. But I love to strike. I am definitely a striker. I think I want to, I'm going to stick with boxing strictly for a full another year, and then might take up some kickboxing classes and start throwing these heavy ass thighs of mine.
I love kickboxing just because I feel like you can be a little bit more energy with it. Boxing is very calculated, and it can just kind of be like a dance for a little bit. Whereas kickboxing, like, you got to keep moving. You got to keep going.
Oh, absolutely. And I have that level of energy for kickboxing, but I definitely am grateful that I started with boxing, because it puts you into the fundamentals and teaches you, you know, literally step by step, and versus trying to like incorporate your whole body all at once. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to throw a kick and a hook. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just see myself flipping over and falling anyway. But I'm excited to try new things all the time, and I love that combat sports pushes me to do that.
And there's no motivator than like not getting hit in the face. But I could talk about fighting like literally this whole half hour. But I want to like find out more about you to figure out what kind of a host are you going to be with me, and what kind of things are we going to talk about.
Okay.
So we're gonna get to know each other, but not the standard questions.
All right, bet. Let's do this.
All right, I want to know, have you ever broken a law?
Oh, many.
Have you ever had the chain bracelets?
No, I've never been arrested.
I have been arrested a few times.
We knocked on wood, because I definitely could be.
I feel like once you get in your 30s, if you haven't been arrested yet, the likelihood that you're gonna go to jail for the first time.
Man, you know, I've got a 12-year-old, so my most recent phrase has been, I'm gonna catch a case on my kid. She's got mouth on her, and I'm just ready to just, you know what I mean? I'm obviously not really, but kinda. But yeah, no, I'm lucky enough that yes, I've broken many laws in many states. But no, again, we're gonna knock on wood. I've never been arrested.
I feel like the reason like I have actually been arrested was a lot to do. I came from a very rural area where everybody's been arrested by 30 because there's not a whole lot to do and the cops have nothing to occupy them. So they just sit around and they wait for anybody to pull any infraction.
Right. Absolutely. See, and I've always lived in larger cities, but still kind of on the outskirts, and never like in the nice part, but never like the hood, kind of like the right there in the middle, like right on the hood outskirts, but like the next neighborhood is a nice neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And I surprisingly growing up was a minority in South Texas in San Antonio, like, so I definitely grew up with a different mindset than a lot of typical white girls, I guess. And I definitely have a little bark with my bite. You know what I mean? Like I'm not scared of a confrontation, and I'm very confident and blunt, and that can come off very asshole-ish. So that's why I'm always like tagging myself as the asshole with like the little goofy face emoji or whatever. Because I'm not scared to piss somebody off. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to tell you how it is, and I expect you to tell me how you think it is too. And that's what makes humans beautiful, you know, like that we can all talk and have a conversation.
I definitely agree with that now that I moved to an actual city. And it's funny how like the rural areas, they get romanticized, like they're so safe, you know, there's no senseless crime or violence. Like I have been in more scary situations in a rural town than ever in the city. And this is Alba crazy. Like this is like a really like when I moved here, I was like, oh, you be careful. Like it is so close to the cartel. Like there's so many gangs there. People just drive with guns and they shoot at you. Like they made it sound so crazy, but I probably had my like life threatened more times than I could count living in a rural area. And it's scarier there because everybody knows everybody. So if you make somebody mad and the police force doesn't help you with that situation, people become vigilantes and try and take things in their own hands. And they know where you work, they know where you live, they know your schedule. You probably have mutual friends. Like like if you feel like someone's out to get you, they're more likely going to get you in that situation.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. Yep, I totally agree. All right, next question. I like these.
Okay. So I feel like a lot of people go to like, what's your favorite band and like stuff like that. And you can tell a lot of person about like their favorite type of music, but I want to know what artists can you not listen to? Like if they come on the radio, you cannot even drive if they're playing, like that you have to change the channel, switch it, cannot listen to them, make you go crazy.
100% Drake.
Really? I listen to a lot of Drake.
I am not the biggest fan.
But I don't love all this stuff.
No, he's honestly like him and Taylor Swift. I could probably like be like, oh yeah, that's Taylor Swift, and oh yeah, that's a Drake song to like 2 songs. You know what I mean? I definitely am not a huge fan of the overly popular artists.
Music, yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I can jam some hip hop, some old school. I love that old school, like 90s and even some of the 2000s hip hop. And I mean, I can, when it's time to get all glitzed up for, you know, either a night out with the girlfriends and the little sister or to ring announce or something like that, like, then yeah, I'm going to put on some trashy hip hop like Cardi B and Nicki Minaj.
See?
Yeah.
And I don't like them like as people. Like I think Nicki Minaj is a horrible person, but like her music, man, like I wish I didn't like it.
That bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's them, Megan Thee Stallion. But honestly,
Lotto.
Yeah. I love rock and roll though. Queen Don't Stop Me Now is my favorite song ever. Like that's what I want to play like at my funeral. But yeah, Drake is my least favorite. It's so auto-tuned now. I hate it.
Oh yeah. I mean, but it's just what they create out of that auto-tuning.
Like, I like the final product. I think Drake is a cringy ass artist.
Like some of his songs are like,
Drake
dude.
back on Degrassi.
Yes. I honestly thought Drake was gonna be a one-hit wonder. I laughed when they were like, "Oh yeah, this artist Drake." I'm like, whatever. That's Jimmy from Degrassi. Like, he's not gonna be a. He's from Canada. Like, what hood? What like background does he have to make him a rapper? And then he made it big, and he stayed big, and I was so wrong. I was like, shit. I really thought like he wasn't going anywhere.
Listen, I really think if it wasn't for Nicki Minaj, you probably wouldn't have.
Or Lil Wayne.
And Lil Wayne, yep, the whole little threesome they had there for a while. Yeah.
But they had a whole song saying that never happened.
Well, no. But I mean, if you gotta make a song about it, then it totally happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Shit,
This gets me into a lot of trouble, but I don't like Metallica.
They're not my favorite. No, they're not my favorite. They're overplayed. Just like Journey and you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. You gotta love the classics.
Mhm.
Classics to some extent. Like without Metallica, you know, some music would have never been created because they were so inspirational to other people. But
Mhm.
I agree. Like, it's just all right.
I think part of it is the millennial in me that got really pissed when they killed Napster.
Yeah.
Because like I was like 12 and 13, like, or maybe I was even younger than that when that happened. But that was huge to us to download music, especially if you're poor. And then they're like, no, we don't like that.
Yeah.
So that probably is the root for me.
Oh yeah, adds a little salt to the wound for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right.
All right.
What else you got?
Oh, what celebrity, like not an athlete, that you want to see sign a contract for a fight? Just as either you don't like them and you want to see them kind of get beat up, or you just think that they're kind of like a badass and you just kind of like want to see because maybe they're in like a lot of action movies.
Oh, okay. Can I give you an answer for both?
Sure.
Okay, dope. So I'd love to see Taylor Swift get her ass beat. I'm tired of. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't even really.
Dude, I feel like she's tall.
Oh, she's tall-ish. Yeah.
Like she's gotta have reach.
Yeah, I'm only 5'4", so everybody's taller than me. You know what I mean? Like, so
Same.
yeah, she'll probably have a decent reach, but like skill set, not like even if she trained for a while, you know what? Like, I really don't see her winning. Either
So
way.
you're kind of like throwing her to the wolves, essentially. Like, there's no way she'd win. She's gonna be a tomato sack. Like,
correct.
this is your death sentence for her.
She might like throw like a couple of good shots, and she could very well have that one lucky punch. Everybody gets one in their life. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I don't see it. I don't see
All right,
it.
who's the one that you think will do well that you want to see?
I'd love to see Wiz Khalifa, man. He actively trains and he can move. He's pretty decent. He'd have to quit smoking pot and like really devote like to some like heavy caloric intakes to up his weight. But I think he would do really well. And he's like trained and wrestled and fucked around with a lot of really big named people. I follow him on Instagram and stuff. He used to like get made fun of for how skinny he was, and he was like, I'm tired of being made fun of. So he took up combat sports training and started weightlifting, and he's put on a lot of muscle and lives a much healthier life now.
I had a lot of
weed, but
I had a lot of guy friends growing up, and that was something that they kind of expressed a lot to me, that as much as women get self-conscious about like being overweight or having too much weight, there's also a stigma with guys that if they're too small, that they get looked past by like other women will heckle and be like, I don't want to date you. You're skinnier than me. Like, are you gonna protect me?
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. Like, I like big boys. I need you to be bigger than me because I want to eat. If I'm going to eat, I need you to eat more. So you like
those skinny guys, though, they have like 4 stomachs.
Yeah, they can really put down that food. And like, it really is, you know, which opposite are you going to have? Everybody's, you know, everybody's grass is greener on the other side. The skinny people want to put on weight, the big people want to lose it, and nobody wants to work for it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if you want it, you got to work for it. You want to put on
That's
that
why.
weight, go to a nutritionist and get on a high calorie diet and hit those weights at the gym. You want
That's
to lose
partially
weight,
why,
then
like,
lose it.
I don't believe in these like quick fixes, like this Ozempic trend, or like people getting like parts of their cheek like cut out so they look thinner. Like, it may look good for like a couple of years or so, but your body's like organic material. And like even then if you're using Ozempic and stuff like that, that is regulating your blood sugar and you don't need it. So what do you think your body is gonna do over time, or what is it gonna look like over time? Like these things they don't consider. These are just like these quick little cosmetic tweaks that they're doing that they have a very long-term effect, and sometimes they'll make you look way worse. Like celebrities that get filler.
Look at Madonna. She looks god awful. Awful. Cher too. Like they could have aged beautifully. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be a lot more in the screens. Do I want to put Botox here? Yeah, maybe. But I still don't think I'm gonna. Like, I've thought about it. That's fucking expensive. And then I gotta upkeep it. Let me just age like Betty White and be the little old lady that pisses everybody off, you know?
And like what you just said, a lot of people don't know there's upkeep. If you are like racking up your life savings, cashing your 401k to get a boob job, you're gonna have to get one every 5 years. Like if you can't really afford the one, like just don't do it.
Right, absolutely. And then the potential of complications after, like it's not even worth it. You're here to live one life. Don't be scared of aging and wisdom and inevitably death. You know what I mean? Like nobody's getting out of this alive. So why do you want to look 25 forever? You know? That's where I feel like America has somewhat gone wrong because, in a lot of Asian cultures and not just Asians, but around the world, the elders are being taken care of by their parents and by the grandchildren until they die, in the home too. Like there's no out help. There is no, and it's seen as an honor to be old and to have that wisdom and to live. I mean, if my grandma's turning 87 in 2 weeks, and I'm like, holy crap, grandma, that's old, but good for you. Like,
And she's still like pretty spry.
yeah, she really is. They go to the pool. She gets her exercise in the water. She plays a card game to keep her mind going. She used to be a pianist, and she's not nearly as fast with her fingers, and reading the music is getting harder for her. But she still does dabble on the piano. So, I mean, like, geez, if I'm that lucky at 87, then I think I'm doing something right, So, all right, any more questions? What else you got on that list over there, Al?
What is your favorite trash media, like the embarrassing like tabloid stuff that gets like air that you don't want to admit to anybody, but you kind of get invested in it and seek it out a little bit?
Honestly, I don't know that I have any. Like
your apps don't send you stupid like celebrity bullshit like rumor stuff that's going on? Nope, just me.
No, I don't. I'm not in
that algorithm.
I don't even really watch a whole lot of TV. Like there's a lot of sports on in my house. The news is on here. But like reality TV or like I have ESPN and boxing and MMA on my news reels, you know what I mean? So I get ads.
I gotta watch the trash. I love trash TV.
I get ads for like Hayabusa. I mean I'm into horror and stuff like that. So I'll get, fucking Jeffrey Dahmer ads before I get celebrity garbage ads.
I think he's a celebrity, to be fair.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think so too. Absolutely. I do too, at this point.
I mean, he's got more famous decades after he died than during his whole trial.
Oh, absolutely. And I really
It's
wish
crazy.
they'd let them study his brain.
Can they at this like is it done? Like, did they cremate him or?
It's done. They
Yeah.
cremated.
Yeah, I don't even know if they could do that.
Yes.
All right. Speaking of news, so I was looking into like just weird stuff that was like going on, just because the news that we hear half the time is not fun to talk about. So, there is some news with Tiger King.
What?
They finally passed the law that nobody can own a big cat unless you have some kind of like zoo exhibit like license. And Carol Baskin got control of all of his tigers.
Oh, yeah.
But Jeff Lowe still owns the property, but he's turning it into a Tiger King film studio.
Oh my God. That's so
I bet like Joe is freaking out in person.
Oh, I'm sure.
Carol got all of his tigers.
Oh my God. I remember being laid up during COVID and I was like, fuck it. This is what
That shit was like the greatest thing that came out of 2020. I loved that show when it came out. But I love trash.
So good. It was so bad it was good. And you couldn't like a train wreck or a car accident, like you gotta like, oh fuck, you can't look away. You know what I mean?
Well, and I also grew up in an area that was like prominently meth. So watching that show like had a special like home life nostalgic for me. And I remember so many people were so confused by the fact that he had these husbands that weren't actually gay. They're like, why would these guys marry, Joe Exotic or like be his boyfriend if they weren't gay? I'm like, I know guys that will do gay things for meth. Like these guys were getting meth and they got a pet tigers. So I could totally believe they would do gay things just to alone hang out with tigers.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd do gay shit to hang out with a tiger too. Totally. There's some really cool local news here. There was a guy, it made national news. It like trended or whatever. He had over 1 million some odd views in like minutes. He went from Colorado Springs to Denver in 20 minutes. That's really about a 3-hour drive.
Oh my God. Was he in a rocket?
Pretty much, yeah. It was one of those like meh, vroom vroom bikes.
No, really?
Yeah. He
did that in a mini bike?
And he's got like he's got warrants now for his arrest. He's got three different charges they're gonna try to get him with, and oh yeah. He posted it to YouTube. What a dumbass.
But like there was like not like any traffic to where he was like bobbing and weaving, and roads in Colorado, I've been in Colorado, they are fucking scary to be going that fast.
Yeah, the highways here suck. They have potholes everywhere. Yeah.
They go around mountains and sideways, like no.
Well, this is just an I-25, so it's pretty much a straight shot, but there are some really sharp corners on I-25 as well. There was traffic, so he was definitely like car here, car here. He was riding those white stripes down the, you know what I mean, and hitting like 125, 130, 160 miles an hour.
Okay, so if you've ever been on a motorcycle, I know when it gets past 60 because my cheeks start doing the wave. Like, what does that feel like when you're going 130 miles?
You got a full head helmet on, so they don't even feel that on their skin, But yeah, it's crazy. Some little fun local news for us.
Yeah, all right. There's something from Alabama. So they're now coming out with something besides the lethal injection. Because the lethal injection is really expensive because they have to like have an anesthesiologist there. They have to do all those like special precautions. And this guy survived the lethal injection. Like, so they were like, we got to come up with a plan B. And then they were like, well, while we came up with plan B, we realized how inhumane the lethal injection was. So, and it makes sense to me that they're doing it this way. It's like a CO2 mask. like technically, if you work anywhere with animals, the humane way to euthanize an animal is usually involving CO2 because it's a slow suffocation and it puts them to sleep essentially before they even notice like any struggle if it's performed properly. So then they came up with that's what they're going to start doing to people now. Well, at least Alabama's going to start doing it. But I thought it was interesting because there was a big fight on making sure that the CO2 mask idea would work because they thought it was just horrible that he survived one death sentence and that he's getting put through this again. Mind you, this guy was a murder for hire and stabbed a preacher's wife to death.
And the justice system has come up with giving people multiple life sentences. So if you're serving multiple life sentences, why not just
you just die in prison?
Right, just have like the death
Mhm.
penalty happen more than once. Like push the button and then like, no, just kidding, wake up. Push the button again.
They do like psych out like death sentences. And it's like you actually have a life sentence, but we're gonna like keep making you think that we're gonna give you the lethal injection, but then we just send you back to your room.
See, listen, this is where I have like some really fucked up views about it all because honestly, I feel like we should have never gotten rid of public hangings. I think everybody would have stayed in line a lot better if the shame would have never been taken away from it. Why do we have to be humane to people who are murdering other people? Like, no, that doesn't make sense.
And I see that train of thought, but I do know part of the reason why we have it this way is because there's like 30% of the time we incarcerate the wrong person.
Well, and I get that, and that's why the whole
Yeah.
justice system is so fucked
Mhm.
up. You know what I mean? Like,
They're like accounting for like we need to make it nice because there's some people we're gonna put to death that actually didn't do anything. So we gotta like be humane for them.
yeah, but nah.
Yeah. I mean, it would be better just fix the justice system and make sure they have actually solid evidence on a person before they convict them, and not just we need to point the finger at somebody because the family's upset.
Yep. That's a whole nother show. That's a whole nother conversation.
The only other thing I had, which I mean, I guess it's not a fun topic, but I kind of feel like it's something to discuss. There was a school shooting recently, which there's multiple on the news all the time, but the mom is actually having to go on trial because they're a minor and they were under her care, and this kid went to school and did that. So, I mean, I feel like honestly, like I know there's some special cases and some kids like there's just something with them. But I do feel like as a parent, like if your child does something like extreme like that, like you need to be looked at possibly because like how the hell did they get that way and like get to that or how did you not notice that they could have been like planning or carrying out this whole thing?
Oh, yep, I agree 100%. As a parent, even when I get an email from the school that my kid's talking too much in class and didn't do her homework for the substitute, I'm like, you got in trouble. Now I'm in trouble. So even something small like that, like absolutely, it is on the parent. We are responsible for our children. And yes, like when somebody is already diagnosed with like mental disorders and then goes and does a horrible act like that, I see it less being on the parent. However, how did they get access? Like I am a gun owner. I have firearms. They're all locked up. You know what I mean? Like I plan to eventually teach my children when they're old enough and responsible enough how to defend themselves and how to shoot properly and how to clean them properly. I am a fan of the Second Amendment, but in a responsible manner. And teaching it responsibly and making sure that we're here, not here. And that's why I go box. You know what I mean? Like my kid comes home from school and she's like, oh, I got all this aggression, and then just goes and does like this floppy thing on the pillow. And I'm like, why don't you just come to a boxing class with Mom, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, just because I do it, it's not cool anymore, you know? So
I think that's kind of the same in my household. I remember when I was actively competing, some people were like, "Oh man, I bet your sons are so tough," and all this. Like, no, they're artists, and I take them to classes to see if they observe it, maybe like they could utilize it to like defend themselves in school. But like, they are not fighters. They are not aggressive like at all.
No. Yeah. And I don't know that kids should be anyway, to an extent. You know what I mean? I think being taught self-defense obviously is good at any age, but on the same note, let kids be kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And let them lead their lives. You know, we all kind of push and guide in our own ways, but at the end of the day, they're their own human, you know?
Yeah. That's why I do kind of get a little sad when I see like children that are like excessively competing in some kind of sport, like, and sometimes they're very skilled, they're very good, but it's like, how much of that childhood is that kid not getting because he's
Right.
always doing all this training and all these events?
Right, exactly. There's this boy that my girls are in gymnastics. My oldest goes twice a week for 2-hour classes, and then my youngest is only at 1 day a week, but she does basketball as well. And there's this boy that, and mind you, he's like level 8 or 9. He does all the cool flips and twisty things and whatnot.
He's an
But I was
aerial artist already.
pretty much. I was chatting with his dad, and I was like, "How often is he in here?" And his dad tells me that he's in there 5 days a week for 3 to 5 hours a day after school. And I'm like, "Oh my God, that's a lot. That's a lot." You know what I mean? And I understand it's hard work and dedication that's gonna pay off for him in the long run, because ever since he was telling me, ever since he was a baby, all he's wanted to do was jump and flip and, you know what I mean, be thrown on the bed. And so we just put him on the trampoline, and he started flipping on the trampoline in the backyard. So then we put him in here, and now this is the only place he ever wants to be. And I'm like, well, you know, like some people do have that gift and that calling for whatever it may be, whether it's, you know, music or art or combat sports or whatever. You know, some people just have that like immediate draw to it. Does that make sense? But like,
Yeah.
not everybody. And, you know, I'm definitely one to not push my kids in that sense, you know, too much. I definitely want, as long as they're keeping their grades up and their behavior in check, I'm a pretty lenient mom. I want you to do something extracurricular outside of school, but other than that, we can fuck off and have a good time. You know what I mean? Like, let's play, let's go to the park, let's go roller skating, let's, you know, do all the kid things.
I think like especially like when we were younger, there's this like weird drive where parents like wanted to push their kid to like be famous. Like that was when you seen all those like tryouts. Like, do you want to be in a Disney movie? Like there's these tryouts, like, or there was little girl pageant stuff I would get in the mail, and like parents would take their kids to that, and it was all kinds of stuff. But like everybody was trying to get their kid on TV or like get noticed somehow.
I went to elementary school with a little boy who ended up on like a Nickelodeon commercial or something. Yeah.
And that just shaped his whole life, didn't it?
I'm sure. I don't know where he's at or what he's doing anymore these days. He's one of the few that like I lost in the abyss, you know, somewhere. But yeah, he was that kid that got scouted at the mall and got put on a Nickelodeon commercial, and yeah.
Oh, can you imagine how cringy his parents were to be around?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. Because
They'll still tell you about that commercial he was in.
Oh, I'm sure. Yep. You wonder, man, what happened to people?
I mean, I can't say now is better or worse, but it was a different time. I mean, now everyone can just use their phones to get famous. But then like it was still a drive. It's just there wasn't many outlets, so people got really obsessive about it.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, even more so. I mean, it's only been more and more and more obsessive, you know, like we're here now, you know, like not that like this was never a goal for me. I'm just, you know, for me, I have, you know, I took theater growing up and whatnot. I was in speech and debate. I I just have a gift for gab. I can be friends with anybody and also piss anybody off. And I'm just easy to talk to. And so for me, like promoting the females in combat sports just came easily for me, because whether it's just the girl fighters or referees or promoters, you know what I mean? Like there's just a lack of that presence in there. And it's still like, it still just blows my mind that we're this far behind, even still. Like other than Invicta, there's really no all-female promotion out there. You know, and even Invicta only does, you know, they'll have a couple of shows back to back to back, but then they'll go like a good 6 to 8 month stretch and not have another show.
Well, female fighting is like, well, especially for MMA, like a little over a decade. Because I remember when I first got an amateur, like I would look up, you know, because like UFC was still like pretty new around then. It was still kind of like being built, and they did not have a women's league. And Dana White specifically said, I will never have a women's league. Like he pretty much was saying it was trash. And then you'd go on the message boards of like this big fight super fans, and they mocked women fighting all the time. They said, nobody wants to see it unless the girls are hot. And even then, girls can't actually fight, or they're tired of seeing these athletic, manly looking women fighting. And even if they are like a fighter and successful, they can only date other fighters. No man would want to be emasculated by his woman being a combat fighter, because it would just, everybody would laugh at him because they would assume that she was beating him at home.
Right. Yeah. It's unfortunate, man. Like the stigma behind it all, because a lot of these people live normal lives like you and me. You know what I mean? Like go home to their husband and their wives and their kids and have dinner and pick up from school and ballet practice, and you know what I mean? Like it's really not like that. Just because somebody has an athletic body and is proud of what their body can do, like, but it's a man's world. We just live in it.
Well, even like the support and the energy were entirely different, like now and then. Like I remember when I came back in 2018, everybody was so supportive, like for the most part. Now, when I started fighting in like 2009, I did not get that energy or reaction very much at all. My family hated it. They thought it was so trashy. They were like appalled by it and embarrassed. And then I had people that like were older than me, they were kind of like mentor kind of types, and they were just like really concerned. They thought it was like a form of self-mutilation. They thought I was like setting myself up to just get like beat up because like I was angry with myself, and this was like my way of like, I guess, processing that. Like it was so weird.
Yeah.
And I remember being like taken back by like their reaction, and like, no, like I don't hate myself.
I hate myself. That's why I want to be punched in the face. Are you kidding? But yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely correct. You know, in the short time that females have even been allowed to compete on a professional level, like, yes, it has changed, it has grown, it has evolved, but it still is like, it still does shock me that it hasn't evolved more than it has.
Oh, we're still playing the game of, we got the little Barbie female fighter that we rig her matches so she looks like a top contender because anybody just wants to see a hot girl win. And then we knock her down and everybody hates her.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it with Ebony Bridges, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce her name, but the lovely Asian mom that came and boxed Ebony on a short notice fight too, and won, took her titles from her. That alone, it was a beautiful thing to see. Not to see Ebony lose, because she's very talented and skilled, but to see like the evolution and the respect there. Like it was nice to see the trade-off there.
The evolution is great. It is now more, I'd say 8 out of 10 fights, the opponents become best friends afterwards. I feel like in the beginning, it was more like, no, you hate them till they die. Like,
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And I think it's that way a lot for the mental aspect of going into a fight, obviously, but also to help build the fight too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like absolutely they have to, you got to sell yourself and you got to sell your fight. And that's honestly the best way to do it, whether you actually dislike the person or not. I mean, shoot, we even saw it happen at this last UFC card. Sean Strickland was like, man, stop smiling and laughing with me. We got to pretend like we each other tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, and it's
oh,
like,
I love seeing in the weigh-ins where like one of them brought flowers or like they boop each other on the nose.
playing rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I love those too. Those are great for sure.
Or like they take out the phone and do the selfie real quick with each other.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then there's some people they hate that. They're like, this is just making a mockery. I'm like, I don't know if you realize, but these guys are not gladiators and they are not fighting to the death. Like they are athletes that got signed up. They don't have this ongoing thing. Some of them do, and that's cool, but like a lot of times they don't. And that's why it is hard when you have an opponent. You don't want to see them as a person. Like I learned like over time that like I didn't even want to look up my opponent like on social media because maybe I would see posts that they did and notice like they're kind of funny or like they're kind of cool. Like I like some of the same stuff I don't need to see them as a person. I don't want to talk to them either like beforehand because it breaks it for me.
Their families, you don't need to see if they have kids, none of that.
Yeah.
You have to dehumanize your opponent to go in with that like kill or be killed kind of, and not that you're actually trying to kill somebody, but you sign a line that is a potential outcome. And so yeah, you do have to dehumanize yourself and your opponent to that extent. That's crazy, man. Oh, that's crazy.
There are people I've met in fighting that they can shut that off real fast. Like there are some people that they can go sociopath like when need be.
Right.
Or there's like just some fights you'll watch and you're like, do they know each other? And does that guy hate him? Because it looks like there's some personal aggression being let out, but that's just how they are. That's just how they fight. That's how they perform. And it's just so convincing to everybody in the room. Like, this feels awkward. I think I'm going to watch that guy die.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And those fights are fun to watch until somebody actually gets hurt. You know what I mean? Have you ever watched any of the fights where somebody's actually like gotten hurt or even lost their life?
I've seen a few of the infamous leg snaps.
Yeah, those are bad. And that's why I can't fuck with grappling and stuff like those arm bends and like, I have arthritis already. Like at 22, I was diagnosed, so I'm like, no, don't bend me that way.
That is something I stupidly never thought about being an issue with being an athlete in combat sports. I thought head trauma was like my biggest worry, and then one of my friend's moms was like, "Do you ever worry that you can get early onset arthritis?" I was like, no. It's like, with kickboxing, she's like, yeah, you probably that's the thing. Like, oh,
it's the thing.
I have some thinking to do.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed it. I mean, because I have a ridiculously high pain tolerance. I don't feel it like the majority of the time. And
it's all the weed.
It is a lot of the weed, but I almost lost you. But it's also just my trauma as well that speaks there. So a lot of times at the end of my class, I mean, I'll still have my hand reps on, but I'll throw kind of bare knuckle at the bag for a little bit. And I've even noticed like on my right hand, my middle knuckle is already getting bigger and like more calcified. I'm like, shit, arthritis, don't fuck with me now.
It is useful when you start like building out that knuckle. I had a buddy, we used to like punch each other in the arm at work, and one time he was like, would you punch me like a normal person? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you're doing this. And I was like, no, I'm not. And it's like my knuckle just sticks out so much.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
All
Right on.
right. I think I'm
other
out of
questions on
questions.
your list?
I'm out of questions. So, did you think of any during this?
Not any that we didn't already like go over. You know what I mean? Like, I got to know you really well. Like, I'm glad we had this chat before bringing on guests. I'm glad we got to know each other and let the audience learn who we are and what we're about. I'll let you guys know I cuss like a sailor. You know what I mean? So
I remember a lot of times starting a job and having to ask, is it cool if I say the C word?
Is cunt an appropriate word for this interview? Thank you. Yeah.
Just want to lay that out there.
Yep, perfect. So no, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun this season. I've already got a couple of different guests in mind. I know that you're gonna be working and doing some really cool stuff and gonna have some guests for us too. So I'm just excited, man. Season 2 is gonna be epic for Fight World Live.
It's gonna be fucking lit. New Fight World Order.
Hell yeah. With the bitches and the brawlers.
But we'll be back next week, and we're actually gonna have a couple of guests. So
Yep, we will. I've been talking with Gary. Shoot, don't quote me on it. Gary Brown, I believe, is his last name. And
that sounds made up.
Brittany is an MMA mixed martial artist. She's a mom. She has been in and out of combat sports for several years now. Juggling mom life with it and stuff. So we're gonna talk to them. Gary is one of her trainers and I believe her manager as well. Good dude. I've chatted with him on Brawlin' Babes before. But I'm excited to meet Brittany. I mean, like, how can I not be excited to meet any more Brittany's in the world? But no, she seems really dope. I just got some graphics for her, so I'm going to get it over to the production team, and they're going to work their magic on it. But yeah, we've got them. I'm also talking to the owners of AMA Championship, having them on because the co-owner or founder is a female as well. I'll have some more information for us on that in the next coming weeks or so. So yeah, I'm super excited, man. Bitches and Brawlers on Fight World Live is gonna be fucking dope. Season 2, you don't want to miss it.
So we got some different stuff cooking up for this season, so it's gonna be a little bit different than what we've been putting out before. And I'm excited to have a new host.
Yeah, I'm excited to not do this by myself too. Like, I've never co-hosted with anybody, so I think like our collaborative minds mesh well together. Our energies and our vibes are meshed well. David knew what he was doing when he was like, "Yo, you two need to become besties."
And we didn't even plan our outfits.
No, totally. Mine had to leave because it's cold AF here, but yeah, no, we did not coordinate the black V-necks at all. Swear.
We just show up like Olsen twins.
Hell yeah. Can't wait for next week. It'll be the same.
Oh, I can't wait because I'll have already gone to the BKFC event and I'll have to be able to talk about it.
Oh my God, I know, it's going to be so exciting.
The fight shows in Albuquerque, I definitely feel like have their own energy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Although, like, I did love fight shows in Iowa just because they had the biggest variety of different kinds of white trash, and I think you can see anywhere. And I love trash, so I love going there because it's just like I said, there's like a variety. You think that there's only like one kind of white trash or maybe two, but there is a wide variety, and they love fights.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely. That's fucking awesome. I haven't been to Iowa since I was a kid, so that's awesome.
It's like going back in time because they're stuck in the past. So there's that nostalgic part to it.
Cute.
Here, I like it. It's like an old city. I noticed this is a place where if you're a female, you're called a hey girl or mija, and if you're a guy, you're brother.
Sup, brother?
Yeah, hey brother. Every guy's a brother, whether you know him or not.
Wow. That's so funny. That's not Denver. Denver, you're either an illegal immigrant with the right to work pass, or you're a they them, or you're out in the suburbs.
Isn't
There's
Denver
no-
like all suburbs?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Alright, I think we gotta wrap this shit up now.
As we previously reported, it is now official. Endeavor announcing WWE and UFC will combine to form a $21 billion global live sports and entertainment company, while Vince McMahon will be the executive chairman.
Welcome to the weigh-in. Take your bra off and take it off now.
Alhamdulillah. Everything's God gave me.
You and God versus me. Screw you. You're fired.
It's hard to be told that your career is over when you don't think you did anything wrong.
You do want to be employed, don't you? It's a kiss my ass. Join the club.
Hey, this is the fight business. People say nasty things, right? But the tension between those two and kind of the racial undertones and all those things, how do you...
There's also some news out of Australia that Sean Strickland punched a fan.
Quite frankly, you look more my type. What the hell is going on here?
It's a woman in a towel.
Bark like a dog, come on. Heal! Heal this woman's breast! Heal this woman's voluptuous breast! You feel it? I feel it! No! Hey, look at it! Oh my God!
Recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Right. I got two left hooves who want tests. Well, since nobody's stepping to me, take me to your cult leader. Take me to your local drug dealer. Take me to the man in the mirror when you stand and deliver with your hand on the trigger. An emotional terrorist. IMMUNE. Never make my enemy public. I'm a private dancer, dancing for money. Do that thing that's funny. Do that thing that's
We'll start right out of the box because we were on hiatus. I'll take the hit for that because my dad got real sick, so that's why we've been away for a while. But CM Punk returned to the WWE. Everybody's saying now hell froze over. He even had a shirt now that says that. So Obviously, we didn't get together to talk about it. Let's talk about it now, gentlemen. What are your feelings about him being back? Were you surprised? Were you not surprised? What say you, Malik?
I'm in and out of it. You got to forgive me. The fact that he returned is a bit of a shock, seeing as how everything went down so horribly a decade ago. It's funny that, for the longest time, everybody's been sitting there saying, well, the whole situation was his fault over in AEW. And it's like, at the end of the day, really, the person you should blame is the one who owns the entire company, first and foremost. So him showing up in WWE is actually a great move for them. I believe he's going to last a long time to be inducted in the Hall of Fame and so on and so forth over the next 5 to 10 years, give or take, because his body is going. He's not going to be wrestling for that much longer.
Now, was I the only one when he said, "I'm home"? It almost looked like he threw up a little in his mouth.
Probably. I wouldn't disagree with you there.
Yeah, because he didn't look. He didn't look like he was at home. That's all I'm saying. He just looked.
Listen,
like
that was probably a line that they fed him, and he had to take it and eat it and spit it back out.
Now, what about you, Brandon? Because you were a big CM Punk guy for years.
Yeah, look, I had written this off as just like it's not happening because there was the reports that came out week before that there had been no contact, nothing was happening. I was like, this isn't going to happen. Then you messaged me literally as it was happening. I didn't even watch Survivor Series, and you messaged me, "Oh no, it's happening," and I was kind of blown away because like, oh shit, this is really happening.
Dude.
Since he's been back, it's not like he hasn't really done it. They flirted with this whole Seth Rollins thing.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to get to now. That whole was that a real reaction from Seth Rollins?
Partially, because as far as I know, or as far as what I read, like there wasn't a whole lot of people told what was going on. Like they kept it extremely close hold. They didn't even bring him into the building until well into the end of the Survivor Series, the War Games match. So, like, yeah, they probably did keep this close hold to limit the amount of people that know so the information doesn't get out.
He didn't look too happy.
Here's another thing. I don't understand where all the beef is coming from, to be honest.
It's all the things that have been said online between the two. Like
they've gone at it back and forth because that's one of those things that happen on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, that I was not privy to or paying attention to.
Yeah, I have no idea. Who cares about fucking like?
I mean, at the end of the day, money's being made, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
So that's where I'm just kind of like, you're going to work together.
I mean, not just even Twitter. He went on, I think it was Logan Paul's podcast, I think, and like didn't talk a tremendous amount of shit, but it was just like, yeah, fuck him. He left. It's my place now.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
I mean,
if anything, that means that this is Seth bringing it on himself, no?
Yeah. I mean, and Seth said he would do business. Like, it's not like he said he would never work with the guy if presented. He'll do business.
I mean, every chance CM Punk got, he did take shots at WWE.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was so much so that like the first couple weeks he was in AEW, it was just like, okay.
Punk took shots at WWE. He took shots at The Miz. He took shots at probably Booker T. He took shots at whoever it was that he just wasn't caring about. Didn't care too much about. Mind too much. So, but I don't remember Seth being one of them. So that's why I'm just like, I think y'all are boys, and we'll find out as the years go by.
Yeah. Now, obviously, another thing happened, and it happened very recently, and I want to talk about it because The Rock came back, and he did the whole, does The Rock sit at the bar, the booth, or the head of the table? Crowd pops. Now, when that happens, do you think Cody Rhodes' ass chapped so hard that it started bleeding? Because he must know that's it.
No, because I don't think again until Roman acknowledges what The Rock said, I don't think what everyone thinks is going to happen is going to happen.
Well, that's the thing. The person who acknowledged it in response and in return,
exactly.
Paul Heyman. So I feel like obviously by Rock saying something, the seeds are planted to make you think, well, where are we going with this WrestleMania? Who knows?
But it's also just The Rock knowing what he can say to elicit said reaction from people.
You know what's you know what I find to be very funny and more interesting? I forgot what show it was The Rock was on. Maybe it was Pat McAfee's a little while ago, where he was like, there was supposed to be a match between.
That was on pregame for college football.
Okay.
And he said
So
that.
I thought strange that they would bring that out in the public like that.
Yeah.
And still like, hey, we're gonna keep teasing this no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah.
I look at the logistics of it. Like the last time The Rock wrestled, he tore his abdominal muscle, and it like fucked up a lot of productions for him.
What movie
So,
is he making
like,
now? Is he making anything?
I have no idea. I'm sure now that you know the strikes have been lifted, he's back.
His last match was a decade ago. That was against Cena.
Yeah.
Since then,
Here's my thing. He passed the torch off to Cena. Can't do it to Roman. So now what is?
This is just a money match, the way I see it.
Has to be. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the guy needs the money.
No, I'm not saying just.
This is a money match for WWE, not him.
I'm not saying sense of all. You know, he's getting money regardless. I'm
Oh,
saying
yeah.
call it to the audience and be like, for the people who want this kind of thing, I'll be honest, this is probably something that people should have got maybe years ago.
That's what I'm thinking. Because how long has he been doing this head of the table thing?
But Rock obviously has had, you know, movies or TV, the other things that he was caught up with. XFL,
Trying to launch a new football league.
Yeah. So, you know.
This is what I think. I just think it's elaborate XFL marketing plans.
Like this is one of those
UFL, sorry, UFL.
Like this is one of those things that you'll probably be actually able to get. I mean, realistically speaking, when you were a teenager, did you really want to see Austin versus Goldberg? I don't think so.
No.
I don't like, you know, looking back at it, it's just that I think I still don't understand where the Sting Undertaker thing came from, to be honest. Like
WrestleMania was in Atlanta that year.
No, but like that's where that all stemmed from, because I'm just like, nobody was ever talking like that.
And it was the two guys that were the mainstays for WWE and WCW.
Wait a minute, what are we talking about here? They wanted Sting versus Taker in Atlanta.
That was the rumor on the internet for that WrestleMania it was in the Georgia Dome, that Sting was, because I think his contract was up with TNA, and
oh, was that when they were doing those weird promos in the West?
Yeah, and then Triple H came out and interrupted, and everyone was just like, what?
Yeah. I don't think WWE would have gone that far, put the horse before the cart that much, or the cart before the horse rather that much. But yeah, I'm assuming that might have been a plan somewhere, but just got messed up because of business.
Because, okay, for all the years that we've been watching, since we found out from WrestleMania 18 where he beat Flair, it was 10 years that he had gone, 10 times he had gone the streak. That was always the big money draw for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now I feel like whenever Roman Reigns does lose the title, that obviously has to be the draw at this point.
The Rock can't win, no. The Rock can
yeah, because what's The Rock? The Rock is going to show up on Raw, like
whoever Roman Reigns faces. I'm under the belief that Roman Reigns is going to retain and win again and just upset everybody.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, by the way.
And Hogan did it for so many years, and at the time, nobody complained. As you get older and you start to realize more and more things, everybody's going to have an opinion and a say-so in it. To me, there's nothing that happens with Roman Reigns that I find to be stale.
No. Well, it's because he doesn't come around.
That too.
You know what's kind of getting stale for me is the fact that he constantly has to keep on winning by outside interference.
Okay. If there's one thing that is just like, oh, that's how the end of the match, I can understand where you're coming from with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
It's literally just been 2 years of either the Usos, Solo Sikoa, or somebody coming in and interfering and like turning the tide of the match. Whether or not the outside interference directly led to the finish, or just like helped turn the tide for him to put him that extra advantage.
So I got a question for you. So would you be bothered? Now, people think for some bizarre reason, just because Jacob Fatu is working in Booker T's Reality of Wrestling company, that's somewhat of a backstage opening to get into WWE. I'm not saying that it's impossible, because there are some talents that came from his promotion over into NXT. So, would you have a problem if Jacob Fatu, let's just say, came in, was the guy that interfered, would you have an issue with it or not have an issue with
No.
it? I'm asking because
Because that's something new. Somebody new being added to the mix.
Yeah.
That is like progressing the storyline, and then we're just potentially getting Bloodline 2.0.
Yeah, but they don't like Jacob Fatu, right?
I think there's
Fatu.
Heard he has a shitty attitude. I don't know
yeah,
if that's true or not.
yeah. I think there's other issues that would prevent him from
Goes back to
working.
that hearsay and conjecture we were talking about.
Yeah, just scuttlebutt that we've heard around, locker rooms and what have you.
And this very moment,
Speaking of hearsay and conjecture, MJF lost his belt to Samoa Joe. Adam Cole was the guy with the mask, I guess.
The devil, yes.
And MJF is now off the roster page. What's going on with MJF?
The thing that everybody's been speculating for the longest, people were saying it's probably Britt Baker. People were saying it was probably Jungle Boy. People like all these different names. Or
no, I always thought it was going to be Adam Cole. I only wavered a little bit when they did the laugh, and like the laugh didn't really sound like Adam Cole to me. So it's like, oh, that could be Jack Perry. Are they gonna fuck this up? Like, because if it was Jack Perry, it would have gone over like a fart in church. Like, that would have made no sense. And what does Jack Perry have to do with MJF?
And to me, none of that would have connected or made any sense.
I think they waited so long to do the reveal. Like, they should have done the reveal at Full Gear. Like, okay,
so I get what you're saying there. To me, I thought the devil story was just going to be dropped, but as the went by, and then it was blatantly obvious that Wardlow
when they start selling merch for the guy, that's how I know it's like, oh, this is going to be a thing.
Wardlow wound up with mask hair.
Yeah.
After doing it, and then going to have a match, you're like, okay, he's a part of the group.
Yeah.
Like, you can wet your hair or comb it or something,
or just like find somebody else that looks comparable to him. Like, doesn't it have to be Wardlow itself? Just get an extra who's giant and jacked, and like.
The issue for me with the faction is that 4 out of the 5 guys were looked upon almost as comedy or jokes.
Also Rams, yeah.
I can't take. I used to like Roderick Strong. I can't take him seriously anymore with all the Adam and all the screaming constantly. I'm over that. I did like Taven and Bennett, but then they were always the flunkies, the fall guys. They never really got wins unless it was over random guys that they just brought in the promotion to just have job out. And then you got Wardlow, who's beat MJF on his own.
Yeah.
Who never really needed to be in any faction. And to me, they ruined Wardlow well over a year ago.
Well, I don't think they ruined Wardlow. I just think they realized, oh, his ceiling was powerbombing guys 10 times, leaving. The second they put a microphone in front of Wardlow, got demystified. Like, that's not his skill set.
They try to go back to the whole powerbombing thing. So that was another issue. Like, wait, it can't be start and stop. I mean, I see what they do with the faction, but I'm more curious to see what Samoa Joe's run's going to be like.
Who's his first challenge, serious challenge?
His first challenge was Hook. But like the way it did good, like Hook went out on his shield, like he kept on like fighting and coming back.
They really went out of their way to make Hook to almost emulate his dad in some ways.
A little bit.
I'm not a fan of kicking out of a muscle buster at 1, first and foremost. Yeah. Okay? That, Brandon, you see how small Hook is. You are capable to kick out of a muscle buster. Hook is not.
Yeah. I like the Hook signal. Like, I like the presentation that they're doing with Hook now. Like, they have the giant spotlight when he comes out.
It's different. That's cool.
It's different. Yeah.
I mean, they are trying to build something with the guy. So it's like, all right, now we're moving out. Really, what it's going to come down to is a 3-way match between him, Hangman Adam Page, and Swerve.
Yeah.
I don't see Swerve getting the belt right away. Really? Do I think there's potential for him to win the title at some point? Yes. I
think Joe is the transitional champion to Swerve, because now that's like the hottest thing that they have going. The reaction that he gets when he comes out,
Yeah, but
everybody going.
Wouldn't you want to see him chase the belt then?
I mean, yeah, I do want to see him chase the belt, but like at the earliest opportunity,
I do notice that thing's getting over with the Prince Nana.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the major reasons why he's getting over, and we're gonna have to be fully honest about it here, is the dance.
It's Prince Nana.
Like I went to, well, shit, I saw you there, Tony. Hello. I'm gonna say you were there to obviously be behind the scenes with the cameras and everything, the equipment for the House of Glory show. So you've seen how over Swerve is.
It was very over.
But a big part of the presentation is Nana, regardless if he had him or not. Swerve talent and his money, regardless. But that extra boost of the act of the entrance does help.
Yeah.
I think he needs action. No, it should just be him and Nana and just going about it.
I think they're gonna push him over as a face, and he's probably gonna chase either Adam Cole or Joe. And then they'll give him his moment, maybe at one of these bigger pay-per-views, one-on-one. I just don't think that he's gonna finagle a triple threat win.
Hey Brandon, I got a question.
What's up?
Isn't it around the time where MJF's contract's supposed to be up? So do we start throwing out guesses of who arrives at Mania and who arrives after Mania? Just start seeing things.
As far as I know, his contract is up. That's why, like the weekend of what was the event that he lost to that?
World's End.
World's End. He published that article in the Players Tribune, which read very much like a star athlete leaving his team to go into free agency, like the not knowing what's going to happen.
Aren't some people saying that he already signed a multi-year deal with AEW?
That came out prior to this, like maybe in the fall of last year. Like there was like that he had reports that he had signed an extension, but also like he got really beat up. He was like basically limped into World's End and that match with Joe.
Because we got a couple of names that are on the free agents now. That MJF is.
You might as well jump right into it because the big name that everybody's talking about right now is Kazuchika Okada.
Wait a minute, I hope I'm saying it right because I have no idea what the hell you just said.
Yeah,
it's Kazuchika Okada. Am I saying it right?
Yes.
Kazuchika Okada. Anyway.
Or if you want to say it like the Japanese New Japan guy.
That's a free agent. Obviously, Mercedes Moné is still a free agent. Andrade is a free agent.
Yeah, I think he already signed with WWE. He's probably coming out the Rumble, I think.
Naomi is about to be a free agent.
Probably go back because her husband's there.
Tama Tonga is a free agent.
Yeah.
Tama Tonga is the guy from New Japan too, right?
Haku's son.
Okay.
Like to me, I was like, I won't even blame WWE, but AEW has stripped New Japan of its talent.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, where would you want to see Okada land? WWE or AEW?
WWE.
That's what I was thinking.
I like the guy so much. I don't care where he goes, but I look at it logically. Like WWE is going to want this guy in the United States full time on the road, 100 to 200 dates a year. I don't know.
He could travel with Nakamura, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And he has Finn. He's friends with Finn from Finn's days in New Japan. AJ, Gallows, and Anderson.
Oh, so he's got allies over there. So
he's got allies in that locker room.
Worst comes to worst, wind up in TNA again.
That's why I think he's going to go to AEW because AEW will give him the freedom to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like he wants to come up in TNA for a little bit.
Can we just take a second to tip our cap to Scott D'Amore for renaming it TNA?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. For not just renaming it to TNA, for like literally saving the company.
Yeah, breathing life back into that company.
Yeah, like it was comatose on life support when he took over. Well, how many years ago he's been there and been in charge, and like he's
like signing people. He signed.
He's made them they're never going to be the number 2. AEW's firmly in that slot. They're the number 3 wrestling promotion in the country right now.
Sure, yeah.
The fact that they've just signed, I'm a little surprised, but then again, I'm like, nah, he probably didn't want to jump up and go to AEW yet. Ziggler or Nick, he's over there. He's basically working those shows for obviously being a TNA talent and working New Japan shows as well.
He's definitely going to win the TNA title.
Oh, for sure.
He's definitely going to win that film.
He'll finally get a lengthy world title run.
He'll finally show the world, like his theme song said.
Well, as long as somebody doesn't give him a concussion.
He'll finally.
Damn.
Fucking Dolph Ziggler. Jesus Christ.
I mean, again, had all the momentum in the world, and then Alberto Del Rio just literally.
You know, listen. Alberto Del Rio thought that his destiny was to get kicked in the head. And that's what happened.
Actually, it was Jack Swagger, but
oh, sorry.
Jack Swagger that hurt him. I thought it was.
He kicked out of him in the head.
I thought it was that boot in the corner that he gave him that one time. WrestleMania isn't Philly.
That's how fucking Paul Heyman's gonna get a godlike fucking response when he walks out, because you know all those ECW dirtbags will be there.
I think most of those ECW dirtbags are probably dead.
He'll
by
probably
now.
go in the Hall of Fame this year too.
Yeah.
You know what though? He is. I mean, if not the greatest manager of all time. I mean,
behind Heenan, sure.
Here's the thing.
Of the modern era.
Yeah, to me and you, he'll always be behind Bobby Heenan, and I think even he'd say that. Okay,
Yeah.
But in terms of like this modern era, I think he is.
He is our Bobby.
You
Heenan.
can't even think of another manager that would touch him. Period.
Oh yeah.
Again,
That's even around right now.
It's something that's not relevant now in today's landscape.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, unless you want to consider guys like Prince Nana and like guys like that, or that idiot, what was his name, Marco Stunt? What a fucking loser that fucking guy was. Can we agree to that, boys? Can we agree to that, boys?
Don Callis. There you go.
Don Callis. Yeah. Don Callis. He wasn't bad neither though. Because he was Cyrus the Virus and then all that other shit.
No.
So
Hey, look, I stole all my shit from Don Callis.
He had a pretty good. I mean, at least he's not like this moron James Mitchell doing coke on TV. Fucking WA. What a fucking schmuck.
Fucking up TV deals.
Oh my god, what an idiot. Like, who ran that by them and said that's a good idea? Do that on TV.
They were probably also doing it as well.
It's fucking crazy, man. I mean, I know we took a long break, so a lot has happened. We could talk about this.
That was something that happened during our hiatus.
Yeah, they are on CW though now, right? NWA.
Yeah, he didn't totally fuck up the TV deal.
They're on
almost.
the app, you said. So they're not on TV. They're not on channel.
Yeah.
No.
But it's still a TV deal. Like they're still on.
Yeah, obviously getting sponsorships, right? Because
yeah.
They're on CW. Because now I'm ingesting Raw now with the clips on Facebook. That's literally how I see Raw.
Realistically, you don't even need to watch the show. You just go through Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and
that's literally how I've watched wrestling for the better part of the last 5 years.
That's basically how I've been catching up on all this stuff. I've just been watching like the clips that come up.
The only show that would be there the next day that would be on the cock would be NXT.
Okay. So now they're moving all that stuff around. When is that happening?
It's this year, I think, is the expiry of their current, because the exclusivity window that NBC Universal had with WWE has expired. So now they're able to field all these various offers.
Well,
Warner Brothers Discovery is in a bit of free fall right now, so nobody knows what's going to really happen with that. That's why,
what happened with Channel 5? How come they're not on Fox?
They weren't getting.
They weren't getting pay for those rights anymore.
They paid for it, and they didn't get quite the return on investment that they had hoped.
Yeah, because they put everybody on SmackDown too. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
Going to SmackDown, which is annoying because like that's why to me Raw seems like it suffers a little bit because it's a clear number 2 show.
Yes,
absolutely,
clear as day, and it's just like, yo, man, like I'm not saying put Roman Reigns on the show, but why did you take Randy off? Why did you take? I mean, they took everybody. They took LA Knight. They put everybody on SmackDown. It's like,
yeah,
what the fuck? What about Raw?
because they were prioritizing the Fox deal because Fox paid them a crazy stupid amount of money for that.
Well, you know what I say? That's a bunch of poppycock.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
That's
It's the business, and I just think where the landscape,
Dash. I've been bamboozled. Okay,
where the
Turner
landscape
Broad
is going.
It's not what I want to watch. That's all I'm saying. AEW, I haven't watched AEW since I got yelled at. I'm going to say that every week on this program, by the way. Ever since Brandon yelled at me, I've never put that on my TV.
We're well over. We're almost 2 years.
Listen, I got scolded. I said, you know what? You're right. I do this
No,
to myself.
it'll be a year. It'll be a year since that happened.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
It'll be a year in the springtime that happened. I'll never forget it.
I had just started dating my buttercup.
I felt like the middleman in all of this because I didn't know what to do, how to react, what to say.
Well, again, it wasn't constructive criticism. You're just like you're hatching it. It's like this sucks.
I was really upset.
That's a 5-year-old's argument.
No, the best part was because you broke it down. You're like, oh, it's 9:30. The women's segment's coming on.
Yeah.
And then it was like literally you knew it down to a science, and I was just like, wow, this is.
I you know something? I would even tell you to watch Dynamite if you really want to like.
Rampage is a better show.
They say they blow.
Watch Collision on Saturdays, and your head.
Collision. Sorry, not Rampage.
Your head will really hurt.
It's really that bad, huh? I can't subject myself, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. Edge on, and this too. I hated Edge in WWE. What do you think? I'm gonna like him on fucking AEW? The guy was annoying on WWE. I never saw it with Edge. You know that. I used to call him the overrated superstar. Like, because he was not good to me.
The Edge hate just projects from so many people. It's wild.
Because he's not. Listen, I'm not saying that he's not a talented worker, but it was just like I just never got behind him. To me, he was always that moron that sat on the stage after WrestleMania 14. And I'm like, who is this fucking loser? I used to fucking literally say that. I'm like, who is this dummy sitting on the stage? And then
to you, he's still the guy in the Brood.
Yes, he's still that. You think you know me? You think you know me? You think you know me?
Since we kind of transitioned back over to talking about AEW talent, let's talk about Sting's last match coming at the beginning of March.
What do you mean against Nicholas and Matthew Jackson?
Yes. He almost died in his last match, hitting a scorpion drop off the stage through a table, not both tables, to Powerhouse Hobbs. I'm just like,
I don't understand what he's thinking. Like when he dove off the balcony on the people. It's like that's somebody's grandfather.
I'm 63 years old and I still got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have so many injuries.
I know. They're gonna be like, listen, Steve, we're gonna have to replace your knees, hips, back, and neck.
Is that part of the match?
Oh my god! And against the fucking Young Bucks.
He wrestles in pants now with his shirt tucked into his pants.
He wrestles
like a belt.
It's like I said, it's like a grandpa guy. He's getting into a fight at the fucking local Waffle House.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, yeah, I think the whole Matt and Nick Jackson thing, it's very clear. I can see where the roadmap is going. Sting and Darby are going to take the belts off of Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Then
let's just take a second to respect that name, Big Bill.
He's big. His name is Bill. Don't try and overthink it. Don't overthink. It's just professional wrestling.
Well, we can't call you Big Cass because
your name is Bill. You're big.
You're Big Bill now.
And Ricky Starks is like better on the mic than Enzo was, and is less problematic than Enzo.
What do you mean, Pebbles?
The Pebble, yes.
The Pebble.
The Pebble, Ricky Starks.
The Pebble says, "I'm gonna wear my $200 shirt and talk just like The Rock and pose like a weird college football statue."
I went off camera for that, but yeah, I did the Ricky Starks pose.
That fucking guy is so stupid. I'm so happy I don't watch AEW anymore.
I can very clearly see where they're going. So
I'd rather watch TNA, honestly. I like what Scott D'Amore's doing. I do. You know, and to me, it's like a Canadian show, right? Because it's mostly in Canada, isn't it?
I think they vacillate between Canada and Nashville still, because I think their corporate offices are still in Nashville.
Okay.
And Access, Access, the company that owns them, is a Canadian company, so they're either.
I did see their belts. I do like their new belts. They got some nice belts there. So I'm kind of glad that TNA's back. I like that.
Yeah, I look. You need more companies in wrestling for all these guys to get work.
Yeah.
Like when it was WWE was literally the only game in town, and then TNA was this island of misfit toys. Yeah. Like that to me was like the dark period of wrestling.
You gotta be careful because you don't want to wind up in the indies. You gotta face the indie guy.
Yes.
You don't want to fight. You don't want to fat Mike Cardona.
Yeah.
Because he goes on, he curses up a storm. I fucking hate this. That's his new thing. I noticed. I call him like. Yeah, I call him Indie Shane Douglas.
He hates being on the indies, but yeah.
Hey, that's what he is. He's Indie Shane Douglas. Fuck you. I fucking hate New York. I'm glad I'm from fucking Florida. It's like, shut up. You collect toys just like I do. You're a fucking nerd. Shut up. Like, enough with this tough guy act. Jesus Christ. Get your ass choked out by Santana.
My thing is he's not going to come back to WWE. They're not going to let...
No.
If he wants to make money again, he'd have to be Zack Ryder. That would be that.
Yeah, and like that just basically negates the last 2 years of.
He's like, listen, Matt, we'll bring you back, but hey, radio, tell me everything you know.
Do you still have the tights with one leg?
That's the thing with WWE. Since they keep changing people's theme songs, he'd have something brand new. It would be a disgusting remix of that theme.
No, but here's the thing: is I think if they did bring him back, Triple H would at least have the forethought, like, "Hey, this thing that you're currently doing is working. Let's try and do it over here."
I also, again, I think he own that "Always Ready" song, so he might just come out to that.
Yes,
that's like his theme song everywhere he goes, which isn't. It's not a bad theme song. I like I said, I like Cardona as a performer. He knows, like, when he's a heel, he knows.
He knows how to get a reaction.
He generates heat very, very well. But
yeah,
he can't pull the shit that he's pulling in the indies in WWE because, like I said, they're gonna.
Well, I think he can't. I think he can because look, he's like either so much bigger and in better shape than the people that he's working. Like,
yeah. Well, Santana, when he wrestled Santana at Hog, Santana got pretty big, man. He's pretty jacked.
Yeah, it's all that
I'm trying to say.
All that pernil that he's been eating.
You mean that genetically enhanced pernil?
Yeah. Yeah,
got a couple of shots.
I'm sure that's a 100% natural physique.
Yeah, I'm sure. I swear to it.
And if hey
man,
it's fine.
All the power to you, man.
All the power to you, man. Do what you gotta do.
Just remember one thing: it's not cheating until you get caught.
Exactly. Hey, there's no USADA WADA for wrestling. Like, this isn't MMA. Like, do whatever you can to get yourself over. Exactly. It worked for Jinder Mahal.
Yeah.
Like Ginger got jacked, and because he appealed to a demographic where there's over 1 billion people.
Before we put a bow tie on this one, what did he say on Twitter?
Oh, it was when Tony Khan went on his whole, like, the point where someone should take the phone away from the guy. He didn't know who Hook was. He was like, "Who's Hook?"
Well, basically, how it all started was Tony Khan hated the fact how the fans were shitting on the fact that Hook is getting a title shot, but Jinder gets a title shot where
after not being on TV for
a single match.
Yeah,
he was just trying to find the logic, and it was like WWE booked it completely different. He just got into a big segment with The Rock that got tons of eyes on it, and you figure they try to capitalize and still use Jinder. Yeah. And it was like basically Jinder was booked pretty nicely for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You're in a segment with The Rock, you get beat up by him. You're in a segment with Rollins, you get beat up by him. You lose to the champion, no big deal. Hook, what was he, 28-1 at the time?
28-1, yeah.
And he's
about
to
28 largely squash matches.
Yes.
Yeah, but then they put him with Dan Housen and stuff. They made him a joke.
Hook's greatest opponent that he defeated was probably Matt Hardy. Not Jungle Boy, Matt Hardy.
I was gonna say Jungle Boy because at least that was an actual competitive match.
Jungle Boy ripped his contract up in New Japan.
Yes,
right? So he's like,
I think it's what's called, like, they do it in soccer a lot. They send malcontent players out on loan. That's 100% a loan. Like,
take this guy, do what you want.
Take this guy, do something with him.
He hasn't been the same since fucking Dylan died.
He hasn't been the same since they turned him heel. Like, he had a good.
The thing that's funny is that obviously they were looking for a reaction with Jungle Boy ripping up the contract.
Yeah.
So when that happened, the AEW logo was just huge on the piece of paper for all to see.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't miss it.
And it wasn't even technically on proper New Japan. It was New Japan Strong.
Correct.
The American brand of New Japan.
Yep.
Wow, you couldn't even do it on the main show.
You couldn't. It wasn't like he showed up at the Tokyo Dome and did that. They were in San Diego.
See, you get into a fight with CM Punk. He punches your lights out. Goes to WWE. He's gonna win the Royal Rumble, and now you're on the second version of New Japan. You're not even on the main one, ripping up contracts. Goes to show you what happens when you're just a Jungle Boy.
Yeah, it goes to show you, like, you can't fight your coworkers or talk shit to your coworkers that causes them to, like.
Maybe you should listen when someone tells you not to smash an actual piece of glass over yourself.
Yeah,
you fucking dumb.
Maybe,
people are so stupid. I swear to God. Well, good.
Who knows?
I'm glad where he is, and I hope no one ever fucking gives him another fucking shot because he's a dummy.
Well, I think this is his chance to, like, okay, prove yourself, and then maybe we'll bring you back.
He teamed with a guy who dressed like a fucking dinosaur, and it was so stupid that fucking Christian was like, "No, now you're gonna act like a bootleg Kane, and I'm gonna quit your kill switch because you're not gonna be a dinosaur under my watch."
I'm not gonna be teaming with Luchasaurus. Hey, I like Luchasaurus. I like the fact that they constantly refer to him as a dinosaur, even though he's clearly a guy in a dinosaur.
You know what he reminds me of? I want to fucking go over to him like the end of Step Brothers. It's like, is it stop being a fucking dinosaur and get a job?
Be a fucking dinosaur.
Yeah. I want to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I walked around my yard all the time. It just... Oh my God.
I look forward to the return of Baltimore as Jungle Boy.
I don't think we're going to get it.
No, I think it's done now. Damn it. Yeah, he's going to come out to bad to the bone. He's a bad man, you know. Anyway, you guys for joining Fight World and watching Spot Monkey Radio. Thank you for hanging out on False Finish if you're watching it on False Finish. Pretty much thank you guys. And until next time, we'll catch you on the flip side.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
The Ryan Show.
Perfect. Oh, yeah.
But a great American of our time is here, Cassidy. Welcome back to the Ryan Show FM.
Beautiful introduction, man. Thanks for having me.
Yo, it's truly a pleasure always. And yo, last time I saw you, we were on a run. We were selling that Cassidy goat's breath. That weed was crazy, man. It was the most purple weed I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. You know, I'm a smoker, so I gotta have some of the best, man.
Yeah, always, man. And I was telling you a little bit off the air, if it weren't for you, literally, you don't know how many countless hours I've spent in a car freestyle. Oh, wow, with the goat's breath. Here it is. How many times I've spent freestyling due to listening to your freestyles back in the day, just over everything, just bodying things. So before we even get started, I have to, and I've said this before on the show, nicest rapper, bar for bar. To me, punchlines mean everything. Stories mean everything. And you infuse a sense of humor with it. You're just hilarious as a human being and still keep it real and authentic. So I got to take my hat off to you before we even get started. Appreciate you, Cass, and your body of work. It's incredible.
Thank you for having me, bro. And I appreciate you too as well.
And man, you've just been killing it these days too. I saw you recently, the dynamic duo reemerged on BET, Cassidy and Swiss Beats. I mean, and plus you were with all these young cats. I saw you up there with Scarlett, just bodied it, man. So what was that whole experience like being back on BET with Swiss?
Me and Swiss is the dynamic duo. So whenever we get together to work, whether it's performance wise or in the studio, we always make magic. So it was pretty easy for us to do it. It just was a new experience, like you said, with the newer, younger artists, that's coming around and doing their thing now. So that was the only thing new about it. But when me and Swiss get together, we always able to make magic. So it was easy for me, man. Our chemistry is already crazy. I'm working super hard, so the bars is on deck. And they told me I had to rap off of Swiss beats. So, that's my favorite producer. I don't feel like nobody could rap off Swiss beats better than me. So it was perfect.
What's a dream collab? We mentioned best producer. We all know that you and Swiss Beats together, dynamic duo. Is there a producer that you haven't worked with that you'd like to one day have some type of collaboration with, a dream collaboration of sorts?
A lot of them. Teddy Riley, Dr. Dre, Timberland. I worked with Timberland. We did a lot of work, but I never made music with him. Like we never did a song together. So, Timberland, Pharrell, Just Blaze.
Damn, I didn't realize you hadn't worked with a lot of these guys. Over the years, you'd think that collaboration or these collaborations would have happened already. That's insane to me. But you and Swiss Beats, like, where does that chemistry?
I'm sure I freestyled over a lot of those guys' beats before, but we never got a chance to get in the studio and make history. So that'd be dope. And there's a bunch of dope new producers out too that might not got a legacy like those guys, but making a lot of hit records now that I like to get in and work with too. On top of the producers that I got a crazy team of producers. Crooklyn Beats, Mercy Alago, J Rel, Mac Sauce. I got a lot of dope producers. And even my son is like the top producer in the world to me. He like the dopest in the world, Cash School Crazy. And he working with a lot of artists and he doing this thing, so he should take over the industry in the next few years. But I've been working.
That's crazy. I remember you were producing some of your own beats last time you were on here a few years back. And you were killing it on the production side.
Yeah, I'm so locked in with rap that I can't like take production serious like full-time producers, because every time I get the opportunity to work, I'm focused on rap. So I produce here and there and I'm dope. I feel like the first beat that I made, it was on my Bars project. It's called All By Myself. And it's like a dope record. I felt like the first beat I made was dope. So I'm a good producer because I focus on lyrics. So when I make beats that you can rap to. So I'm dope, but I'm not like my son. Like he's a full-time producer. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I produce on my spare time.
Wait, what's your son's name?
Cash Go Crazy.
So Cash Go Crazy is it? Wow, I gotta check that out. That's insane. So, do you remember the first time being in studio with Swiss Beats?
Not really, because we've been around each other for so long, and there's so many years that pass. It's like asking me, when the first time you been with your dad or your uncle or like your first cousin. It's like I can't really remember when I first met them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I remember around, the times when I first met Swiss. Like I was signed to Rough Riders when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And he was like one of the main producers at Rough Riders at the time. So the first couple of times I was in the studio with Swiss, I wasn't actually working with him like I'm his artist. I was actually signed to Rough Riders in a 3-man group called Larceny. So we was working and we was putting together music, and he was already, big, working with X and big artists and stuff. But that's how we built the relationship. He knew me from being down with Rough Riders and battling and getting busy and killing everything. So that's how we built the relationship. And when he wanted to go get his own production company, he made me a solo artist because I was in a 3-man group. but he took a liking to me, made me a solo artist, and then we went and started Full Surface Records. I got the deal with J Records and put out all of the music that you know.
Wow, that is insane. Yeah, I just have to ask, from a fan perspective, if there was like some type of moment that that led to that type of connection. But it makes sense. You were there since you were 17. It's a long time. And to have some super high standards. Like, what was it like back then being around all those other hip hop legends at such a young age? Like, what kind of an impact do you think that had on the trajectory of your career?
For me, because I was so confident and I believed in myself so much, being around all that energy was motivation for me to step up and improve on anything that I was like weak in. Because I knew that I wanted to be the best. So whatever these greats that was around me was capable of, I felt as though I had to be capable of too. But I guess if you got low self-esteem and you're around that type of energy, it might crush your confidence. It might make you feel like you don't need to be in position no more. But I think because I was so confident being around the greats and people that was already making history, it just encouraged me to just get on my job even more, focus up, and take this real serious.
I feel like you have the craziest punchlines of any rapper, but not only that, but I feel like you influenced that style back then. You were the first rapper that stood out to me. It was just punchline after punchline. And then a lot of rappers that came out after you started kind of doing that. Do you feel like your style of rap had an impact on some of the guys that came after you and some of the guys that were around there at that time that kind of switched up to that kind of style?
Oh yeah, of course. After I came out, I felt like the whole culture changed. The level of lyricism that people was used to was different before I came.
Yeah.
So once I came and you was able to hear, a bunch of figurative language, punchline after punchline, like while you thinking about one punchline, I'm already saying something else. Like that overwhelming amount of figurative language was never done in rap until people heard me.
Yeah.
So that like upped the standards of what people knowing that a rapper was capable of. So it kind of changed the temperature when I came around. So all of the labels was trying to find younger artists that could get busy like me, and the artist that was already on was like gradually changing their style. Like the lyrical dudes that was lyrical before me, they was nice but in a different way. But once I came around, they started adding punchlines and trying to be, more creative and do it more consistently because they knew that was what was expected. So I definitely changed a lot of people that was around at that time. Definitely inspired a lot of the generations that came after that. And I was inspired by the people that came before me that was being lyrical and punching and saying creative stuff. Like, Cannabis, like All Finesse, like Cool G Rap, like Big Daddy Kane, like Grandmaster Cass, like these dudes that was like Rakim. Like, what I'm saying? Dudes that I heard and they just like, it was just like amazing how they was rapping. Early Nas, the early J, Biggie, Pac, like Big Punisher, like Big Pun. When I was studying Big Pun and Big L and dudes like that was super lyrical that came before me is what inspired me to want to take it to the even crazier level. Like, and not saying that they couldn't, it's just that the time period that they was out, people wasn't even ready for what they was doing. So if they would have stepped it up more, it would have been a waste because the average person wouldn't have been able to understand it. It would have been too before its time. They was already before their time already. So, and it's the same thing with me. Like, I was super before my time. So it's certain people in the culture that's like ahead of time. That while you doing that, they understand and they can realize how amazing you is. But it's 20 years later and some people just now catching up because lyricism done involved so much that now they able to understand what you was doing 20 years ago. Before they couldn't. They ain't really understand why people was going so crazy over you. But now when they look back, they understand now because they didn't develop. So that's what I want to rap for, just to encourage people to keep expanding the culture, keep taking it to the next level, keep trying to be even more creative than the people that came before you, so the game could keep growing and the fans being excited, because even before I wanted to be a rapper, I was a fan. Like, I was born a fan. I was a fan since a baby. I was in love with rap music, and I didn't decide that I was going to actually start rapping until the 4th grade. So before I even wanted to be a rapper, I was a fan. So that's the reason why I do it, to just encourage people to take it to the best level possible.
And you were not only able to put out real lyrical rappers or lyrical raps, but not sell out or have to kind of change your rap style. It's one of the few, you're one of the few rappers that I've listened to that was able to make mainstream successful songs using these punchlines and still making songs where girls could appreciate it too. Like, just true to, what is the word I'm looking for? Like, versatility, like true versatility.
Yeah.
Even Hotel with R. Kelly, I'll never stop listening to it.
Thank you.
I don't care what anybody says. I'd be rocking out to R. Kelly. As a matter of fact, I saw my man R. Kelly rocking out to himself in jail. I don't encourage that, but for what it's worth, I was rocking out too.
For sure.
And nobody stopped me from playing that.
One of the best songwriters ever. Regardless of personal life, whether he innocent or guilty, or how people feel about him. Talent-wise, as far as making music, he like the greatest.
The guy's voice is incredible. Truly. And like you said, like as an actual like songwriter and musician, sometimes you just have to separate the art from the artist.
For sure.
Whatever. It is what it is. I mean, how crazy was that though back in the day? Putting that whole song together. The music video was insane. What kind of an experience was it actually working with the guy?
Working with R. Kelly was my first single to my first album. So I wasn't really used to being in the industry. I didn't really feel famous yet. I just felt excited to be working. So when my label and Swiss, Grady Spivey, that was my A&R at the time, when they told me that we was going to Chicago to work with R. Kelly, it was like a dream come true. Like an artist that big about to work with me, a new guy that didn't even do nothing yet. It was like a dream come true. So just to be working with R. Kelly on a Swiss beat. So it's like one of the biggest producers with the biggest R&B artists, and they about to both do a record for me, this new guy. So I was just like super excited. But, you know, I couldn't really enjoy it because while you making it, you don't really realize what it's going to be. It's like I didn't know that Hotel was going to be what it was while I was making it. I just was excited to be moving forward and to be getting recognition, to be getting recognized and getting the opportunity to put my music out to the masses. That was dope. So
what an insane way to get it started. Like you mentioned, that's your first ever song. To be thrown into it with arguably the greatest R&B singer ever, one of the greatest producers of all time. That's some great expectations.
I had one single out before that, Big Business. And that was my first actual video and single that was on the radio and things like that. But that wasn't my single. That was Swiss Beat single. And me, Ronald Osley, Mr. Biggs, Puff Daddy, Snoop Dogg, Jadakiss, Swiss Beats, and me. So everybody that was on the song was already like solidified, already like legend status. And Baby from Cash Money. I don't know if I said Baby, but yeah, Baby from Cash Money, Ronald Osley, Snoop Dogg, Puff Daddy, Jadakiss, Swiss Beats, and me. So I was the only new artist, the only newcomer, and that was my first video. So I had a taste of working with legends already and what it's like, but this was actually my first single, like my song that Swiss was producing and R. Kelly was jumping on. So it's like a dream come true.
Was it Swiss's idea to be like, yo, we need R. Kelly on this? Like, who puts a song of that status together?
I'm sure Swiss had a big part to play, but from what I can remember, it was Grady Spivey, the A&R that I told you. That's like one of Swiss' best friends. I think he was the one that made the suggestion because we was trying to think about what artists that we should get on the song and, you know what I mean, who I should collaborate with. It wasn't Edge and Stone, and a lot of ideas came up before actually R. Kelly. But I remember Grady Spivey bringing that up. I know he had a relationship with R. Kelly and R. Kelly Peoples. So I believe he set that up for us to go out there and put that together and made it happen.
Legendary song. And another legendary song, I'm a Hustler. I mean, that hook, everything about that song, just fire. Man, you were just, once again, able to put together mainstream songs and still use your style and lyrics. Did any creative ever try to change your style or hinder what you were doing and make you sound more commercial, if you will? Or did you have creative freedom over your work back then?
Both. I think I had more creative freedom than the average artist that's new, not established, and didn't prove itself yet. I had a lot more than the average artist. But I was signed to a big company and they was investing millions of dollars in me. So I don't blame them for not giving me complete creative control before you prove that you can even deal with complete creative control. So not just even making the music or writing lyrics. I always wrote 100% of my lyrics and decided which direction I should go in. But sometimes you might make 30 something songs for a project and only 12 or 14 get selected. Yeah. So depending on what songs is selected to determine how the album feel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes people could give you like tips like, yo, we need a record, something like this to work it on the radio. Like they won't tell you what to do, but they'll give you ideas of what is better for them to work and make it big. You know what I'm saying? And I was with A Records. They was really like an R&B pop label. They wasn't really like a hip hop label. So what they really did know how to do was work top 40 records, big records, pop type records.
Yeah.
So give them one of them records, they could take you to the moon. But the work like, you know, more street hip hop records would have been more of a risk for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They couldn't do it. They definitely proved that they could do it, but it wasn't what they was used to. So that's the reason why I had to come with singles. That my first singles was Hotel with R. Kelly. Then my second single was Get No Better with Mashonda, which was a song for the ladies. So even though I was battle rapping, getting busy in the streets, you know, if you knew me from the DVDs, you would think I was a gangster rapper and a lyricist. But if you hear my two singles, you might think that I was like a pop commercial rapper or something. So it's definitely a blessing that I had them behind me investing that money and giving me the opportunity to have classic records that people will never forget about. And I'm happy that I have the versatility to be able to do both. The battle, you know, spit bars that people gonna remember forever or respect you as a lyricist, but also be able to get in the studio with legends and make history and make big records where people that don't even care about lyrics are still like the record. You know what I'm saying? Be able to do both is difficult. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't see all artists doing that. It's not that they don't want to. It's just difficult to actually do it and pull it off. So the artists that are able to accomplish that, they special.
Was it you coming up with, you know, songs that were more mainstream? Because like you said, like that's not easy to be able to make a hit and to just have bars. Do you attribute that to a producer or someone behind the scenes, or is that all you?
It's a combination. I learned from all of the lyricists, all the artists around me. I was inspired from them, like on the BET site. But I said I learned a lot from the Locks, X Dragon, and EVE. Like I'm shouting that taught me things. I learned every time we was in the studio from Swiss. He taught me a lot, especially about making music and creating flows and melodies. That was his main focus, rhythm and beats and that part. My main thing was lyrics. So what's most important to me is lyrics. But what was most important to him might have been something different. So with us coming together, we was able to make the perfect combination of what was needed to make magic happen.
Man, just to finish up that line, you said since Tyga's mom, or since Tyga was in the basement buying food with his mom's EBT. I forgot the exact line you said. Just nasty, dude. I knew you were going to body that too. Like, I watched the first two guys. I'm just so biased. I'm so biased towards you and towards guys I grew up listening to. But like, I mean, bar for bar or bar for none, man, it's hard to put somebody up against you, dude. Truly.
Thank you.
Killed
And
that.
That actual flow that I used on the BET Awards, that was like an old flow that I used like probably over 20 years ago in the freeway battle. So I use none of those bars, but that type of piece up, like, you know, the EBT, the BET, the CP3, like, but in the freeway battle, I'm on the celly watching Belly on the DVD. If I get robbed, you get 5 and you eat Nietzsche. B blowing my PO trying to see my P. I'm NBC. News time, like that piece up in that direction was 20 years ago, like something that I've been did. So I just redid it with new information and brought it to the table now. But like I said earlier in this conversation, when you so far ahead of your time, maybe when I did it, only certain people was up to date enough to catch on to it. But now I do it now and it seemed perfect to the masses because the masses done caught up a little bit.
Wild stuff. So I know you're busy, so I want to wrap this up. You've got a lot to do. You're literally sitting in studio right now. But back to freestyling, which we were talking about in the beginning, is there a specific song or producer that you freestyle over the most? Like actually freestyle?
I guess the producer that I freestyled over the most and worked with the most is Swiss Beats. He produced like most of my records and most of my albums, executive produced them all. Especially the first four, the earlier ones, the first 4 albums, he executive produced them, did the majority of the tracks. And even when I'm writing or just listening to instrumentals, a lot of times I'll pull up beats from him. So I would have to say the producer that I rapped on the most would be Swiss.
That's what I was going to say. Like when you're by yourself freestyling, it's Swiss Beats that you pull up still. That's hard.
Yeah, and to this day, like, Swiss is a legend. And like, I know the new producers that I got, so they always giving me new, fresh material, crazy beats. And I'm always working, so I'm always pulling up new beats from my producers, the newer producers that I'm working with, and they crazy with it. But anytime I get around Swiss, it's just like he know what I need to get my bars off, and I know what the type of lyrics that he need to make his beats feel and sound a certain type of way. So when we come together, it's like it's perfect. But yeah, I guess Swiss Beats would be the producer that I rhymed off the most.
Well, there you have it. And to people out there that are still freestyling, from the GOAT himself, one of the greatest freestyle, not the greatest freestyler of all time, do you consider it a freestyle if it's pre-written? Because I've got arguments with my friends about this all the time. People just get around and smoke blunts and freestyle. But to you, what is a freestyle?
A freestyle is anytime you bring skills to the table, you drop a rhyme, and it's for free. So you're not like having intentions to make it into like a song or sell it or like really make money off of it. Is just for free. So whether you do it on a mixtape, whether you do it on radio, you know, wherever you do it at, if you just do it and give it up for free, that's a freestyle. But some people think that a freestyle mean coming off the top of the head, like, you know what I mean, going like coming off the top of the head is different than freestyling. Like I could go on a mixtape right now, go in the studio with him, and a freestyle could be a verse that I already wrote. It just not to no song. It don't go to nothing, and I'm just giving it to him for free. So that's a freestyle. But going off the top of the head means it can't be thought about before. Like you couldn't have wrote it down before. You couldn't have studied over it. It's just off the top, right? Directly off the top.
Wow, so
different.
I love that definition. That's something that I've never heard. That's totally, I love it. That's something that people will definitely take from this interview. So, Cass, it's truly been an honor.
Alright.